Book 6, Chapter 2 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 6, Chapter 2 Conquest of the Southern and Central Mountains. Joshua chapters 7 to 11, BC 1451. The passes into the central hills being thus secured, Joshua without delay sent men to reconnoitre the position of Ai, a royal city strongly posted beside Bethaven, on the east side of Bethel, at the head of the ravines running up from the valley of the Jordan. The spies reported it as easy of capture and suggested that 2,000 or 3,000 men would be amply sufficient for the undertaking. Acting on their advice, Joshua dispatched the suggested number, who advanced boldly up the ravine, but only to meet with an unexpected and disastrous repulse. The men of Ai, strong in their high position, chased them down the steep descent from the gates and slew about 36 men. This unlooked-for reverse excited the profoundest despondency in the Israelitish camp. Joshua and the elders, with dust upon their heads, lay till eventide upon the ground before the ark, which had so lately been led triumphantly round Jericho, anticipated nothing less than a general attack of the collected Canaanites, emboldened by the discomfiture of the people. From this dejection they were roused by the voice of the captain of the Lord's host, informing them that the Israelites themselves were the cause of this defeat. They had not kept themselves from the accursed thing in the devoted city of Jericho, but had taken and concealed a portion of the spoil. Nor till atonement was made for this sin could they expect any further success to attend their arms. On the morrow, therefore, all Israel was assembled by their tribes, and an appeal was made to the sacred Lot to discover the offender. The tribe of Judah having been taken, its clans, families, and households were successively led forth, and at length the transgressor was found in the person of Achan, the son of Carmi. Adjured by Joshua to make a full confession, he owned that, from the spoils of Jericho, he had secretly set aside a richly ornamented Babylonish or Assyrian robe, 200 shekels of silver, and a solid wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, and had hidden them in the ground under his tent. Thither messengers were sent, and there the stolen property was found, and spread before the assembled host. Achan was then taken to a valley south or southwest of Jericho, and there stoned to death, together with his sons, his daughters, and all his family. Their remains, together with his tent, the stolen property, and all his possessions, were then burnt with fire, while a great mound of stones was set up over the scene of the execution, and the valley was henceforth known as that of Achor, trouble. The host was now in a position to resume the attack upon Ai. Selecting 30,000 men from his forces, Joshua set out from Gilgal, and on reaching the neighbourhood of the city, detached 5,000 men to place themselves during the night in ambush behind it. Meanwhile, he himself, with the rest of his army, took up his position on an eminence near the north side of the town. Early the following morning, he descended into the valley, and the king of Ai no sooner detected them than he advanced with all his forces to the encounter. Thereupon the Israelites feigned a retreat, and were hotly pursued by their foes towards the desert of the Jordan, while, at the signal of Joshua's uplifted spear, the ambuscade rushed into Ai and set it on fire. The smoke of their city ascending up to heaven was the first announcement to the inhabitants of the success of the stratagem practiced by the Israelites. Attacked before and behind, they were utterly routed, and their whole population, numbering 12,000, were put to the sword. The city itself was sacked and burnt, and its king, having been taken prisoner, was hanged upon a tree till sunset, when the body was taken down and a huge heap of stones was piled up over his grave. After this signal victory, the Israelitish leader determined to take advantage of the terror which the success of his arms had inspired in the hearts of the Canaanites, and carry out the command of Moses touching the ratification of the law with imposing and solemn ceremonies on the mountains Ebal and Gerizim. Deuteronomy chapter 27. From Ai, to the north of which the host had already advanced, Ebal was about 20 miles distant. Thither, accordingly, the host repaired. An altar of unhewn stones was erected, and burnt offerings and peace offerings were sacrificed to Jehovah. The stones were then plastered with lime, and the words of the law, probably the 10 Commandments, or the blessings and cursings contained in Deuteronomy chapter 27, inscribed thereon. Half of the assembled tribes then ascended the summit of Ebal, the other half that of Gerizim. In the intermediate valley stood the priests and Levites with the ark, surrounded by the elders, officers, and judges, with Joshua at their head. Of the blessings and cursings of the law, each was then read aloud by the Levites, and as they read, to each curse the 6 tribes on Ebal responded with a unanimous, loud Amen, and to each blessing the assembled thousands on Gerizim similarly testified their acquiescence. On their return from this solemn ratification of the covenant, the Israelites assembled at Gilgal. Here they were met by an embassy from Gibeon, now El-Jib. It was a royal city situated exactly opposite the opening of the Pass of Ai, inhabited by the commercial Hivites, and was at this time the head of a small group of confederate cities, Chephirah, Beoreth, and Kiriath Jearim. Joshua chapter 9 verse 17. Alarmed by the successes of Joshua, the Canaanite kings of the hills, the valleys, and the sea-coast had mustered their forces for a general attack upon him. In this the Gibeonites had resolved to take no part, but determined, if possible, to make a league with the Israelites. For this purpose they sent ambassadors arrayed in old and tattered garments and clouted shoes, carrying old sacks upon their asses, dry and mouldy bread, and goatskin bottles patched and shrivelled, the better to keep up the appearance of being toil-worn travellers from a far country. Joshua chapter 9 verses 3 to 13. Completely deceived by this wily embassage, without waiting to take counsel of the Lord, Joshua and the princes concluded a covenant with them, and solemnly swore that they would spare their lives. Within 3 days, however, they arrived in the midst of their cities and ascertained that, instead of being very far off, they were their near neighbours. Loud was the murmuring of the people against their chiefs when they saw how they had been duped. But the latter nobly determined to abide by their oaths, and, in place of putting the Gibeonites to death, reduced them to the condition of bondmen, and made them hewers of wood and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of the Lord. Meanwhile, news of the capitulation of Gibeon having reached the ears of the southern kings, they resolved to attack the recreant city, and 5 powerful chiefs, the king of Jebus, the king of Hebron or Kiriath Arba, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, marched against it and commenced a regular siege. In their alarm, the Gibeonites sent an urgent message to Joshua at Gilgal, bidding him slack not his hand, but come to their aid with the utmost speed, and deliver them from their powerful foes. Perceiving that not a moment was to be lost, Joshua instantly arrayed all his forces, and by a forced march suddenly burst upon the Amorite kings as they lay encamped before the city. Unable to offer any effectual resistance to this utterly unexpected attack, they were helpless before the Hebrew leader and the Lord who fought for Israel. Numbers were slaughtered at Gibeon itself. Numbers fled along the rocky ascent leading to Upper Beth-horon, the House of Caves, about 4 miles distant. Hence, however, they were chased by the triumphant Israelites along the rough descent leading to Lower Beth-horon, and thence to Azekah and Makkedah, when a terrific storm burst forth. The Lord thundered out of heaven and cast down great hailstones upon the flying Canaanites, so that they were more which died with the hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Joshua chapter 10, verse 11. Standing on the summit of Upper Beth-horon, Joshua watched the foe flying in helpless confusion towards the western lowlands. The Lord had already delivered them into his hands, and time only was needed to render the rout complete and enable his forces to avenge themselves on their enemies. But the day was far advanced, and he feared the Canaanites might yet make good their escape. In the sight then of all Israel he cried, "Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou, moon, in the valley of Ajalon," the place of deer or gazelles. And the Lord, who fought for Israel, hearkened to the voice of his servant. The sun stood still, and the moon stayed, and in the lengthened afternoon the pursuit was continued without pause or rest. Arrived at Makkedah, somewhere in the Shephelah or maritime plain, the 5 kings hid themselves in a well-known cave, shaded by trees. But thither also the tide of battle brought the triumphant Joshua, who bade his followers only pause to roll great stones to the mouth of the cave, and set men by it for to keep them. Longer he would not tarry. Intent upon the pursuit, he urged his forces to smite the hindmost of their foes, and prevent their escaping into their cities. His words were obeyed, nor till they had made an end of slaying the Canaanites with a great slaughter, did the pursuers return to Makkedah. Here a camp was formed, and the mouth of the cave having been opened, the 5 kings were dragged forth in the sight of Joshua and all the men of Israel. As they lay prostrate upon the ground, the Israelite leader bade the captains of the men of war put their feet on their necks, and then smote them, and slew them, and hanged them upon 5 trees until the evening. Then, as the sun went down upon that memorable day, like which was no day before or after it, they were taken down and flung into the cave where they had vainly tried to conceal themselves. Great stones were once more rolled to its mouth, and the royal sepulchre was closed. Joshua chapter 10, verses 16 to 27. Such was the issue of the eventful Battle of Beth-horon. It sealed the fate of every important city of southern Palestine. One after another, Makkedah and Libnah, Lachish and Eglon, Hebron and Debir, fell before the victorious Israelites. From one captured city they passed on to another, conquering and to conquer, till they had smitten all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the vale, and of the springs, from Kadesh Barnea in the southern desert to the central plain of Esdraelon. Joshua chapter 10, verse 41. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 6, Chapter 3. Battle of Merom and Division of the Land. Joshua chapters 11 to 21. BC 1450 to 1444. Intelligence of the decisive Battle of Beth-horon before long reached the ears of that powerful chief in northern Palestine who has been already mentioned, Jabin the Wise, whose capital, Hazor, was the principal fortress in that part of the country. Determined to make a last effort to defeat the Israelites, he rallied round his standard not only the chiefs in his own immediate neighbourhood, but from the plains south of the Sea of Galilee, or, as it was then called, the Sea of Kinnereth, from the valley of the Jordan, the maritime plain of Dor, and the as yet unconquered fortress of Jebus. Again encouraged by the Lord with the promise of a decisive victory, Joshua did not shrink from encountering this formidable confederacy. Setting forth on a forced march, he burst upon the combined armies of the northern chiefs as they were encamped by the waters of Merom. As before, his attack was irresistible. The Lord delivered the vast hosts of the foe into the hands of Israel, who smote them with great slaughter, and chased them as far as the friendly city of Great Zidon on the west, and the valley of Mizpeh on the east. This was the first occasion on which the Israelites encountered the horses and iron chariots of the Canaanites. According to the special command of their leader, Joshua chapter 11 verse 6, they cut the hamstrings of their horses, so as to render them unfit for further use, and burnt the chariots with fire. Hazor, the stronghold of Javan, was captured and burnt. Its king and all its inhabitants were put to the sword, the flocks and herds only being reserved as spoil for the people. The Battle of Merom was the last of Joshua's recorded engagements, but a long war, considered to have lasted nearly 7 years, now occupied his energies, during which he proved his fidelity to the instructions given by the great lawgiver of the nation. As the Lord commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and so did Joshua, till by the time he had completed his campaigns, 6 nations and 31 kings had swelled the roll of his triumphs. Joshua chapter 11 verses 18 to 23 and chapter 12 verse 24. At length, when he was old and stricken in years, he was commanded to divide the conquered territory among the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh. The mode adopted was twofold. 1. In some cases, individual chiefs claimed particular spots on the score of their own prowess, or putting themselves at the head of armed predatory expeditions, conquered certain portions with the sword. The chief instance of this was afforded by the aged compeer of Joshua, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, who now won distinction and renown for his own tribe of Judah. 45 years had elapsed since, as one of the 12 spies in company with Joshua, he had come down the valley of the cluster to Hebron, the fortress of the giant Arba, where they gathered the enormous bunch of Syrian grapes. On that memorable day, Moses had rewarded his eminent faithfulness by promising him the land whereon his feet had trod as an inheritance for himself and his children forever. Numbers chapter 14 verses 23 and 24, Joshua chapter 14 verse 9. This winding valley then of the cluster, this mountain, Joshua chapter 14 verse 12, on which rose the stronghold of the Anakims, was the portion Caleb desired for himself, and hence with the divine aid he vowed to drive forth its gigantic possessors and take it for his own. Joshua willingly granted his request, and the great warrior of the tribe of Judah went up against the city of Arba, and drove out the sons of Anak, Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai. Thence he proceeded southward to Debir, or Kiriath Sephir, the city of books, probably a sacred oracular place, and promised to give to its successful assailant his daughter Achsah in marriage. Thereupon Othniel, his nephew, or according to others his younger brother, attacked and took the fortress, and won the promised prize. On the way to Othniel's house, Achsah dismounted from the ass on which she rode, and begged her father to give her some better heritage than the dry and thirsty frontier of the desert. Below the spot on which rose the newly captured fortress was a bubbling rivulet, falling into a rich valley. "Thou hast given me," said she, "a south land. Give me also the bubbling rills." And he gave her the upper and lower bubblings, and thus Hebron and Debir, with the rich valley below, became the inheritance of the great warrior of Judah, and was long after known by his name. 1 Samuel chapter 25 verse 3 and chapter 30 verse 14. 2. But the more general mode of dividing the conquered land in accordance with the divine instructions was by casting lots before the tabernacle at Shiloh, in the presence of Joshua the high priest and the elders of the nation. As the distribution of the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh on the east of the Jordan has been already described, we may confine ourselves to those on the western side, under the threefold division of A, the south, B, the centre, C, the north. A, the south. 1. The most southerly frontier was assigned first to Judah, but afterwards to Simeon, Joshua chapter 19 verse 9, and is often called in Scripture the south, Joshua chapter 10 verse 40, Judges chapter 1 verse 9. Like Reuben on the east of Jordan, Simeon was destined to have little influence on the subsequent history, to be divided in Jacob and scattered in Israel, Genesis chapter 49 verses 5 to 7, and to be constantly exposed to the attacks of the Amalekites and other nomadic tribes on its frontier. Compare 1 Chronicles chapter 4 verses 39 to 43. 2. Next to Simeon on the north was the territory of the Lion tribe of Judah, comprising the undulating pasture country of the south, the fertile lowland of the west, the hill fortresses of the centre, and the wild desert bordering on the Dead Sea. Part of his inheritance was fertile and covered with cornfields and vineyards. Genesis chapter 49 verse 11. Part was a wild country, the lair of savage beasts, where amidst caverns, ravines, and mountains, Judah, true to the description and the blessing of Jacob, could stoop down and couch as a lion, guarding the southern frontier of the promised land. 3. Northeast of Judah was the warlike little tribe, Psalm 68 verse 27, 1 Samuel chapter 9 verse 21, of Benjamin, famous for its archers, 2 Samuel chapter 1 verse 22, slingers, Judges chapter 20 verse 16, and left-handed warriors, Judges chapter 3 verse 15 and chapter 20 verse 16. Its territory was small, being hardly larger than the county of Middlesex, but its position was of great importance. Containing numerous rounded hills which presented favourable sites for strong fortresses, it commanded the chief passes leading down from the central hills to the Jordan on the one side and the plains of Philistia on the other. In this broken and hilly country the tribe became warlike and indomitable, ravening as a wolf. Genesis chapter 49 verse 27. 4. Compressed into the narrow space between the northwestern hills of Judah and the Mediterranean was the tribe of Dan, containing within the 14 miles from Joppa to Ekron one of the most fertile tracts in the land, the cornfield and garden of southern Palestine. But for this rich prize it had to contend first with the Amorites, Judges chapter 1 verse 34, and afterwards with the Philistines, Judges chapter 14 and so on, and eventually, as we shall see, was obliged to seek a new home in the north. Judges chapter 18 verses 27 to 29. B. The centre. The central portion of the Holy Land, the Samaria of after ages, was assigned to the two brother tribes of the house of Joseph, Ephraim and Manasseh. Of this territory, which may be roughly estimated at 55 miles from east to west and 70 from north to south, and which was about equal in extent to the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk combined. 1. The more southerly portion was assigned to Joshua's own tribe of Ephraim. It extended as far south as Ramah and Bethel, within a few miles of Jerusalem, and was rich in fountains and streamlets, in wide plains in the hearts of mountains, and continued tracts of vegetation, in cornfields and orchards, the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, which the lawgiver invoked on the 10,000s of Ephraim. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verses 13 to 17. And of whose father Jacob had said that he should be a fruitful bough by a well. Genesis chapter 49, verse 22. 2. And as the duty of guarding the northern outposts on the east of Jordan had been assigned to one half of the tribe of Manasseh, so to the remaining half on the west was assigned the duty of defending the passes into the great plain of Jezreel. Its territory stretched westwards to the Mediterranean and the slopes of Carmel, but did not quite reach the Jordan on the east. C. The north. The northern portion of the Holy Land, the Galilee of aftertimes, extending from the range of Carmel to the mountains of Lebanon, was assigned to 4 tribes, allied by birth, and companions on the desert march: Issachar, Zebulun, Asher, and Naphtali. 1. The territory of Issachar lay above that of Manasseh, and exactly consisted of the plain of Esdraelon, the Greek form of the Hebrew Jezreel, the seed plot of God. The luxuriance of this plain, the battlefield of Palestine, is the theme of every traveller. The soil yielded corn and figs, wine and oil. 1 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 40. The stately palm waved over the villages, and the very weeds to this day testify to its extraordinary fertility. Here Issachar rejoiced in his tents. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verses 18 and 19. Crouched down as the strong he-ass. Genesis chapter 49, verses 14 and 15. Used for burden and field work, and saying that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant to the tribute, which various marauders, Canaanites, Judges chapter 4, verses 3 and 7, Midianites, Amalekites, Judges chapter 6, verses 3 and 4, Philistines, 1 Samuel chapter 29, verse 1 and chapter 31, verses 7 to 10, exacted, bursting through his frontier open both on the east and west, and tempted by his luxuriant crops. 2. Immediately north of Issachar was the allotment of Zebulun, extending from the Sea of Kinnereth, afterwards the Lake of Gennesareth, on the east, towards the Mediterranean on the west. Besides the fertile plain near the fisheries of the lake, this tribe possessed the goings out, Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 18, the outlet of the plain of Akkah, where it could suck of the abundance of the seas. 3. The land of Naphtali stretched from the Sea of Kinnereth to the valley which separates the ranges of Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon, and was one of the most densely wooded districts of the country. Its forests surpassed even those of Carmel, and the land has been described as a natural park of oaks and terebinths. Its soil also was rich and fertile, full with the blessings of the Lord. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 23. 4. To the west of Naphtali, and resting on the seashore, was the lot of the tribe of Asher. It was an important position, including the creeks and harbours, Judges chapter 5, verses 17 and 18, on the coast, and commanding all approaches to Palestine from the sea on the north. Its soil was preeminently fertile, and well fulfilled the blessings of Jacob and Moses. Here Asher could dip his foot in the oil of his luxuriant olive groves. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 24. Fatten on the bread, the fruit of his rich plains, and the royal dainties. Genesis chapter 49, verse 20. The produce of his vineyards and pastures, while for and under his shoes, Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 25, was the iron ore of Lebanon, and the brass, or copper, of the neighbouring Phoenician settlements. One tribe alone received no share in this allotment. Like Simeon, but in a different sense, the tribe of Levi was to be divided in Jacob and scattered in Israel. Genesis chapter 49, verse 7. Devoted to the service of the sanctuary, and sacrificial and other ministrations, this tribe depended for its maintenance on the tithes of the produce of land and cattle. Numbers chapter 18. But besides this, from each tribe, 4 cities and their suburban pastures, or 48 in all, were set apart for it. And amongst these were included the 6 cities of refuge, 3 on each side of the Jordan. On the west, 1, Kadesh in Naphtali, 2, Shechem in Mount Ephraim, 3, Hebron in Judah. On the east, 4, Golan in Bashan, 5, Ramoth Gilead in Gad, 6, Bezer in Reuben. The division of the promised land being thus concluded, and his own inheritance having been assigned to him at Timnath-Serah in Mount Ephraim, where he built a city and settled amongst the people he had led so prudently, Joshua summoned the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and having commended them for their bravery and fidelity, gave them his blessing, and bade them return to their own settlements beyond the Jordan. Joshua chapter 22, verses 1-6. Accordingly, these tribes departed, but while yet on the western side of the river, they set up a great altar, not indeed for burnt offering or for sacrifice, which could only be presented at the brazen altar of the tabernacle at Shiloh. Leviticus chapter 17, verses 8 and 9, Deuteronomy chapter 12, verses 4-29. But as a standing witness to all generations, that though parted by that river, they were not sundered in religion or national interests from their western brethren. No sooner, however, was the erection of this altar announced to the other tribes than they assembled at Shiloh and made war upon their brethren, whom they deemed guilty of apostasy. But first they prudently resolved to send an embassy with Phinehas and 10 princes at its head, to try the effect of a friendly expostulation. Phinehas accordingly set out and laid before them the complaint of their brethren. What trespass, he asked, was this of which they were guilty in building this altar? Had they forgotten the judgments the nation had incurred by their sin in the matter of Baal Peor, or the trouble the nation suffered in consequence of the trespass of Achan? What then did they mean by this turning away from following the Lord, and exposing the whole people to his deserved wrath? Startled at this suspicion of faithlessness, the 2 tribes and a half reiterated the most solemn protestations of their innocence. The altar they had erected was not intended for any sacrificial purposes whatsoever. It was simply an altar of memorial, a testimony to future generations that they had the same part and lot in the interests of the nation as their brethren on the west of Jordan. Even the zealous Phinehas could not but be satisfied with this explanation. It was no apostasy or rebellion, but at the worst an error in judgment. And the embassy returned with the joyful intelligence that there were no grounds for a quarrel or an appeal to arms, while the 2 tribes and a half, having named the altar Ed, or a witness, continued their journey to their eastern homes, where they settled down in the territories assigned them by Moses. And now, at length, the land had rest. The tribes east and west of Jordan established themselves in the lands of the heathen and inherited the labour of the people. Psalm 105, verse 44. Before long, Joshua, already stricken in age, became aware that the day was at hand when he must go the way of all the earth. Summoning therefore the tribes of Israel with their elders, their judges, and their officers to Shechem, a spot consecrated by the remains of Joseph, Joshua chapter 24, verse 33, and the national acceptance of the blessings and cursings of the law, Joshua chapter 8, verses 30-35, he for the last time exhorted the nation to faithfulness to Jehovah. He reviewed their history from the day that their fathers dwelt on the other side of the Euphrates in the old time until now, when the Lord had given them cities which they builded not, vineyards and oliveyards which they planted not. The call of Abraham, the descent of Jacob into Egypt, the wonders of the Exodus, the desert wanderings, the conquest of the Amorites on the east of Jordan, of the Canaanites on this, all these great events in their history were reviewed, and then the aged chief solemnly bade them choose whom they would serve, Jehovah, who had done so great things for them, or the gods of their fathers and of the nations in whose land they dwelt. Thereupon the people solemnly renewed the covenant they had before made on the same spot, and, as an abiding memorial of their promise, Joshua set up a stone pillar under a sacred oak of Abraham and Jacob, and wrote out the words of the covenant in the book of the law of God. Joshua chapter 24, verse 26. This done, he bade every man depart unto his inheritance, and shortly afterwards, at the age of 110, this devout, blameless, fearless warrior died, and was buried in the border of his inheritance in Timnath-serah. Joshua chapter 24, verse 30. End of Book 6, Chapter 3.
Book 7. Book 7, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Period of the Judges. Book 7, Chapter 1. Events subsequent to the death of Joshua. Judges 1. BC circa 1425. The position of the Israelites at the death of Joshua was eminently favorable. A nation of freemen, entrusted at Sinai with the oracles of God, they were now in possession of the promised land. Though their late leader had not appointed any successor to those extraordinary functions he had retained throughout his life, a complete form of government had always obtained amongst them ever since they became a nation in Egypt. This was mainly kept up by the chiefs of the several tribes, the heads of the great families or clans, and the heads of houses. Compare Joshua 8, verse 33, 23, verse 2, and 24, verse 1. God himself was their king, and, in a sensible and living presence, manifested himself at the tabernacle, now set up at Shiloh, and revealed his will through the mediation of the high priest. But, though their position was one of great privileges and blessings, it was none the less of trial and probation. The purposes for which the vine of Israel had been called out of Egypt, Psalm 80, verse 8, and planted in this goodly land could not be fulfilled without trouble and exertion. There were enemies without and within their newly acquired territory, ready at the first opportunity to attempt its recovery from their hands. If they were secure from their old oppressors, the Egyptians, yet on the south and southeast, the Midianites and Amalekites were only too likely to attack a people whose late victories must have been a continual source of jealousy, while on the northeast were formidable chiefs, who might, as in the days of their forefather Abraham, sweep down upon the country beyond the Jordan and grievously harass the eastern tribes. Moreover, extensive as the conquest of Joshua had been, they had not achieved, nor were they intended to achieve, the entire extirpation of the Canaanites. The conquered population retained large tracts and important positions in the very heart of the country. The Philistines retained the fertile plain of the Shephelah in the southwest. The almost impregnable fortress of Jabus still remained unconquered on the very border of Judah. Well nigh the entire sea coast from Dor to Sidon was in the hands of the Phoenicians. The strong towns of Bethshean, of Taanach, and Megiddo were still held by Canaanites in the fertile plain of Jezreel, while on the north still lingered formidable remnants of the great confederacy under Gideon. These nations had not been driven out hastily, but had been left to test and prove the fidelity of the generation that had not known the wars of Canaan, Judges 2:22. And the duty of subjugating them had been solemnly enforced by Joshua in his last address to the assembled tribes, Joshua 23, verses 5 through 10. Accordingly, we find that, all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua, the nation did not forget its vocation, but carried on the work to which it had been called, Judges 2, verse 7. 1. Thus Judah, whose conquest of Hebron and its vicinity has been already related, in alliance with the neighboring tribe of Simeon, attacked Bezek, slew 10,000 of its Canaanite and Perizzite inhabitants, and captured its ferocious king Adonibezek, whose cruel mutilation of 70 vassal princes gives us an insight into the character of the native chiefs, whom Israel was commissioned to expel. Judges 1 verses 6 and 7. As he had done to others, so Judah did to him. They cut off his thumbs and his great toes, and carried him captive to Jerusalem, i.e., to the lower city, which was taken, and set on fire. But the upper city resisted all their efforts, as afterwards those of the tribe of Benjamin. Judges 1:21. They were more successful, however, in other places, and reduced numerous cities of the Canaanites in the central mountains, the southern desert, and the low country of the west. Judges 1 verses 17 and 18. 2. The powerful house of Joseph was not behindhand in following the example of the lion tribe of Judah. They sent spies to descry the town of Luz, who, seeing a man coming from thence, seized him, but consented to spare his life and that of his family on condition that he shewed them the entrance, on ascertaining which, they smote the place with the edge of the sword. Thus, in addition to Shechem, the house of Joseph became possessed of another spot consecrated by the most sacred associations, even the town near which was the stone pillar their father Jacob had set up on his way to Paddan Aram, and called the place Bethel, the house of God. Judges 1 verse 22 through 26. But they were not similarly successful in expelling the Canaanites from Gezer near Lower Beth Horon. Judges 1:29. Or from their strongholds in the plain of Jezreel, Tanakh, Megiddo, and Bethshean. Instead of utterly driving them out, they put them under tribute, as also the Amorites, who succeeded in thrusting the children of Dan from the fertile lowland of the sea coast into the mountains, to be themselves dispossessed in turn by the Philistines. Judges 1 verses 34 and 35. 3. Similar declensions from the strict line of duty marked the conduct of other tribes. Zebulun contented itself with merely imposing tribute on the nations within its borders. Asher made no attempt to expel the powerful Phoenicians on the seacoast, from Akko to Zidon, or from their more inland settlements, and Naphtali spared the inhabitants of the fences of Beth-Shemesh and Beth-Anath. Judges 1 verse 30 through 33. This neglect of an obvious duty soon led to worse results. Contrary to the express commands of the law and the repeated exhortations of Moses and Joshua, the Israelites began to make leagues with the heathen nations. Leagues with nations led to marriages with individuals, and these to their natural consequences. Their new relatives invited the Israelites to their idolatrous festivals, where the consecrated licentiousness gratified their sensual appetites, and before long there arose a generation which knew not the Lord, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. Judges 2:10. Forgetting him who had done so great things for them, they bowed themselves to strange gods and practiced the worst abominations, even sacrificing their sons and their daughters to Baal and Ashtaroth. Psalm 106, verse 37 and 38, and Judges 2, verse 13. This gradual spread of idolatry, and as a natural consequence of moral and social degeneracy, is strikingly illustrated by two incidents recorded in the last 5 chapters of the book of Judges, which seem to have been inserted for this very purpose as a kind of appendix to that book.
End of Book 7, Chapter 1. Book 7, Chapter 2 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Chapter 2. Micah and the Danites. The Tribal War. Judges 17 through 21. BC circa 1406. There was living, about 20 years after the death of Joshua in Mount Ephraim in central Palestine, a man named Micah, whose mother one day lost 1,100 shekels of silver. So terrible was the curse she imprecated on the thief, that her son, in alarm, confessed that he had abstracted the money. Instead of reproaching him, his mother thereupon informed him that she had dedicated this sum, probably the savings of a lifetime, to the Lord, to make a graven and a molten image. Upon this, Micah restored the money to his mother, who sent 200 shekels to a founder for the purpose of fashioning the idol. When made, it was set up in Micah's house, and he consecrated one of his sons as priest, and arrayed him in a sacred vestment, probably made in imitation of the ephod of the high priest. Not satisfied, however, with the ministrations of his son, on the arrival of a young Levite of Bethlehem in Judea, traveling, probably, in search of employment as a teacher of the law, he persuaded him also to become his priest, and agreed to give him 10 shekels of silver a year, suitable sacerdotal vestments, and his living. On these terms the Levite was content to dwell with him, became his priest, and was unto him as one of his sons. Soon after this, it happened that the tribe of Dan, being still hard pressed by the Amorites and desirous of an addition to their territory, sent 5 spies from 2 towns in the low country to discover a new and advantageous settlement. The spies set out, and on their way came to Mount Ephraim, where they obtained a lodging in the house of Micah. Recognizing the voice of the young Levite, they inquired the cause of his presence there, and, on ascertaining the position he held, begged him to ask counsel of Jehovah as to the success of their expedition. The Levite did so, and the answer was propitious. Thereupon the spies resumed their journey, and, tracking the Jordan to its source beyond the waters of Merom, came to an eminence on which rose the town of Laish, Tel el-Kadi, a colony from Sidon, whose inhabitants, separated from their mother city by the huge mass of Lebanon and half of anti-Lebanon, dwelt quiet and secure, Judges 18 verse 7, in the enjoyment of the warm climate and exquisite scenery, and tilling the fertile soil irrigated by many streams. The spies marked the spot, and on their return bade their brethren arise and take possession of a place where there was no want of anything that is in the earth, Judges 18:10. Upon this 600 Danites from Zorah and Eshtaol girded on their weapons of war, and went up and encamped at a spot behind Kirjath-jearim, which, though it belonged to Judah, they named Mahanadan, or the camp of Dan. Thence they ascended into the mountain range of Ephraim, and, like the spies before them, drew near the house of Micah. Informed that here there was an ephod and a teraphim, a graven image and a molten image, the 600 warriors took their stand by the gateway leading into the court, and engaged the Levite in conversation, while the spies ascended into the sanctuary and stole away the images, with the sacerdotal vestments. On reappearing, the Levite tried to expostulate, but was speedily bidden to hold his peace, and without much difficulty suffered himself to be persuaded that it would be better to accompany them, and, instead of being a priest unto one man, to become a priest unto a tribe and a family in Israel. Judges 18:19. With such secrecy was their departure effected, that the Danites had got a good way from the house of Micah before the latter became aware of the grievous wrong he had sustained. Gathering together the inhabitants of the houses which had gradually clustered round his idolatrous sanctuary, he pursued after the roving warriors. But it was in vain that he gave vent to his grief and rage. The spoilers only mocked him, and bade him take care he did not lose his life as well as his gods. Consequently, he was fain to return to his rifled sanctuary, while the 600 held on their way northward. Reaching the source of the Jordan far up in the northern mountains, they found the town of Laish just as the spies had described it. Far from its mother city, the careless colony had no deliverer in its hour of peril. Without warning, the spoilers burst upon it, scaled its walls, set it on fire, and massacred its inhabitants, men, women, and children, without mercy. They afterwards rebuilt it, called it Dan after the name of Dan their father, and there set up the images they had taken from Micah. There, too, the young Levite, who, it seems, was no unimportant personage, but no other than Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of the great lawgiver Moses, ministered at this new sanctuary, and his descendants remained till the captivity. Judges 18, verses 14 through 31. If any proof were wanting of the association of religious with moral declension at this period, it is supplied by the biography of another Levite, which is also given in these concluding chapters of the book of Judges. This Levite, who, like the other, dwelt on the edge of Mount Ephraim, took him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah, who proved faithless and returned to her father's house. On this, her husband went in quest of her, and was received by her father with true Eastern hospitality. As the 5th day declined after his arrival, resisting the importunities of his father-in-law, who would have had him stay longer, he rose up to return, and as night fell, drew near the town of Jebus, which still remained in the hands of its Canaanite inhabitants. Rejecting the advice of his servant to lodge there during the night, he pressed on, and it was already dark when he reached Gibeah in Benjamin. As he was sitting in the streets of the town, awaiting an offer of shelter, an old man approached, coming from his work in the fields. His home, too, was in Mount Ephraim, but he was sojourning at Gibeah, and, taking compassion on the homeless condition of the Levite, he brought him into his house and gave him a lodging for the night. As they sat at meat, certain of the lowest inhabitants of the place set upon the house and treated the Levite's concubine with such violence that, in the morning when he arose, he found her lying dead before the door. Enraged at this savage act, he took her home, and there with his knife divided her, together with her bones, into 12 pieces, and sent them among the 12 tribes. This ferocious summons to vengeance roused all Israel as one man. Judges 20, verse 1. Even the tribes beyond the Jordan assembled with the rest of their brethren, and 400,000 warriors met at Mizpeh in Benjamin, a fortified eminence a little to the north of Jebus, and listened to the Levite while he recounted the dark tale of outrage. Judges 20, verses 2 through 6. The recital excited still greater indignation, and all the people, knit together as one man, bound themselves by a solemn vow never to return to their homes till they had taken deep vengeance on the inhabitants of Gibeah for the disgrace they had brought upon Israel. Messengers were accordingly sent through the territory of Benjamin demanding their surrender. This the Benjamites absolutely refused, and, making the cause of Gibeah their own, prepared to encounter the men of Israel with all their forces, amounting to 26,000, together with the 700 warriors of Gibeah, chosen men, left-handed, each one of whom could sling stones at a hairbreadth and not miss. Judges 20, verse 16. In this juncture, instead of consulting the divine will whether they should embark in this war at all, the indignant tribes, having already decided on the campaign, only sought to know who should take the lead. Judah was the tribe indicated by the divine response, and in the engagement that ensued, the Israelites were defeated with a loss of upwards of 22,000 men. On the day following, they renewed the attack, but only to sustain a second reverse and the loss of 18,000 of their best troops. In the greatest distress at this double defeat, the 11 tribes assembled at Bethel, fasted the whole day until the evening, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. Then Phinehas, who had led the sacred war against the Midianites, inquired whether a third engagement should be hazarded, and in reply was bidden to go up, for this time the Lord would deliver Benjamin into their hand. Judges 20, verse 28. Thereupon it was resolved to repeat the tactics so successful at Ai. An ambuscade was planted behind Gibeah, and on the descent of the Benjamites, a flight was feigned to draw them from the town toward a spot where the road divided into 2 paths, the one leading to Bethel, the other to Gibeah in the field, probably the modern Jeba. Unconscious of their danger, the Benjamites suffered themselves to be decoyed from the town and slew about 30 of their foes. Meanwhile, the ambuscade arose and, bursting on the defenseless town, put the inhabitants to the sword. A great pillar of flame and smoke signaled to the rest of the army the success of the stratagem, and the Benjamites, at last awakened to their danger, fled eastward to the desert region bordering on the Jordan Valley. But their foes now turned, and, enclosing them round about, Judges 20, verse 43, trode them down and slew 25,000. From this indiscriminate massacre, only 600 of the Benjamites effected their escape to the cliff of Rimmon, an inaccessible natural fortress situated about 7 miles northeast of Gibeah, and overhanging the wild region bordering on the Jordan. Here they entrenched themselves for a space of 4 months, while the 11 tribes, not content with firing and ravaging every town in the territory of Benjamin, bound themselves by a vow to abstain from all intermarriage with them. Regret, however, for the almost entire extinction of a tribe in Israel subsequently softened their hearts, and by a curious stratagem characteristic of this troubled period, when there was no king in Israel, and every man did that which was right in his own eyes, Judges 21, verse 25, they inquired whether any city had failed to take part in the late tribal war. Thereupon it was discovered that Jabesh Gilead, a city on the east of the Jordan, had sent no forces to aid their brethren. Thither, therefore, 12,000 men were dispatched, with instructions utterly to destroy the recreant city and massacre every man and married woman. This ruthless order was executed to the letter, and the entire population was put to the sword, save 400 virgins, who were given in marriage to the remnant of Benjamin. These not sufficing for wives, the Benjamites took advantage of a yearly festival at the sanctuary of Shiloh, when the daughters of the place assembled to take part in the sacred dances, and, concealing themselves in the neighboring vineyards, burst forth upon the unsuspecting maidens and carried off each one a wife for himself, with whom they returned, repaired their towns, and dwelt in them. Judges 21, verses 23 through 25. End of Book 7, Chapter 2. Book 7, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Chapter 3. Othniel and Ehud, Deborah and Barak. Judges 2 through 5. BC circa 1406 through 1296. The two incidents just recorded are illustrations of the turbulence and disorder of the period which followed the death of Joshua and of the elders that outlived Joshua. Forgetful of their vocation, the chosen people intermingled with the heathen Canaanites, conformed to their rites and customs, and so forfeited the protection and blessing of their invisible king. He therefore delivered them into the hands of spoilers that spoiled them. He sold them to their enemies round about, and they were greatly distressed. Judges 2:14 and 15. But on the first manifestation of repentance, he regarded their affliction. He heard their cry, Psalm 106, 44 and 45, and raised up deliverers, who saved them from their enemies. The Hebrew word used to denote these deliverers, these saviors of their country, shofet, shofetim, in which we have translated judge, is much the same as the sufs, sufets of the Carthaginians at the time of the Punic Wars. Raised up on extraordinary occasions, like the dictators in the history of Rome, they delivered the nation from some pressing danger, and their power and authority generally terminated with the crisis which had called them forth. Higher than the princes of the tribes, vested with extraordinary powers for the emergency, their office was not hereditary, though we shall see it finally tending in more than one instance towards fixedness and perpetuity, and in the person of Eli united with that of the high priest. Judges 10, verses 3 and 4, 12, verses 8 through 14, and 1 Samuel 8, verses 1 through 3. Invasion from the northeast. Othniel. The crisis which called forth the first of these deliverers was the invasion of the country by Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. From the seat of his dominion between the Euphrates and the Tigris, he extended his conquests so far southward that the Israelites suffered grievously from his oppressions for a space of 8 years. At the close of this period, Othniel, whose valor in attacking Kirjath-Sepher and marriage with the daughter of the famous Caleb have been lately recorded, went out against him and defeated him, and restored rest to the land for 40 years. Judges 3, verses 8 through 11. Invasion from the southeast. Ehud. On his death, the people again fell into idolatry, and the Moabites under Eglon, aided by their old allies the Ammonites and Amalekites, crossed the Jordan and seized the ruined site of Jericho. From this vantage ground, Eglon was enabled to extend his dominion at least over the tribe of Benjamin, from which, if not from other tribes, he exacted annual tribute for a space of 18 years. This was brought to him at Jericho, where he would seem to have constructed a palace. On one occasion, Ehud, the son of Gera, a Benjamite, was selected to command the party deputed to carry this proof of subjection. Having executed his commission, he accompanied his men as far back as the quarries, or rather the graven images at Gilgal, Judges 3:19 margin, possibly the idol temples with which the Moabites had profaned the associations of that sacred spot. Thence he turned back, and on pretense of having a message from God to deliver to him, obtained a private interview with Eglon as he sat in his summer parlor, or parlor of cooling, Judges 3:20 margin, probably on the roof of his house, where he might catch the cool breezes that tempered the tropical heat of the Jordan Valley. On entering, Ehud repeated the purport of his errand, and Eglon bade the attendants instantly withdraw. Then, as he rose from his seat to meet his visitor, Ehud, who was left-handed like many of his tribe, drew a long two-edged dagger which he had made and hidden under his mantle upon his right thigh, Judges 3:16, and stabbed him with such force as to leave the weapon in his body. Without lingering a moment, he then shut and locked the doors of the chamber and fled through the porch or gallery that ran round the roof, and passing beyond Gilgal, made for the wooded, shaggy hills of Sirath in the mountains of Ephraim. There he blew a horn and roused the Israelites, who rushed down the hills and followed him in the direction of Jericho. Meanwhile, the attendants had opened the door of Eglon's chamber and beheld the corpse lying on the floor. Panic-stricken at this unexpected death of their leader, and still more by the sudden rising of the Israelites, the Moabites fled towards the fords of the Jordan. But the Israelites had been beforehand with them, and suffering none to cross, slew upwards of 10,000 men. Rest was now restored at least to the tribe of Benjamin for 80 years, but in the southwest, the Philistines, encouraged probably by the success of the Moabites, made an inroad, and reduced the Israelites to great straits, Judges 5:6. But Shamgar, the son of Anath, was raised up to be a deliverer. Armed with nothing but a long iron-spiked ox goad, he made a sudden and desperate assault upon the Philistines and slew 600 of them, thus obtaining a temporary respite for his people, Judges 3:31. Invasion from the north, Deborah and Barak. But a more terrible invasion was in store for the nation, which again on the death of Ehud relapsed into idolatry, Judges 4:1. This time the oppressor came from the north, where under a second Jabin, the Canaanites, whom Joshua had defeated in his memorable victory at the waters of Merom, had recovered a portion of their former strength. With his vast hosts and his 900 chariots of iron commanded by Sisera his captain, who resided at Harosheth of the Gentiles, he overran the country of the neighboring tribes, Asher, Naphtali, and Zebulun. Such was the general prostration and terror that, as had already been the case in the days of Shamgar, the highways were unoccupied and the travelers stole from place to place by crooked, tortuous bypaths, Judges 5:6. Village life ceased in Israel, and the peasantry, abandoning the cultivation of the ground, retired for refuge to the walled towns. But even here they were not secure. There was war in the gates, the place usually devoted to the administration of justice, and even in the places of drawing water the noise of the archers could be heard twanging their terrible bows, Judges 5 verses 8 and 11. No resistance could be offered, for according to a common policy, 1 Samuel 13 verses 19 through 22, there had been a general disarmament of the people, and not a spear or shield was to be seen among 40,000 in Israel, Judges 5 verse 8. The spirit of the nation was completely crushed, and the second Jabin and Sisera his captain carried on unchecked for upwards of 20 years those measures whereby they reduced the Israelites to a condition of degrading servitude, Judges 4 verse 3. At length, however, a deliverer appeared. Under a solitary palm tree in the mountain range of Ephraim between Ramah and Bethel lived a prophetess named Deborah, who was or had been the wife of Lapidoth. In the failure of all other leaders, she was now regarded by the oppressed people with the utmost reverence, and they went up to her for judgment. Judges 4 verse 5. Like Joan of Arc in after times, her whole soul was fired with indignation at the sufferings endured by her people, and at length from Kadesh Naphtali, a city of refuge not far from Jabin's capital, Joshua 20 verse 7 and 21 verse 32, and therefore peculiarly animated with hostility to the oppressor, she summoned Barak, lightning, the son of Abinoam. On the strength of a divine commission, she then enjoined him to gather 10,000 men from his own and the neighboring tribe of Zebulun to the green summit of Tabor, and promised to draw to the river Kishon in the plain of Esdraelon the great captain of Jabin's army with his chariots and his host, and there deliver them into his hand. Barak declined to undertake the arduous enterprise unless the prophetess promised to accompany him. To this she assented, but distinctly warned him that the expedition would not be for his honor, as he was thus willing to lean upon a woman's aid, so into the hands of a woman would the Lord deliver the leader of his enemy's forces. Leaving her seat of judgment, Deborah then accompanied Barak to Kadesh, and he employed himself in rousing his own tribe of Naphtali and that of Zebulun to join in the insurrection. Having at length gathered 10,000 men around his standard, he marched, still attended by the prophetess, to the high places of Tabor. There he was joined by portions of other tribes, whom the influence of Deborah had roused to take part in the great struggle, consisting of the princes of Issachar, a body of Ephraimites, and detachments from Benjamin and northeastern Manasseh. Judges 5, verses 14 and 15. Other tribes, however, came not thus zealously to the help of the Lord against the mighty. Of the two maritime tribes, Dan on the south clung to his ships in the port of Joppa, and Asher forgat the perils of his fellows in the creeks and harbors of his Phoenician allies. Judges 5, verse 17. The name of Judah is not even mentioned among the patriot forces. Amongst the tribes across the Jordan, great was the debate as to the course to be pursued. Reuben preferred to abide secure among his sheepfolds and to listen to the bleating of his flocks, and Gad to linger beyond the Jordan in his grassy uplands. Judges 5:17. But amidst the wavering of many hearts, Zebulun and Naphtali remained firm, and prepared to jeopardize their lives unto the death on the high places of Tabor. Judges 5:18. Meanwhile, certain of the Kenites who had separated from the rest of their tribe in the hill country of Judah, Judges 1:16, and now dwelt under the oaks of Zenaim, near Kadesh, informed Sisera of the sudden movement of Barak towards Tabor, Judges 4, verses 11 and 12. Thereupon, without delay, he gathered all his forces and encamped on the level plain of Esdraelon between the friendly towns of Tanakh and Megiddo, where he was also joined by other Canaanite chiefs anxious to quell the sudden insurrection. Judges 5, verses 3 and 19. At length, the heroic Deborah gave the encouraging command to Barak, "Up, for this is the day in which the Lord hath delivered Sisera into thine hand." Probably long before it was light, the camp of Barak's little army was struck, and the patriot tribes, rapidly descending the winding mountain path, fell upon the hosts of Sisera and threw them into wild confusion. As they fled in utter dismay along the plain, not only the troops of Barak, but the stars in their courses, Judges 5:20, the elements of heaven began to fight against the Canaanites. A furious storm of rain and hail gathered from the east, and bursting right in their faces, rendered useless the bows of their archers, and swelled into a mighty torrent the rivulets, springs, and spongy marshes near Megiddo. Before long, the ancient torrent of the Kishon, twisted or winding, rose in its bed, and the plain became an impassable morass. The chariots of Sisera were now utterly useless. The hoofs of the horses, vainly plunging in the tenacious mud and swollen streams, were broken by means of their prancings. Judges 5:22. The torrent of the Kishon, now rushing fast and furious, swept them away, and the strength of the Canaanites was trodden down. Stuck fast, entangled, overwhelmed, they could not stand for a moment before the avenging Barak, and not a man made good his escape to the city of their great leader, Harosheth of the Gentiles, before their pursuers had smitten them with the edge of the sword. Judges 4, verse 16. Meantime, while his mother and her attendants were vainly awaiting the return of his triumphal chariot, Judges 5, verse 28, Sisera himself fled away on foot to the friendly tribe of Heber the Kenite beneath the oaks of Zenaim, where he hoped for safety from his remorseless pursuers. After a while, he drew near the tent of Jael, Heber's wife, and chieftainess of the tribe. She herself had descried him approaching, and went forth to meet him. "Turn in, my lord," she said. "Turn in to me, fear not." And he turned in, and she covered him with a rug or blanket. Judges 4:18. Spent and weary, before he lay down, he asked for a little water to drink, but she gave him something better than water. She opened the skin bottle of milk, such as always stands by Arab tents. She brought forth butter, or thick curdled milk in a lordly dish, or the bowl used for illustrious strangers, and covered him again with the rug. Thus doubly assured of hospitality, Sisera bade her deny his presence if any inquired after him, and then laid him down and slept. But as she stood at the tent door, other thoughts than those of kindness towards the slumbering chief came over Jael. At length, taking one of the wooden sharp-pointed tent nails in one hand, and a mallet in the other, she went softly unto him, and smote him with such force that the nail entered into his temples and fastened his head to the ground, for he was fast asleep and weary, and so he died. Meanwhile, the pursuing Barak drew near. Him too Jael went forth to meet, and taking him within, showed him his terrible foe, the captain of the 900 iron chariots, lying dead upon the ground, with the nail driven through his temples. Thus, on that day, as the prophetess had said, God delivered Sisera into the hands of a woman. Together, she and Barak returned from the battlefield and chanted responsively a sublime triumphal hymn, celebrating the recent victory over the northern Canaanites, which now secured to the land rest for 40 years. Judges 5. End of Book 7, Chapter 3. Book 7, Chapter 4 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Chapter 4. Invasion of the Midianites. Gideon. Judges 6 through 8. BC, circa 1256 through 1249. As so often before, the effects of this last great deliverance were but transitory. Again the Israelites relapsed into idolatry, and in consecrated groves practiced all the abominations that disgraced the worship of Baal. The national punishment they thus drew down upon themselves was more severe than anything they had yet endured. Since the sacred war led by Phinehas against the Midianites, Numbers 31, 1 through 13, that people had recovered much of their ancient strength, and now, in concert with the Amalekites and the children of the east, Judges 6 verse 3, or the Arabian tribes beyond the Jordan, they determined to invade the territory of Israel. Led by two superior chiefs having the title of king, Zebah and Zalmunna, and two inferior chiefs, Oreb and Zeb, the raven and the wolf, they poured into the country with their herds, their flocks, and their camels, like locusts for multitude, and gradually overran it from the plain of Jezreel, down the valley of the Jordan, and southward, as far as Gaza and the fertile lowlands of the west. Here they established themselves, destroyed the crops, and for a period of 7 years reduced the Israelites to the greatest straits, so that they left the plains and fled for refuge to the dens or catacombs, which they cut out of the Rocky Mountains, to inaccessible strongholds and the limestone caves with which Palestine abounds. Judges 6 verse 2. As so often before, the deliverer came from the quarter most exposed to the ravages of the invaders. At Ophrah, in the hills of western Manasseh, not far from Shechem, and overlooking the plain of Jezreel, the headquarters of the Midianitish host, lived a high-born Abiezrite, a descendant of one of the princely families of Manasseh, Joshua 17 verse 2 and Numbers 26 verse 30, named Joash. The invasion had brought not only impoverishment but dire bereavement into his home. In a skirmish near the heights of Tabor, the Midianite kings Zebah and Zalmunna had slain all his noble sons save one, Gideon. Judges 8, verses 18 and 19. On one occasion, as Gideon was threshing wheat, not in the open summer threshing floor, but by the winepress near his native Ophrah, to hide it from the Midianites, an angel appeared and saluted him with the words, "The Lord is with thee, thou mighty man of valor." In reply, Gideon contrasted the present degraded condition of the nation with the glorious days when Jehovah brought them out of Egypt, and complained that he had now deserted them, nor was there any hope of deliverance. Thereupon the angel informed him that he was the destined Savior of his people, that the Lord would be with him, and that he should smite the Midianites as one man. Judges 6:16. Unable to believe that such a mission could be designed for himself, Gideon requested a sign to assure him that the speaker was a messenger of Jehovah, and by direction of the angel made ready a kid and cakes of unleavened bread, and presented them under the oak. The angel then bade him lay the flesh and unleavened cakes upon the rock, and pour the broth over them, and when he had done so, touch them with a rod he bore in his hand. Instantly there rose up fire from the rock, and consumed the offering, in the midst of which the angel suddenly disappeared. The fact that he had thus been permitted to converse face to face with deity filled Gideon with alarm, but the Lord reassured him, and he built an altar there, which he called Jehovah Shalom, or the Lord send peace, in memory of the salutation of the angel. Judges 6:24. 1. Thus solemnly called to be the deliverer of his countrymen, Gideon was first commissioned to testify against the idolatrous practices which had caused the present national degradation. The Lord appeared to him in a dream, and bade him throw down an altar which his father had erected in honor of Baal, and cut down a grove he had set up, and then to build, in an orderly manner, an altar to Jehovah on the rock where his meat offering had been accepted, and sacrifice thereupon his father's second bullock of 7 years old. With the assistance of his servants, Gideon, during the night time, executed this commission, and on the morrow the townspeople were surprised to find that both altar and grove had disappeared. Enquiry led to the detection of the offender, and Joash was bidden to bring forth his son that he might be put to death for the sacrilege of which he had been guilty. But Joash replied with much irony that he was truly guilty of impiety, who believed that Baal could not defend himself. "Will ye take upon yourselves," said he, "to plead Baal's cause? Let him plead for himself." A new name, which Gideon henceforth bore, Jerubbaal, or the Trier of Baal, attested the national acquiescence in the wisdom of his father's reply. Judges 6, verse 32. 2. Tried and not found wanting in moral courage, Gideon was now directed to carry out the second part of his commission. Blowing a trumpet, he first gathered around him his own clan of Abiezer, and then sending messengers throughout Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, invited the aid of these tribes against the common enemy. With characteristic caution, however, he requested a further sign from Jehovah before actually entering upon his arduous task. A double sign was vouchsafed to him. A fleece of wool, first dripping with dew while all the soil around was hot and dry, then dry while all the soil around was damp, convinced him that the Lord would indeed deliver Israel by his hand. By this time, upwards of 32,000 of his countrymen had gathered around him, and with this force he encamped on the slope of Gilboa, near the spring of Jezreel, henceforth known as the spring of Herod, or Trembling, overlooking the plain of Jezreel, covered with the tents of the Midianites. But the host was too many and too great for God to give victory thereby. If they were successful with their present numbers, they might vaunt that their own hand had saved them. Proclamation was therefore made that from the spring of Trembling all who were afraid to persevere in their arduous enterprise might return to their homes. Of this permission 22,000 at once availed themselves and went their way. But another trial was to test the qualifications of the rest. By divine command, Gideon took the remaining 10,000 of his forces to the spring, and watched them as they assuaged their thirst. While all the rest bowed down upon their knees, 300, putting their hand to their mouth, lapped of the water with their tongues as a dog lappeth. Judges 7, 5, and 6. These 300 Gideon set by themselves, the rest he sent away. Night now drew on, and with his little band, like the same famous number at Thermopylae, he was left alone on the brow of the steep mountain which overlooks the vale of Jezreel, where Midian and Amalek and all the children of the east lay along like locusts for multitude, their camels gaily caparisoned, numerous as the sand on the seashore. Judges 7:12. To confirm the faith of Gideon in this great crisis, God now bade him, attended by Purah his armor-bearer, drop down from the height where he was, and go to the host of his enemy. Accordingly, the two crept down cautiously from rock to rock in the still night to the outskirts of the Midianitish tents, where Gideon overheard a man tell his fellow how he had dreamt a dream, and lo, a cake of common barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian, and came unto a tent, and smote it, that it fell, and overturned it, that the tent lay along. To this recital the other replied, showing the reputation Gideon had gained even amongst his foes. This is nothing else save the sword of Gideon the son of Joash, a man of Israel. Into his hands hath God delivered Midian and all the host. Judges 7, 13, and 14. The listener heard the dream and the interpretation, and straightway knew what he was to do. Returning up the mountain to his faithful 300, he divided them into 3 companies, and gave to every man a horn, an earthen pitcher, and a firebrand or torch, Judges 7:16, margin, to put therein. Then, bidding them follow him, and do exactly as they saw him do, in the beginning of the middle watch, he again stole down towards the outskirts of the tents of the Midianites, while the 3 companies, following silently, took their places, every man round about the slumbering camp. Then Gideon and his company suddenly blew their horns, and at this signal 300 horns blew, 300 pitchers crashed, 300 torches blazed, and the always terrible war cry of the Israelites, "The sword of Jehovah and of Gideon," rent the midnight air. In a moment the Midianites and Amalekites were roused, and thrown into inextricable confusion and alarm. Amidst the blazing of so many torches, the crashing of so many pitchers, and the blast of so many trumpets, all on different sides, they imagined themselves attacked by an enormous force. Filled with uncontrollable terror, they turned their swords against one another, and then rushed with one accord down the steep descent towards the Jordan eastward to Bethshittah, the house of the Acacia, and Abel-Meholah, the meadow of the dance, hotly pursued not only by the 300, but some of the forces of Naphtali, Asher, and Manasseh, now convinced amidst the returning light of day that Gideon had indeed achieved a great victory. Judges 7:23. The Midianites hoped to reach the fords of Bethbara immediately under the highlands of Ephraim. But Gideon had already sent messengers thither, and the Ephraimites were not slow to seize the fords and intercept the flying foe, but not before a considerable body had already crossed with the two kings, Zeba and Zalmunna. But they were in time to capture the two inferior chiefs, Oreb and Zeb, the one at a sharp cliff, the other at a winepress, where they slew them, and, cutting off their heads, hurried after Gideon, who with his 300 was already on the other side of the Jordan, faint yet pursuing. Annoyed, now that the victory was won, that they had not been summoned to join in the battle, the haughty Ephraimites chode with him, and manifested great resentment. With rare self-restraint, the victorious leader asked what, after all, he had done in comparison with them. Pointing to the bloody heads of the princes they had slain, he inquired whether the grapes Ephraim had already gleaned were not better than the entire vintage of his little clan of Abiezer. This soft answer turned away the wrath of the offended tribe, and the chase was renewed. Judges 8, verses 1-3. 2 places on the track of the pursuit refused to befriend Gideon. The men of Succoth on the east of the Jordan, near the ford of the torrent Jabbok, and of Penuel further up the mountains, declined to supply his nearly exhausted troops with bread, and mocked at him when he said he was chasing the kings of Midian. Halting only to threaten them with vengeance on his return, he hurried on after the enemy. The victorious Israelites had already slain 120,000, but 15,000 with the two kings had reached Karkor, far from any towns in the open desert waste east of the Jordan. Here they thought themselves secure, but Gideon, ascending from the valley of the Jordan, burst upon them, put them to a complete rout, and at last captured the two kings Zeba and Zalmunna. Then, in triumph, the conqueror returned down the long defiles leading to the Jordan, followed by his cavalcade of captives mounted on their gaily decked camels. Judges 8, verse 21. As he passed Penuel, he razed to the ground its lofty watchtower, and slew the men of the city. Reaching Succoth, he obtained from a young man of the place a description of its 77 headmen, and showed them the captive kings, and then, with the thorny branches of the neighboring acacia groves, he beat them to death. Then, pushing westward, he reached his native Ophrah. There, turning to the captive kings, and at length revealing the secret of this long pursuit, he inquired what manner of men they were whom they had murdered on the green slopes of Tabor. "As thou wert, so were they," was the reply. "Each one resembled the children of a king." The remembrance of his brothers, the sons of his own mother, filled the warrior with wrath. Had they shown mercy to them, he would have spared his prisoners, but now that could not be. Summoning, therefore, his firstborn, Jether, he bade him draw his sword and slay them. But the boy quailed before those mighty kings, and at their request Gideon himself took the sword and slew them, and gathered up the golden chains and crescent-shaped collars and trappings of their camels. Judges 8, verses 18-21. The immediate effect upon the nation of this deliverance was greater than that of any other. Not only had the country quietness for 40 years, Judges 8, verse 28, not only did Gideon's altar, and the spring of trembling, and the rock Oreb, or the Raven's Crag, and the winepress of Zeb remain standing monuments of this great day, when God made like a wheel and drove over the uplands of Gilead as stubble before the wind, Psalm 83, 13 and 14, like clouds of chaff blown from the summer threshing floors, the proud people which had said, "Let us take to ourselves the pastures of God in possession," Psalm 83, verse 12, but for the first time, the Israelites offered hereditary royal dignity to the great conqueror. "Rule thou over us," said they, "both thou and thy son, and thy son's sons also." Gideon had the rare self-control to decline the flattering request. "I will not rule over you," said he. "Neither shall my son rule over you. Jehovah shall rule over you." One request only, and a strange one, did he make of the grateful tribes, that they would give him the golden earrings and the other ornaments they had taken from the conquered foe. Willingly into his cloak the people flung the ornaments, jewels, and chains from the camels' necks to the weight of 1,700 shekels. And with these Gideon made an ephod, and put it in his native Ophrah. And all Israel went a-whoring after it, which thing became a snare unto Gideon and to his house. Though he declined the royal dignity, he was addicted to a royal failing. He multiplied wives and begat 70 sons, and after living to a good old age, descended in peace to the tomb of his father Josiah in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. Judges 8:32. End of Book 7, Chapter 4. Book 7, Chapter 5 of a class book of Old Testament history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A class book of Old Testament history by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Chapter 5. Abimelech and Jephthah. Judges 9 through 12. BC circa 1249 through 1188. After the death of Gideon, Jehovah, whose minister he had been for the deliverance of the people, was again forgotten by the Israelites. Forgetting him who had sent Gideon, they made Baal-Beroth, Baal of the covenant, their god, and set up his sanctuary even in Shechem, though hallowed by the memories of the patriarchs and the solemn ratification of the law. Meanwhile, Gideon's 70 sons appear to have exercised authority over some portion of the country. One of them, whose name was Abimelech, the son of a slave, a Canaanite native of Shechem, after consultation with his mother's brethren and her relatives, Judges 9:1, suggested that, in place of the divided authority of his numerous brothers, he, their bone and their flesh, Judges 9:2, should be vested with the supreme authority. The spirit of clanship was strong. "He is our brother," whispered the family to the Shechemites, who, at length, fell in with this scheme, and lent Abimelech 70 pieces of silver from the sanctuary of Baal-Berith. With the money he hired a body of men, and, going to his father's house at Ophrah, murdered all his brethren, save Jotham the youngest, who managed to escape. He was now left alone, and was solemnly anointed king by the men of Shechem, who thus formally signified their revolt from the Hebrew commonwealth. Tidings of what was going on reached the ears of Jotham. Emerging from his hiding place, he stationed himself on one of the rocky, inaccessible spurs of Mount Gerizim, and taking up his parable from the variegated foliage of the valley below and the neighboring forest, bade the men of Shechem listen while he addressed to them the earliest parable, that of the Bramble King. "Once," he said, "the trees went forth to anoint a king over them. The olive, the vine, the fig were each asked to accept the royal dignity, but each declined. The olive could not leave his fatness, nor the fig tree his sweetness, nor the vine the juice of his grapes. Recourse was then had to the bramble, which not only accepted the proffered honor, but bade the other trees put their trust in its shadow, and threatened, if they did not, that fire should come forth from it and devour even the cedars of Lebanon. Jotham then reminded the Shechemites of the services his father had rendered to the nation, and rebuked them for their gross ingratitude to his family. If they thought they had done well in electing Abimelech, the Bramble King, he bade them rejoice in him. If not, he hoped a fire might come forth from the king, in whose shadow they had placed their trust, and destroy him and all who joined in electing him. With these words the speaker fled. In a short time his words were fulfilled. For 3 years Abimelech maintained his supremacy, residing himself at Arumah, Judges 9:41, not far from Shechem, while that place was entrusted to Zebul, his viceroy. During the joyous season of the vintage, Judges 9:27, Jael, the son of Ebed, a leader of a body of freebooters, tried to persuade the people of Shechem to transfer their allegiance from Abimelech, who was but half a kinsman, to the Hivite tribe of Hamor. Intelligence of this movement reached the ears of Zebul, who without delay sent word to Abimelech, bidding him levy his forces and surprise the plotters in the city. After a desperate battle, Abimelech captured the place, put the entire population to the sword, and sowed the ruins of the city with salt. Judges 9:45. A remnant, however, of the insurgents took refuge in the temple of Baal-Berith. Thither Abimelech pursued them at the head of his followers, whom he commanded on their way to cut down boughs from the trees on the wooded eminence of Zalmon, Psalm 68, verse 14, close to the city. These he piled against the hold, set them on fire, and suffocated and burnt the refugees. From Shechem he repaired to Thebez. Tubas, and speedily captured the town. But again the inhabitants took refuge in one of its strong towers, and there held out. Forcing his way up to it, Abimelech was about to repeat the stratagem he had found so successful at Shechem, Judges 9, verse 52, when a woman flung a fragment of a millstone at his head. Unwilling to die thus ingloriously, he bade his armor-bearer thrust him through with his sword, and so expired. Other judges now succeeded, of whom Tola, of the tribe of Issachar, governed Israel for a space of 23 years at Shamir in Mount Ephraim, Judges 10, verses 1 and 2. He was succeeded by Jair of Gilead, who, during 22 years, shared his almost regal honors with his 30 sons, Judges 10, verses 3 and 4. Invasion of the Ammonites, Jephthah. But recent judgments had not the effect of restraining the people from apostasy. To the worship of Baal and Ashtoreth, they now added that of the gods of Syria, of Zidon, of Moab and Ammon, as also of the Philistines. The national punishment they thus drew down upon themselves came from two quarters. On the southwest and along the fertile borders of the Shephelah, the Philistines rose and reduced a portion of the country to subjection, while the tribes on the east of Jordan fell a prey to the Ammonites, and for 18 years endured the humiliation of irksome oppression. Nor were they the only sufferers, for the Ammonites crossed the Jordan and carried on their ravages even in the territories of Judah, Benjamin, and Ephraim, Judges 10, verses 6 through 9. So terrible was the oppression they now endured that at length the Israelites were roused to a deep repentance. Finding it in vain to cry unto their false gods in the day of tribulation, they put them away and besought Jehovah, if only this once, to stretch forth his hand and deliver them. Grieved for the misery of Israel, Judges 10, verse 16, the Lord raised up a deliverer in the person of Jephthah, a base-born native of Gilead. Driven forth from his father's house by his legitimate sons, Jephthah had fled into the land of Tob, somewhere on the east of Gilead, where, putting himself at the head of brave but lawless men, he lived the life of a freebooter, making incursions from time to time into the territories of neighboring tribes and living on the proceeds of the spoil. Judges 11, verses 1 through 3. Determined to throw off the Ammonitish yoke, the tribes on the east of Jordan now turned to Jephthah and promised him the chieftaincy if he would undertake to lead them against the enemy. Jephthah consented, and it was formally agreed that, in the event of success, he should retain the supreme command. His first step was to send an embassy to the Ammonites urging the right of the Israelites to the land of Gilead. This being unsuccessful, he prepared for open war, and, traversing Gilead and Manasseh, collected warriors from such places as acknowledged his authority. But before entering on the campaign, in imitation probably of heathen customs, and especially of the Ammonites, 2 Kings 3, verse 27, he solemnly vowed to offer as a burnt offering to Jehovah whatever should first come forth from his house to meet him on his return from battle. The engagement took place in the forests of Gilead, and the Ammonites were utterly routed. 20 cities, from Aroer on the Arnon to Minnith and Abel Karamim, the meadow of the vineyards, fell into the hands of the conqueror. Judges 11:33. But his rash and heathenish vow cast a deep shadow on his triumphal return. As he drew near his home in Mizpah, the watchtower of Gilead, his daughter and only child came forth to meet him with timbrels and with dances. When the father saw her, he rent his clothes, and with the utmost grief made known to her his vow, from which he declared he could not go back. But the noble maiden did not decline the awful sacrifice demanded of her. All she requested was that for 2 months she might be allowed to wander with her companions among the mountain gorges of her native Gilead and bewail her virginity. At the expiration of this period, she returned to her father, and Jephthah, without referring the matter to the high priest or remembering the strict commands of the law on this subject, his spirit clouded with gloomy superstition, did with her according to his vow that he had vowed. Judges 11:39. The memory of this awful sacrifice was kept up by a yearly festival lasting 4 days, during which the daughters of Israel went up into the mountains of Gilead to praise and lament the death of their heroic sister. Jephthah, however, was not long suffered either to enjoy his triumph or lament the fatal vow which had stained it. Like Gideon before him, he had to encounter the complaints of the proud and jealous tribe of Ephraim for not summoning them to share the glories of the late victory. In vindication of their absurd claims, they even threatened to burn his house over his head and invaded the territory of the Gileadites, whom they taunted with being fugitives of Ephraim among the Ephraimites and Manassites. A second tribal war ensued, in which the men of Ephraim were thoroughly worsted. Rushing routed to the fords of the Jordan, they found them already in possession of Jephthah's forces, who allowed none to cross that failed to pronounce the word Shibboleth. Upwards of 42,000 revealed their Ephraimite origin by substituting the simple S for SH and were massacred. The supreme authority for which he had covenanted, Jephthah only lived to enjoy for 6 years when he died and was buried in one of the cities of his native land. Judges 12 verses 1 through 7. After him, other and obscurer judges rose to display the growing tendency towards hereditary monarchy. Thus Isbin of Bethlehem and Zebulun judged, at least northwestern Israel, for 7 years, and conferred a portion of his dignity on his 30 sons and 30 daughters. Elon of the same tribe ruled for 10 years, and after him Abdon of Pirathon in the land of Ephraim, about 6 miles from Shechem, exercised the supremacy for 8 years, and was succeeded in a portion of his almost regal honors by his numerous children. Judges 12, verses 8 through 14. End of Book 7, Chapter 5. Book 7, Chapter 6 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 7, Chapter 6. Invasion from the Southwest. Samson. Judges 13 through 16. BC 1161 through 1120. Meanwhile, the Philistines on the southwest had not only established themselves in the Shephelah, or Low Country, but now commenced that long and deadly hostility to the Israelites, which lasted from this time through the reigns of Saul and David, and was not finally terminated till the time of Hezekiah. 2 Kings 18 verse 8. Their oppressions naturally pressed most heavily on the little tribe of Dan, already hard pushed by the Amorites. From this tribe, then, the deliverer came. But, unlike others who had been called to the same office, he was specially set apart for it even before his birth. On the high hill of Zorah overlooking the fertile lowlands of Philistia lived a Danite named Manoah. To his wife, who as yet had no child, it was announced by an angel that she was about to become the mother of a son, whom she was to devote as a Nazarite unto God from his birth. No razor was ever to come upon his head, wine and strong drink he was never to touch, and he should commence the deliverance of Israel from the Philistines. Judges 13 verse 5. These words were announced to Manoah by his wife, and a second appearance of the angel was vouchsafed to assure both parents of the certainty of these events, which was further confirmed, as in the case of Gideon, by the disappearance of the angel in the flames which consumed the Danites' meat offering. Judges 13 verse 20. In process of time, the child was born and was named Samson, either the sunlight or the strong. As he grew, he became distinguished for supernatural strength, and from time to time in Mahanadan, the camp of the famous 600 of his tribe, was moved to perform those exploits which made him the terror of the Philistines. His first action, however, when come to man's estate, did not display the hostility to the national enemy which his parents would naturally have expected. At Timnath, then in the occupation of the Philistines, he saw one of the daughters of the place, whom he was resolved to marry. Very unwillingly did his father and mother give their consent, and went down from Zorah with their wayward son through wild rocky gorges to the vineyards of Timnath, situated, as was often the case, far from the village to which they belonged, and amidst rough wadis and wild cliffs. In one of these Samson encountered a young lion, and though he had nothing in his hand, rent it as he would have rent a kid. Thinking little of the circumstance, he did not mention it to his father and mother, but went with them to Timnath and talked with the woman, and she pleased him well. On his second descent through the same wild rocky pass, he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion, and discovered amongst the bones a swarm of bees. A portion of the honey he took himself, and gave a portion to his parents, saying nothing of his exploit, or the place whence he had obtained the honey. The wedding festival was celebrated at Timnath, and lasted several days, on one of which the bridegroom put forth a riddle to his 30 Philistine companions, promising 30 sheets and 30 changes of garments to any that guessed it, but demanding the same of them if, within the days of the feast, they failed to discover it. The young men accepted the challenge, and Samson put forth his riddle, saying, "Out of the eater came forth meat. Out of the strong came forth sweetness." For 3 days the Philistine youths tried to unravel it and failed. Then they beset Samson's wife and threatened to burn her and her father's house if she did not ascertain for them the interpretation. During the remaining days, therefore, she implored of Samson with tears the revelation of the secret. At first he was proof against her entreaties, but on the last day of the feast he told her, and she revealed it to the 30 Philistines, who came to him in the evening and said, "What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? If ye had not plowed with my heifer, ye had not found out my riddle," was the giant's brief reply. And going down to Ashkelon, one of the 5 cities of the lords of the Philistines, on the extreme southern edge of the Mediterranean Sea, he slew 30 men, and of the spoil brought the stipulated reward. Then, in great wrath, he returned to Zorah. But when wheat harvest came round, his passion for the woman was somewhat rekindled, and he resolved to present her with a kid, and now learnt from her father for the first time that, probably during his absence at Ashkelon, thinking he utterly hated her, he had bestowed her upon another. Thereupon Samson, being enraged, resolved to wreak his vengeance on the Philistines, and catching, probably in pitfalls and snares, 300 foxes, he fastened them tail to tail with lighted firebrands in the midst, and sent them into their cornfields, olive yards, and vineyards. Terrible was the mischief thus inflicted in a country which, even now, in the summer months, is one sea of dead ripe grain, dry as tinder. At length the Philistines ascertained who was the author of this destructive conflagration, and went to the house of his late wife, and burnt her and her father to death. Thereupon Samson avenged himself by inflicting upon them a great slaughter, and went and took up his abode on the lofty cliff of Etam, probably not very far from Bethlehem. Thither the Philistines pursued him, and demanded his surrender of the men of Judah. So utterly lost to all feelings of honor, so degraded from its former high estate was this tribe, that 3,000 men actually scaled the rocky cliff and brought Samson bound with 2 new cords to his enemies. On his approach, the Philistines raised a mighty shout, but at the moment supernatural strength was given to the captive. He burst his bonds as though they had been cords of flax burnt in the fire, and, seizing the jawbone of an ass, and aided probably by the now inspirited Israelites, slew 1,000 of the Philistines. In memory of this exploit, he named the place Ramath-lehi, the casting away of the jawbone. Sore athirst after his exertions, he feared that from sheer exhaustion he might fall once more into the hands of his foes. But from a hollow place in Lehi, God caused water to issue, and his spirit reviving, he called this spot En-Hakkor, the spring of the crier. Judges 15, verses 16 through 19. Samson is next found at Gaza, the strong, which, though allotted to and conquered by Judah, Joshua 15:47 and Judges 1:18, had fallen into the hands of the Philistines, who now encompassed the gate of the city, intending to capture him in the morning. But at midnight he arose, and, taking the doors of the gate and the 2 posts, carried them, bar and all, to the top of the hill before Hebron. After this, he fell in love with Delilah, a Philistine courtesan of the valley of Sorek, apparently near Gaza. This last amour led to his capture and death. For the enormous reward of 1,100 pieces of silver from each lord, equivalent to 5,500 shekels, the 5 lords of the Philistines persuaded her to undertake the task of discovering the secret of his great strength. 3 times she importuned him to reveal the mystery, but he succeeded in putting her off with wiles. Green withes, new ropes, the binding of his 7 clustering locks to the web, all these expedients were powerless to detain him prisoner, and he escaped with ease from the hands of the Philistines. The 4th time, however, she succeeded, and he told her all his heart, revealing the secret of his Nazirite vow. Accordingly, while he was asleep upon her knees, she caused his 7 locks to be shaved off, and when he awoke, the giant found that his strength had departed from him. The watching Philistines sprang into the chamber, took him, bored out his eyes, and brought him bound with brazen fetters to Gaza, where they made him grind in the prison house. Judges 16:21. Then a day was fixed for a solemn festival in honor of Dagon, their national deity, half man and half fish, to whom the deliverance of the nation from their dreaded foe was ascribed. In the midst of the feast, Samson was brought in to make sport for his unfeeling captors. The temple, where the festival was held, situated probably on a sloping hill, was full of men and women, and even on the roof upwards of 3,000 were packed together. The blinded giant was led in by a lad, and, at his own request, was suffered to feel the pillars on which the temple stood. Standing there, he prayed that his old strength might for this once be restored to him, and that he might be enabled to wreak a complete revenge on his unfeeling enemies. Taking hold of the pillars with both hands, and praying that he might die with the Philistines, he bowed himself with all his might, and the temple walls fell in, and crushed the lords of the Philistines and the assembled crowd. Samson's body was extricated from the ruins, and in sad procession was borne by his brethren and kinsmen up the steep ascent to his native hills, and laid between Zorah and Eshtaol and the burial place of Manoah his father. Judges 16:31. As judge, Samson's supremacy had lasted 20 years. The words of the angel to his parents had declared that he should begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines, and in truth his work was only begun. Its completeness was marred chiefly by himself. His acts were dictated mainly by caprice and the impulse of the moment. He frittered away the great powers which had been bestowed upon him, and forgot the divine call which he had received. Still, these incomplete results may in some measure be fairly ascribed to the character of his countrymen. They always permitted him to stand unaided and alone, and even surrendered him to the enemy. The work that he began needed a very different man to complete it. The spirit of the people needed renewal, and an internal reformation was essential. Before recounting the means whereby this was brought about, the sacred narrative presents us with a little history, which strikingly illustrates the repose and peacefulness which characterized some of the calmer intervals in the disturbed period of the Judges. From Bethlehem, Judah, there went forth during a season of famine 2 Ephrathites of the place, Elimelech and Naomi, with their sons Mahlon and Gillian, to seek a home across the Jordan in the land of Moab. Here Elimelech died, and his 2 sons married 2 of the daughters of Moab, Orpah and Ruth. After a period of about 10 years, his sons also died, and Naomi, hearing that the famine had ceased in the land of Israel, prepared to return to her native town, accompanied by her daughter-in-law Ruth, whom no entreaties could induce to remain amongst her own people. It was the beginning of barley harvest when they returned, and Ruth went to glean near Bethlehem in the fields of Boaz, a man of wealth and a kinsman of Elimelech. The appearance and the story of the beautiful stranger, which he learnt from the townspeople, attracted the attention of Boaz to the Moabitess, and he permitted her not only to glean in his fields, but to share with his laborers the provisions supplied them. By the advice of her mother-in-law, Ruth afterwards claimed kinship with the wealthy Boaz, and he was not slow to acknowledge it. A nearer kinsman, however, was first asked to discharge these duties, which included not only the redemption of the land that had belonged to Elimelech, but also the taking of Ruth in marriage to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance. Deuteronomy 25, 5-10. On his declining to perform the latter duty, Boaz redeemed the land in the presence of 10 elders of Bethlehem and the assembled people, and married Ruth, by whom he became the father of Obed, the grandfather of King David. A more pleasing picture of country life can hardly be imagined than the story of the gleaner Ruth, illustrating, as it does, the friendly relations between the good Boaz and his reapers, the Jewish land system, the method of transferring property from one person to another, the working of the Mosaic law for the relief of distressed and ruined families, but, above all, handing down the unselfishness, the brave love, the unshaken trustfulness of her who, though not of the chosen race, was, like the Canaanitess Tamar, Genesis 38:29 and Matthew 1:3, and the Canaanitess Rahab, Matthew 1:5, privileged to become the ancestress of David, and so of great David's greater son. Ruth 4, verses 18-22. End of Book 7, Chapter 6. End of Book 7. Book 8. Book 8, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 8, From the Time of Samuel to the Accession of David. Book 8, Chapter 1, Eli and Samuel. 1 Samuel 1-4. BC circa 1171 through 1141. During the 20 years that Samson judged Israel, the high priesthood, diverted for reasons not revealed from the line of Eleazar to the younger line of Ithamar, 1 Chronicles 6 verses 4 through 15 and 24 verse 4, had been filled by Eli, who henceforth appears to have discharged the united duties of high priest and judge. The tabernacle with the ark was now at Shiloh, where a town had rapidly grown up. Inside the gateway leading up to it was a seat or throne, 1 Samuel 1:9 and 4:13, on which Eli used to sit, and thence survey the worshippers as they came up on high days to the festivals. Year by year, as he sat there, he would see amongst the pilgrims coming up to the Feast of Tabernacles the family of Elkanah, a man of Ramathaim Zophim in Mount Ephraim. Though a Levite in the line of Kohath, 1 Chronicles 6, verse 27 through 34, he affords one of the few instances of polygamy in the ranks of the lower orders. By his wife Peninnah he had several children. By Hannah, his favorite wife, he had none, which was to her a source of much trouble, and brought down upon her many taunts from her rival. On one occasion, as Eli sat on his throne at the gate, he was led more particularly to notice one of this little family group. At the close of the sacrificial feast, unable any longer to endure the mockery of her rival and her own bitterness of heart, Hannah remained long in silent prayer at the sanctuary. The high priest saw her lips move, but heard no sound of her voice as she prayed. Thinking that she had indulged to excess at the feast, he rebuked her and bade her put away her wine from her. Then Hannah told him of her secret grief, and the aged priest, convinced of his error, quickly made amends by bestowing upon her his blessing, and expressing a hope that the God of Israel might grant the petition she had preferred. 1 Samuel 1:17. The story of the wife of Manoah was probably not unknown to Hannah, and she too prayed that, if the Lord would grant her a man-child, she would devote him as a Nazirite to his service all the days of his life. Her prayer was heard. Before the Feast of Tabernacles came round again, she had become the mother of a son, to whom she gave the appropriate name of Samuel, the asked or heard of God. When he was weaned, she brought him to Shiloh with 3 bullocks, an ephah of flour, and a skin bottle of wine, and having poured forth her thankfulness in an inspired hymn, presented the boy to Eli as the child for whom she had prayed, and whom she now wished to return to the Lord. 1 Samuel 2, verses 1 through 11. In striking contrast with the simplicity and innocence of the young child, who henceforth waited upon Eli, the 2 sons of that pontiff, Hophni and Phinehas, were sons of Belial. They knew not the Lord. By their rapacity and lust they had filled all Israel with loathing and indignation, so that men abhorred the offering of the Lord. But Eli restrained them not, and as years went on, their wickedness only seemed to increase in spite of his expostulations. It was a dark day in Israel, and their conduct gives us a terrible glimpse into the fallen condition of the chosen people. 1 Samuel 2, verses 12 through 21. Before long, the first warning came to Eli. A man of God stood before him, and after reminding him of the high honor God had conferred upon him when he chose him to be his high priest, sternly rebuked him for honoring his sons above their maker, and announced that, instead of the office remaining in his family, its high functions should be transferred to another and more faithful line. And not only did he thus denounce distant punishment, but an immediate and speedy pledge of it in the death, on one day, of both his sons. 1 Samuel 2, verses 27 through 36. But this warning produced no effect. Eli was old and gray-headed. However fitted he might have been once for the task of ruling his family, that day was gone by now. A second warning, therefore, of coming doom was now given him, not by the mouth of any stranger, but of the child whom Hannah had left in the tabernacle at Shiloh, alone unto the Lord. Clad in a white linen ephod, and the little mantle reaching to the feet, which his mother brought from year to year, his long flowing hair betokening his Nazirite vow, Samuel ministered before Eli. The degraded state of the priesthood in the hands of Hophni and Phinehas had made intimations of the divine will rare and precious in those days. There was no open vision. But the Lord found a way to intimate the coming doom of Eli's house. One night, when the aged priest had lain down to rest in one of the chambers hard by the tabernacle, which was illumined only by the light of the 7-branched golden candlestick, in the early morning, before it was yet light, a voice called Samuel and awoke him from his slumber. Thinking Eli had called him, he went to him and inquired the cause.
But Eli had not spoken and bade him lie down again. He did so, and again the voice pronounced his name. Once more he ran to the bedside of the high priest, who, as before, denied that he had called him and told him to return to his bed. A third time the voice pronounced his name, and then Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child, and bade him, if he heard it again, reply, "Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth." Samuel returned to his bed, and when the voice called to him for the fourth time, answered as the aged priest had bidden him, and heard the purport of the mysterious call. The Lord was about to do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of him that heard it should tingle. Eli's sons had made themselves vile, and he had not restrained them. For this iniquity his house was now to be judged, and neither sacrifice nor offering could make atonement. When the Lord began, he would also make an end. Until the sun was up, Samuel lay still, and forbore to tell Eli what he had heard. But the high priest, whose conscience, doubtless, only too surely whispered what it was, bade him hide nothing from him. And then the old man, whose eyes were dim that he could not see, listened while the child told him every whit. Death awaited his sons, beggary and desolation his family. "It is the Lord," was his brief reply. "Let him do what seemeth him good." And in the course of time the warning was fulfilled. As Samuel grew, the Lord began to reveal himself more and more to him. The influence of Eli, already weakened, now dwindled from day to day. He decreased and Samuel increased, and the Lord was with him, and let none of his words fall to the ground, so that all Israel, from Dan even to Beersheba, knew that he was established to be a prophet, a revealer of the divine will. 1 Samuel 3, verses 19 through 21. Meanwhile, the strength of the Philistines had recovered from the wounds it had received from the champion of Dan. Advancing their forces to Aphek, no great distance from the fortress of Jebus, they attacked the Israelites and inflicted on them a loss of 4,000 men. Alarmed at this reverse, the Israelites resolved to fetch the ark and take it into battle, that it might save them out of the hands of their enemies. The sacred symbol was thereupon removed from the curtains that enclosed it, and the two sons of Eli accompanied it to the field. A great shout, so that the earth rang again, greeted its arrival in the Israelite camp, and the Philistines, alarmed at the proximity of the mighty gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues, resolved to sell their lives dear, rather than become subject to their enemies. Again, therefore, the battle was joined, and Israel sustained a still more disastrous defeat. Upwards of 30,000 were slain, amongst whom were Eli's sons, and, worse than all, the ark of God was taken. 1 Samuel 4:11. On his elevated seat by the wayside, Eli sat to receive any tidings from the battlefield, his heart trembling for the sacred symbol of which he was the guardian. As the day closed, a young man of the tribe of Benjamin came running into the town of Shiloh. His clothes were rent, his hair sprinkled with dust. A wail of lamentation arose from the people, who no sooner saw him thus attired than they knew how the day had gone. Eli heard the noise of the tumult and inquired the cause. "I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army," said the young man. "And what is there done, my son?" inquired the pontiff. "Israel is fled before the Philistines," was the reply, "and there hath been also a great slaughter among the people. And thy two sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken." No sooner did the last part of his terrible tidings fall from his mouth than the aged priest fell from his seat backwards, and his neck broke, and he died. 98 summers had passed over his head, and 40 years he had judged Israel, and now his doom was come. But still another death was to mark that dreadful day. The wife of Phinehas was near to be delivered of her second child. The news reached her that her husband and her father-in-law were dead, that Israel had been defeated, that the ark had been taken. She bowed her head. The pangs of childbirth came upon her. A son was born, and the women that stood by tried to cheer her fainting spirits. But in vain. The ark of God was taken. That was all her mind could realize. With her last breath, she gave the child a name that should be a memorial of that fearful day. "Call him Ichabod," she said. "The glory is departed from Israel." 1 Samuel 4, verses 12 through 22. End of Book 8, Chapter 1.
Book 8, Chapter 2 of a Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 8, Chapter 2. Samuel's Judgeship. 1 Samuel 5 through 8, BC 1141 through 1095. Meanwhile, the ark was carried by the Philistines in triumph to Ashdod, one of their 5 confederate cities, and placed in the temple of Dagon. But there its sanctity was remarkably vindicated, for on the morrow that idol was found lying on its face upon the ground. In vain did its votaries set it up in its place again. The next day saw it a second time laid prostrate, and not only fallen, but broken, without head or hands. Moreover, while a plague of mice destroyed their crops, emerods, that is, hemorrhoids or piles, tormented their bodies. In great consternation, they thereupon removed the ark to Gath, but there too the same plague broke out. And when they were on the point of removing it to Ekron, the inhabitants of that city interfered and declared they would not admit it within their walls. The advice of the priests and diviners was then asked, and they suggested that the sacred coffer should be placed in a new cart drawn by 2 milk kine, which had never been yoked, and with a trespass offering of 5 golden mice and 5 golden emerods be sent back to the Israelites. If the kine of their own accord took the road to Beth Shemesh, house of the sun, under the hills of Dan, and close to the Philistine lowlands, then it would be certain that their misfortunes were due to the hostility of the gods of the Israelites. Otherwise it might be concluded that some chance had smitten them. The plan was adopted. The ark was placed in the new cart, together with the coffer containing the trespass offerings, and the kine took the high road from Ekron to Beth Shemesh, without turning to the right hand or the left. It was the time of wheat harvest, and the people of the town were busy gathering in their corn, when, lifting up their eyes, they with joy beheld the ark, which they had not seen for 7 months. 1 Samuel 6:1. The kine, meanwhile, stopped not till they had reached the field of Joshua, an inhabitant of the place, where there was a great stone. Beth Shemesh being a suburb city, and allotted to the priests, Joshua 21:16, 1 Chronicles 6:59, the Levites residing there took down the ark and the coffer, placed them on the great stone, then clave the wood of the cart, and offered up the kine as a burnt offering to Jehovah, at the close of which ceremony the 5 lords of the Philistines, who had joined the procession, returned to their own country. 1 Samuel 6:10 through 16. But even this joyous day was not to pass by without a great calamity. Not content with offering sacrifices, the people of Beth Shemesh approached the ark, and though even the priests were not allowed to touch it, removed the lid, to do which some force must have been used, and looked into it, for which profanity a considerable number were stricken with instant death. Messengers were therefore dispatched to Kirjath-jearim, the fields of the wood, see Psalms 132:6, and thither through the hills the ark was sent, and placed in the house of the Levite Abinadab, whose son Eleazar was consecrated to keep it, and there it remained until the time of David. 1 Samuel 7:1. Meanwhile, Samuel, of whom we have not heard since he denounced the doom of the house of Ithamar, was growing up an acknowledged prophet of the Lord. In this sad crisis of the nation's history, he now came forward, and convening an assembly at Mizpah, probably the watchtower of Benjamin, solemnly expostulated with the Israelites on their idolatrous practices. With fasting and public confession, they acknowledged the righteousness of the late judgments. Water was poured upon the ground, and the people entered into a covenant to abandon the worship of Baal and Ashtaroth. From this day, Samuel's career as judge began, and was inaugurated by a great victory over the Philistines, who, hearing that the Israelites were recovering from their former depression, once more gathered together at Mizpah, prepared to give them battle. At this crisis, Samuel, taking a lamb, offered it as a whole burnt offering for the nation's sins, and was thus piously employed when the Philistines made their onslaught. But at this moment a terrific thunderstorm burst forth, accompanied, according to Josephus, by an earthquake. Seized with a sudden panic, the Philistines fled in disorder, and were pursued with great slaughter by the victorious Israelites as far as Beth-kar, the house of lambs, a height to the west of Mizpah, on the very spot where 20 years before the Philistines had gained their most signal triumph. Samuel now set up a huge stone to commemorate his victory, and named it Ebenezer, the stone of help. 1 Samuel 7:12. The subsequent effects of this success were still more apparent. Not only did the Philistines receive a decided check, but the Amorites also, the scourge of the little tribe of Dan, made peace with Israel, and all the cities in the Philistine territory, which had been taken from the Israelites, from Ekron to Gath, were restored. Samuel's office as judge was now confirmed. Ramah, his birthplace, was his residence, and here he erected an altar to the Lord, and thence from year to year went forth in solemn circuit to the old sanctuaries, Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, combining with the duties of a judge the functions also of a seer or prophet, and with all the weight of an oracle, advising in any of the troubles of national or domestic life. 1 Samuel 9:11, 18, and 19. As years passed on, and he waxed old, his sons Joel and Abiah, like those of Jair and Abdon before him, shared a portion of his judicial functions, and administered justice in the more southerly portions of the country. But they did not walk in their father's footsteps. He, who when a child had denounced the terrible doom on Eli for the wickedness of his sons, lived to see his own sons turning aside after lucre, exacting excessive usury, and perverting judgment. 1 Samuel 8:3. A new and more advanced period in the history of the nation was at hand, and the supremacy of the judges was about to close. Samuel, who like Numa after Romulus, did not fail to prepare the people for the new epoch. At Ramah, at Bethel, at Mizpah, at Gilgal, he gathered together schools of the prophets, and was the great reformer of the prophetical order, a work of such importance that he is even classed with Moses, the great lawgiver of the nation. Compare Psalm 99:6, Acts 3:24 and 13:20. The title indeed of prophet has occurred already more than once, and is applied to Abraham, Genesis 20:7, to Moses, Deuteronomy 18:15 through 18, to Aaron, Exodus 7:1, to Miriam, Exodus 15:20, to the 70 elders, Numbers 11:24 through 30, to Deborah, Judges 4:4. But these were isolated cases. It was the work of Samuel to give permanence and effectiveness to the prophetical functions. Promising youths were gathered by him into schools or colleges of prophets, where they lived together in a society or community under a head or leading prophet, whom they called their father. Compare 1 Samuel 10:12 and 19:20, or master, 2 Kings 2:3, while they were termed his sons. Here they employed themselves in studying the law of Moses, practiced the composition of sacred poetry, and became skilled in sacred music, the psaltery, harp, tabret, pipe, and cymbals. 1 Samuel 10:5, 2 Kings 3:15, 1 Chronicles 25:1 and 6. They also preserved and copied historical records and gathered up the traditions of their own and former times. Their calling was not merely, sometimes not at all, to predict future events. They were to be forth speakers for God, to commune with God, to speak of God, to teach His truth, to declare His will, and that not only in words, but sometimes in action. Studying the law of Moses and the records of God's past dealings with their nation, they were to see the earnest of His presence for rebuke or consolation in the present. Their vocation required of them to preach morality and spiritual religion, to denounce oppression and covetousness, injustice and profligacy, cruelty and idolatry. And while called to reveal God's will in each successive crisis of the nation's history, they were also specially raised up to fix the eye of their countrymen on the future, to keep alive the belief in God's promises of redemption, and to foretell the incarnation of Him in whom all nations were to be blessed. If they often typified Him, whose appearance they announced, and whose spirit dwelt in them, in His humiliation, being despised and rejected by the generation in which they lived, yet from time to time they typified Him also in His exaltation. For the Lord, whose messengers they were, stood by them, frequently confirmed their word by miracles, and punished those who injured them. The subsequent position of the prophetical order at momentous periods of the national history is strikingly illustrated by the conduct of its reformer and organizer now. The misconduct of Samuel's sons produced dissatisfaction and a cry for change. Samuel himself was stricken in age. He had been a man of peace. One military success, and one only, had distinguished his judgeship. On the west, the ever-restless Philistines gave signs of recovery from their late defeat. 1 Samuel 10:5. While beyond the Jordan, Nahash the Ammonite threatened the cities of the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. 1 Samuel 12:12. There was no known general in Israel qualified by his position or powers to take the command of the nation's armies and lead them to battle. The fixed form of kingly government, which the people saw enjoyed by all the nations around, which they had themselves partially adopted under Gideon and Abimelech, under Jair and Abdon, and to which events appeared to have been rapidly tending, was not yet realized. At this juncture, then, the elders and accredited heads of the nation repaired to Ramah, and on the ground of Samuel's advanced age, the misconduct of his sons, and, as we gather from an incidental remark of Samuel himself afterwards, an apprehended invasion by the Ammonites, they requested that the form of government might be changed, that a king might rule over them, like the nations round about. 1 Samuel 8:5. This demand was a shock to Samuel's feelings, and the thing displeased him. He knew well the abuses such a form of government was too likely to entail, but he did not reject the petition of the nation. He was a true mediator between the old order that was changing and the new order to which it was destined to give place. He prayed to the Lord for advice and direction in this great crisis, and his prayer was heard. Though he had been rightly displeased with the people's request, though they had done worse than rejecting him and had rejected their invisible ruler, he was directed to hearken to their voice, but he was not to leave them without warning. He was to show them the manner of the king that should reign over them. 1 Samuel 8:9. Accordingly, Samuel convened an assembly and faithfully described the Oriental court and ceremonial, which the election of a king would inevitably entail, how he would at his own pleasure take their sons and appoint them to command his chariots and his horses, would set them to ear his ground and reap his harvest, and fashion his chariots and instruments of war, how he would take their daughters to be his confectioners, his cooks, and his bakers, how their property would cease to be their own, and their fields, their olive yards and vineyards, their flocks and herds, their men servants and maid servants would be required to be at his disposal. Under this despotism, he warned them that a day would come when they would cry unto the Lord, but he would not hear them. 1 Samuel 8:10-18. His words, however, fell on unheeding ears. The pomp and ceremonial of a court had too many attractions for the nation. Without a king to judge them and fight their battles, they affected to feel isolated and degraded in the eyes of neighboring peoples, and a king they were resolved to have. This answer of the elders Samuel carried back to the Lord, who again bade him hearken to their voice, and promised the fulfillment of their wishes, with which assurance they were dismissed to their several cities. 1 Samuel 8:22. End of Book 8, Chapter 2.
Book 8, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear, Book 8, Chapter 3, Election of the First King, 1 Samuel chapter 9, BC 1095. The elders of Israel had not long to wait for the king they so earnestly desired. Shortly after Samuel's return to Ramah, he received divine intimation that on the morrow one would be sent him, whom he was to anoint to be captain over the Lord's people. Accordingly, the next day, as he was on his way to the high place to give his benediction at a sacrificial feast, he met two wayfaring men. One was a man of Benjamin, Saul, the son of Kish, of a noble and handsome mien and gigantic stature, from his shoulders and upward higher than any of the people. The other was his servant. In quest of the asses of Saul's father, which had strayed, The two had been traversing without success the central region of Palestine, and now, guided by certain maidens of Ramah, whom they had met at the entrance of the place going out to draw water, they had resolved to ask the advice of Samuel. The prophet had already noticed the tall, handsome stranger, and as he drew near, the divine voice assured him that he was the destined ruler of his people. 1 Samuel 9, verses 15 and 16. When, therefore, Saul inquired for the seer's house, Samuel not only declared that he was the person he sought, but revealed his mysterious acquaintance with the secret of his 3 days' journey, and bade him lay aside all further anxiety, for the asses were found. Then, turning to Saul, he added in yet more mysterious words, "On whom is the desire of Israel? Is it not on thee and all thy father's house?" Marvelling at the import of this significant question addressed to one who belonged to the smallest of the tribes of Israel, and whose family was the least of all the families of Benjamin, 1 Samuel 9, verse 21, Saul followed the prophet to the high place, where, with his servant, he was made to sit in the chiefest place among the 30 guests assembled at the sacrificial feast, and to partake of a special portion which had been reserved for him. Thence he returned to the town, and in the evening held further conversation with Samuel on the housetop of his dwelling. Next morning, at daybreak, Samuel roused his guest and accompanied him some little way to the end of the town. There the servant was bidden to pass on, and the two being left alone, the prophet, taking a phial of oil, poured it on Saul's head and kissed him, and assured him of his election to be the first king of Israel. To this assurance he added prophetic intimations of incidents that would occur on Saul's return homewards, and which could not fail still further to confirm him in the conviction that his sudden elevation was indeed of the Lord. 2 men would meet him at Rachel's sepulchre and inform him that the asses were found, and that his father's anxieties now centred on himself at the plain, or rather the oak of Tabor, 1 Samuel 10 and verse 3. He would meet 3 men going to Bethel carrying gifts of kids, bread, and a skin bottle of wine. They would salute him and offer him 2 loaves of bread, which he was to receive at their hand. Then thirdly, on reaching the hill of God, probably Gibeah, where the Philistines had posted a garrison, he would meet a company of the prophets coming down from the high place with psaltery, tabret, pipe, and harp, whose inspired strains would so affect him that he would join himself to them and be turned into another man. After the fulfillment of these 3 signs, he was to go to Gilgal, and there tarry 7 days until Samuel's arrival to offer sacrifices and tell him what he should do. 1 Samuel 10 and verse 8. Then the 2 men parted. Each of the 3 signs came to pass, and God gave the son of Kish another heart. Convinced of his call to inaugurate the kingly period of Israel's history, his soul rose to the greatness of the occasion. The strains of the prophetic choir so wrought upon his spirit that he felt inspired to join them, and his appearance in their society became the occasion of a well-known proverb, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" 1 Samuel 10 and verse 12. Meanwhile, Samuel convened all the people to Mizpah of Benjamin, and after again rebuking them for their want of faith in thus hastily seeking a change of government, bade them present themselves before the Lord by their tribes and by their thousands, in order that the sacred lot might decide the election of the king. In solemn order the tribes passed before him, and the lot fell upon that of Benjamin. Then the ceremony was successfully repeated with the clans, the families, the individuals, and in a manner that none could dispute. It was indicated that Saul, the son of Kish, was the object of the divine choice. But when search was made for him, he was not to be found. Still unwilling to accept the arduous duties of the kingdom, he had concealed himself in the circle of baggage round the encampment at Mizpah. The search was renewed, and he was brought forth from his hiding place. As he advanced into the midst, his exalted stature struck the spectators with admiration, and a universal shout of "Long live the king" betokened the nation's acceptance of its new head. 1 Samuel 10, verse 24. Left to themselves, the Israelites would doubtless have stood committed to the new form of government without pausing to insist on any conditions from their ruler, well content if he proved as absolute and irresponsible as those of the nations round about. But the far-seeing Samuel was wiser than they. Well knowing the bearing of the transactions of that day on the nation's future, he not only expounded to the people the manner of the kingdom as set forth by their great lawgiver in the book of Deuteronomy, 17 verses 14 to 20, but for the sake of greater security, committed the regulations thus accepted to writing, and laid them up in safe keeping before the Lord, and thus, under divine sanction, and amidst the despotisms of the East, arose the earliest example of a constitutional monarchy. This ceremony concluded, the people returned to their homes, and Saul retired to Gibeah. Though his elevation had been thus formally approved, there were not wanting those who, on the score probably of the obscurity of his tribe and the fact that his capacities were as yet unknown, expressed much dissatisfaction at his promotion, questioned his ability to rule them, and brought him none of the usual presents. 1 Samuel 10 and verse 27. With rare self-control, however, he held his peace, and in a short time was enabled to justify the confidence that had been reposed in him. While living in retirement at Gibeah, he received intelligence which roused all his martial ardour, and for the first time revealed his talents as a military leader. The Ammonites, recovered from the defeat they had sustained from Jephthah, had, under the leadership of their king Nahash, laid siege to Jabesh Gilead. See Judges 21 and verse 8. The inhabitants of which place, in their terror, invited the heathen king to make a covenant with them and agreed to serve him. This, with characteristic haughtiness, he declined, except on the condition that he might put out their eyes and thus render them unfit for further military service. In this strait, the elders of the place requested 7 days' respite, and meanwhile sent messengers to their brethren imploring assistance. Saul was driving his herd homewards from the field, when the sound of wild lamentation in his native town revealed the danger which threatened the friendly town of Jabesh Gilead. Immediately the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, 1 Samuel 11 verse 6, filling him with courage and resolution for the emergency. Taking a yoke of oxen, he hewed them in pieces and sent his war token throughout all the tribes, summoning them under pain of eternal disgrace to rally round himself and Samuel and hasten to the rescue of their brethren. He then bade the messengers return to Jabesh Gilead with the assurance of succour before the sun was hot on the morrow. His determined spirit quickly communicated itself to others, and 300,000 from Israel and 30,000 from Judah gathered round him and the prophet. Bezek, a place apparently within a day's march of Jabesh, was appointed their headquarters, and thence dividing his forces into 3 companies, Saul executed a swift night march and burst upon the Ammonites in the morning watch, who, panic-stricken by this unexpected onslaught, were defeated with enormous loss, so that not 2 of them were left together. 1 Samuel 11 verse 11. This signal success had an instantaneous effect upon the people. The Israelites hailed Saul as the deliverer of their country, and even proposed to put to death those who had not at first acknowledged him as king. With continued self-command, however, he calmed their zeal and declined to stain with innocent blood the memory of a day on which, as he said with becoming modesty, not he but Jehovah had wrought salvation in Israel. At this juncture, the new ruler, having been tried and not found wanting, Samuel suggested that the people should once more repair to Gilgal and there renew the kingdom. Accordingly, after the sacrifice of peace offerings and amidst great rejoicings, Saul was solemnly inaugurated in his regal functions, while Samuel embraced the opportunity afforded by so large a gathering to bid farewell to the people he had ruled so prudently with all his power. 1 Samuel chapter 12. He had hearkened, he said, to their voice. He had made a king over them. For himself, he was old and grey-headed. He had walked before them from his childhood unto that day. Let them now testify if they had aught against him. Had he defrauded any? Had he oppressed any? Had he taken any bribe to blind his eyes? If so, he would make ample restoration. With one voice the whole people bore witness to the integrity and uprightness of his public life. Then, like Moses and Joshua, he gave them his parting counsels, and after exhorting them by the memory of past mercies and past deliverances to cleave fast to the Lord and not forsake his commandments, called on the Lord himself to ratify his words by an outward and visible sign. It was the season of wheat harvest, when thunder and rain seldom or never occurred. But at the word of Samuel, the sky became black with clouds, the thunder rolled, and the rain fell, bearing witness to the solemnity of the prophet's warnings, who, having thus bidden farewell to the people, henceforth retired from any share in the government, which now devolved on Saul alone. End of Book 8, Chapter 3 of a class book of Old Testament history by G.F. Maclear. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 8, Chapter 4 of a class book of Old Testament history by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A class book of Old Testament history by G.F. Maclear. Book 8, Chapter 4, The Battle of Michmash. 1 Samuel chapters 13 and 14, BC 1093 to 1087. In dismissing Saul from Ramah after their first interview, Samuel, it will be remembered, had told him that he would pass a garrison of the Philistines. 1 Samuel 10 verse 5, 8 verse 3. Recovering from their defeat at Ebenezer, this people had again renewed their old hostilities and pitched in the heart of the mountains of Benjamin. 2 years after his accession, 1 Samuel 8 and verse 1, Saul resolved to throw off a yoke which pressed so severely on the neighbourhood of his native place. Gathering round him a small standing army of 3,000 men, he placed 1,000 under the command of his valiant son Jonathan at Geba, while he himself, with 2,000, took up a position at Michmash, about 7 miles north of Jerusalem, and along the ridge of intervening heights in the direction of Bethel. Either at or close to Jonathan's position was posted a garrison of the Philistines. For some time the rival forces stood watching one another, and at length Jonathan, in a fit of youthful ardour, fell upon the garrison and put it to flight. Tidings of this event quickly reached the Philistines in their rich southern plains, who forthwith swarmed with a vast force up through the passes of Benjamin, while Saul retired to Gilgal and there summoned a general gathering of the nation. But in face of the enormous masses of their foes, the Israelites, seized with a sudden panic, as in the days of Gideon, Judges 6 verse 2, fled for refuge to the natural hiding places of the country, to the dens, the inaccessible fastnesses, and the caves with which it abounded, while some even crossed the Jordan into the territory of Gad and Gilead. 1 Samuel 8 verse 7. The Philistines now in their turn occupied Michmash, and their oppression of the Israelites was most grievous. A regular disarmament was carried out, so that none of the Hebrews had sword or spear save the king and his son, and their immediate retainers, nay, the very smiths were removed, and the Hebrews were constrained to go down to their enemies to get the agricultural implements sharpened. In this terrible crisis, Saul sent messages from Gilgal to Samuel at Ramah, who promised within 7 days to join the king and celebrate solemn sacrifices, preparatory, probably, to some concerted plan of action. But the days passed away, and Samuel came not. The Philistines were collecting in constantly increasing numbers at Michmash, and the terrified Israelites dropped off more and more, leaving their king with barely 600 followers. The present posture of affairs imperatively demanded prudence and caution, and from Samuel the king would doubtless have learnt the divine will, and he, who had enabled Gideon with only 300 men to conquer even more numerous foes, would have opened up some mode of deliverance. But Samuel came not, and Saul, unable to restrain his impatience, resolved to offer the sacrifices himself. He had scarcely done so when the prophet arrived, and sternly rebuked him for his impetuous zeal. "Thou hast done foolishly," he said. "Thou hast not kept the commandment of the Lord thy God." And he proceeded to intimate that the kingdom, which might have been established in his family, would not continue, but would be transferred to another. 1 Samuel 8, verses 11 to 14. Meanwhile, the Philistines continued their oppressive and tyrannical exactions. Roving bands from their camp went forth in 3 directions and committed disastrous depredations, while from the heights, where they were encamped, Saul and Jonathan, at the head of their little band, looked down upon a ravaged and terror-stricken country, unable and afraid to lift a hand against its oppressors. At length, Jonathan resolved to strike another blow. Between the Israelite position at Geba and the Philistine garrison at Michmash was a distance of about 3 miles, part of which consisted of a deep gorge running between 2 sharp, jagged rocks, the one called Bozez, shining, probably from the white chalky cliffs, the other Sina, the thorn of acacia, so called probably from some solitary acacia on its summit. Above this gorge was the Philistine garrison. Without informing his father, or communicating his design to anyone except the young man, his armour-bearer, Jonathan resolved to ascend the steep sides of the ravine and then to take the conduct of the enemy as an omen for further operations. If the Philistines came forth and threatened an attack, they would remain in the valley. If they challenged them to advance, they would take this as an augury of success and press on. Upon their hands and feet then the 2 climbed up and at length were detected by the Philistines. "Behold," they cried in derision, "the Hebrews come forth out of the holes where they have hid themselves. Come up and we will shew you a thing." The omen was favourable, and the 2 pressed on. Strong as a lion and swift as an eagle, 2 Samuel 1 verse 23, Jonathan no sooner reached the summit than he rushed upon his unexpecting foes, and aided by his armour-bearer slew at the first onset upwards of 20 men. Thereupon a sudden and uncontrollable panic seized the garrison and spread to the camp and even the marauding hordes in the neighbourhood. A simultaneous earthquake, 1 Samuel 14 verse 15, increased the confusion, and when Saul's watchmen at Gibeah looked towards the opposite end of the gorge of Michmash, they beheld the multitudes melting away, going and beating down one another. Unable to explain the cause of this sudden movement, the king ordered the high priest Haire to inquire who had left the Israelite camp. On ascertaining that Jonathan was leading an attack upon the enemy, he would have a second time consulted the ark of God. But while he was talking, the noise of the Philistine host grew louder and louder. On this, he bade the high priest stay his inquiries, and putting himself at the head of his 600 followers, he rushed up the defile, and on reaching the opposite side, found that a general panic had seized the foe. Every man's hand was against his fellow, and there was a great discomfiture. 1 Samuel 14 verse 20. It was the signal for a general rising. Even the Israelites in the Philistine camp turned against their captors, and were quickly joined by others of their brethren, who till now had remained concealed in the mountains of Ephraim. Onwards the pursuit swept over the high ground of Bethel and down the pass of Beth Horon to Ajalon. In the excitement of the hour, and carried away by that rash impetuosity which henceforth seemed to mar all his actions, Saul cried to heaven, "Cursed be the man that eateth any food until evening, that I may be avenged of mine enemies." 1 Samuel 14 verse 24. He had not yet encountered his heroic son, and the fasting people were spent and wearied. Soon the pursuit lay through a forest bedewed in divers places with the droppings of wild honey. Overcome with his exertions, which had brought such glory to the nation, and unaware of his father's rash adjuration, Jonathan put forth the end of his staff into a honeycomb, and therewith refreshed his parched lips. An Israelite saw what he had done, and revealed the terms of the royal curse. "My father hath troubled the land," said he, and once more mingled in the pursuit. 1 Samuel 14, verses 24 to 32. The day must now have been far advanced, and the host, utterly unable to endure any longer the enforced fast, flew upon the spoil, and taking sheep and oxen, slew them on the ground, devouring the fresh carcasses even with the blood. When the news of this infraction of the law was announced to Saul, he directed that a large stone should be set up to serve as a kind of altar. Still eager and impetuous, late as it was, he wished to continue the pursuit and to spoil the Philistines till the morning light. The more prudent Haire suggested that the divine will should first be ascertained. Arrayed in his ephod, 1 Samuel 14 verse 3, he consulted probably the breastplate of judgment, while the king inquired of the Lord, "Shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hand of Israel?" But no answer was vouchsafed. The oracle was dumb. Suspecting there was something to intercept the divine response, Saul proposed to ascertain the cause by appealing to the sacred lot, exclaiming with all his former rashness, "As the Lord liveth, though the sin be found in Jonathan my son, he shall surely die." In solemn silence the chiefs of the host divided. Saul and Jonathan stood on one side, the people on the other. The lot was cast, and it was ascertained that the sin lay between the king and his son. Again the lot was cast, and this time Jonathan was taken. Adjured by his father, the youthful conqueror confessed that with his staff he had taken and eaten some honey. Saul declared he would abide by his vow, and Jonathan would have fallen a victim to the royal rashness had not the people interfered. With a determination he dared not oppose, they declared that not one hair of his head should fall to the ground. Thus Jonathan was saved, and Saul returned to his native hills, and the Philistines defeated and disgraced to their fertile lowlands. 1 Samuel 14, verses 24 to 46. End of Book 8, Chapter 4 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 8, Chapter 5 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear, Book 8, Chapter 5, Saul and the Amalekites, David and Goliath, 1 Samuel chapters 15 through 17, BC 1079 to 1063. This signal victory materially confirmed Saul's supremacy. Acting no longer merely on the defensive, he now directed expeditions against Moab, Ammon, Edom, and even the king of Zobah, a region east of Coel Syria and extending toward the Euphrates. While in the full tide of his success, he received a visit from Samuel, who on the strength of a divine command entrusted him with a commission which he was to execute to the very letter. The treacherous hostility of the powerful tribe of Amalek, when they fell upon the exhausted rear of the Israelites at their departure from Egypt, had not been forgotten by God. Exodus 17 verses 8 and 14, Numbers 24 and verse 20. Since then they had, on more than one occasion, evinced the same hostility. They were now devoted to utter destruction. "Go and smite Amalek," ran the divine commission. "Utterly destroy all they have. Spare them not. Slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." 1 Samuel 15 verses 2 and 3. Thereupon, Saul mustered a force of 210,000 at Telaim in southern Judah, and after warning the Kenites to betake themselves to a place of safety, he attacked the Amalekites and smote them from Havilah to Shur. All the people he utterly destroyed, but in direct violation of the express instructions he had received, spared all the best of the spoil and Agag the Amalekite king. Returning from this expedition, he set up a place, or probably a monument, of his victory at Carmel in the mountainous country of Judah, and thence repaired to Gilgal. A divine intimation had already made known to Samuel how imperfectly the king had executed his commission, and with a heavy heart he went forth to meet him. With a haste which betrayed the misgivings of his conscience, Saul no sooner saw the prophet than he boasted of his execution of the divine mandate. But Samuel was not thus to be deceived. The bleating of the sheep and the lowing of oxen on all sides revealed but too clearly the lax interpretation which Saul had chosen to put upon his instructions, and he only increased his condemnation by trying to throw the blame of his own shortcomings upon the people, who he declared had spared the best of the spoil to sacrifice to Jehovah. The prophet sternly reminded him that Jehovah had far more delight in obedience to his commands than in burnt offerings and sacrifices, and for the second time intimated that the continuance of his dynasty was forfeited. He had rejected the word of God, and the Lord had rejected him from being king. 1 Samuel 15 verses 12 through 23. With much contrition, Saul then confessed his error, and as the prophet turned to depart, grasped the skirt of his mantle to induce him to stay. The mantle rent, and Samuel interpreted the omen. The Lord had rent the kingdom from its unworthy head, and designed it for a neighbour of his, who was better than he. Without denying the justice of the sentence, Saul entreated the granting of one concession, imploring Samuel to honour him before the elders of his people, and turn with him and worship Jehovah. The prophet yielded, and for the last time the two offered sacrifice together. But if Saul had neglected his duty, Samuel could not forget the captive king whom the divine decree had devoted to death. He ordered Agag to be brought before him. The king came forward delicately, remarking as if to disarm hostility, "Surely the bitterness of death is past." "As thy sword," rejoined the prophet, "hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women." And he hewed him in pieces before the Lord. The commission of Jehovah thus vindicated, Saul returned to Gibeah, and Samuel to Ramah, there to mourn for one whose career, once so hopeful, was now obscured with such dark forebodings of coming doom. 1 Samuel 15 verses 24 to 35. The sorrow of Samuel for Saul's shortcomings was real, but he was before long roused from his grief by a divine commission to take a horn of oil and go to Bethlehem, there to anoint another king. Fear lest the purport of his errand should reach Saul's ears would have deterred him from venturing on the journey, but he was bidden to take a heifer and invite the elders of the town to a sacrificial feast. In obedience to this command, he left Ramah and proceeded on his way. As he ascended the long grey hill leading to the village, his approach was discerned by the elders, who trembled when they saw the venerable prophet. "Comest thou peaceably?" they inquired anxiously. "Peaceably," was the reply, and they were bidden to prepare to accompany him to the feast. Amongst those invited on this occasion was Jesse, sprung from one of the oldest families in the place, the son of Obed and grandson of the Moabitess Ruth. He was an aged man at this time, and the father of 8 sons, of whom 7 now accompanied him to the feast. 1 Samuel 17 verse 12. When they were all assembled and waiting to commence, the prophet looked upon the eldest, the tall Eliab, and thought that of a surety he beheld the Lord's anointed. But the divine voice bade him not to look upon his countenance or the height of his stature, for the Lord, who looketh not upon the outward appearance but upon the heart, had refused him. Then the old man's 2nd son, Abinadab, passed before him, and his 3rd son, Shammah, and after them 4 other sons. But the Lord had chosen none of them. "Are here all thy children?" inquired Samuel. "There remaineth yet the youngest," said Jesse, "and behold, he keepeth the sheep." "Send and fetch him," rejoined the prophet. "Till he come hither, we cannot sit around." 1 Samuel 16, verse 11, margin. Accordingly, a messenger was sent to the sheepfolds, and brought in the youngest, David, the beloved, the darling, the Benjamin of Jesse's house. With his shepherd's staff in his hand, his scrip or wallet round his neck, 1 Samuel 17 verse 40, a mere stripling beside the tall Eliab, ruddy or auburn-haired with fair bright eyes, comely and goodly to look to, 1 Samuel 16 verses 12 and 18, he stood before the prophet. "Arise, anoint him, for this is he," whispered the divine voice. And there in the midst of his brethren and the assembled elders, Samuel poured upon him the consecrated oil, on which the feast so long delayed was celebrated. And Samuel rose up and returned to Ramah. See Psalm 78 verses 70 to 72. Meanwhile the Spirit of God, which came upon David from that day forward, departed from Saul, and an evil spirit troubled him. 1 Samuel 16 verse 14. He became moody and liable to fits of sudden frenzy. To rouse him from this distressing state, his servants advised that a clever player on the harp should be sent for, that by the charms of his music he might soothe his spirit. When inquiry was made for such a minstrel, one of the royal servants mentioned the name of the son of Jesse as not only cunning in playing, but of tried valour, prudent in speech, comely in person, and prospered with the blessing of the Lord. 1 Samuel 16 verse 18. Saul thereupon sent for him, and Jesse dispatched him with a humble offering. Even the troubled spirit of the king was soothed by the music of the future psalmist of Israel. He loved him, and made him not only his minstrel, but his armour-bearer, and retained him about his person. 1 Samuel 16 verse 21. When the paroxysms of Saul's malady abated, David would seem to have returned to his old occupations on the bleak downs of Bethlehem, where his faithfulness in a few things fitted him to become a ruler over many things. His shepherd life called into action some of the best qualities in human nature. Firmness, nerve, energy, and constancy were all required of him, who would in true devotion to his calling endure the heat by day and the frost by night. Genesis 31 verse 40. Climb narrow ledges and scale lofty precipices in quest of pasture for his flocks, and defend them against wild beasts such as lions and wolves, bears and panthers, or robbers of the desert. All these tests David had stood. His strength and courage were well known beyond the boundaries of his native village. Once during his solitary shepherd life, a lion, and at another time a bear, attacked his father's flock. He fled not like a hireling shepherd, but put his life in his hand and went after them and slew them. 1 Samuel 17 verses 34 to 37. Meanwhile, the ever-active Philistines had once more risen in arms against the Israelites. Gathering together their forces, they took up a position on a height, which, probably from being the scene of frequent sanguinary encounters, was known as Ephes Dammim, the boundary of blood, situated on the frontier hills of Judah between Soko and Azekah. Separated from their foes by a deep ravine or glen, Saul and his followers pitched on the north side of the valley of Elah, the Terebinth. For 40 mornings and evenings there descended into this valley from the camp of the Philistines a giant named Goliath of Gath. Of enormous height and clad in complete armour, he openly defied any one of the Hebrew host to mortal combat, and offered to stake the supremacy of either people on the issue. Even the tall, majestic Saul declined the challenge, and, like his people, was dismayed and greatly afraid. 1 Samuel 17 and verse 11. While the two armies thus stood confronting each other, early one morning, David entered the camp, having been bidden by his father to visit his 3 eldest brothers, then serving in the army. As he drew near the outskirts of the camp, the host with the well-known war cry was advancing to take up its daily position in battle array. Hastily leaving with the keeper of the baggage the provisions which his father had sent as a present to their captain, he hurried within the lines and was in the act of saluting his brethren when the voice of the giant was audible, calling across the ravine his morning challenge. David heard his words of haughty defiance, and lost in wonder at the despondency of the people, listened eagerly to the bystanders as they recounted the reward which the king had promised to bestow on anyone who was willing to accept the giant's challenge, and slew him in the fight. Heeding nothing the taunts of his eldest brother Eliab, who would have had him mind the few sheep he had left amidst the pastures of Bethlehem, instead of coming thither to see the battle, He went from soldier to soldier, listening again and again to the account of the king's promised reward, till at length his bold defiance of the giant reached the ears of Saul. 1 Samuel 17, verse 31. Summoned into the royal presence, David declared his readiness to go forth and encounter his gigantic foe, and at Saul's request tried on his armour, which however did not fit him, and he speedily put it off again. Then, choosing 5 smooth stones from the dry torrent bed which ran through the ravine, he placed them in his shepherd's scrip, and with his staff in one hand and a sling in the other, drew near the Philistine. The latter, enraged at the youthful appearance of his assailant, cursed him by his gods and threatened to give his flesh to the fowls of the air and the beasts of the field. Undismayed, David returned threat for threat, and as his foe drew near, put his hand into his bag and took thence a stone, which he slang with all his might, and smote the Philistine in his forehead, that the stone sank into his forehead, and he fell upon his face to the earth. Then, without delay, he stood upon the prostrate body, and drawing the giant's huge sword from its sheath, finished the work by cutting off his head. The sight of their champion lying weltering in his blood filled the Philistines with consternation, and they commenced a precipitate flight. Raising their well-known war cry, the Israelites then rushed across the ravine and up the opposite heights, and chased their foes to the gates of Ekron and Gath, and spoiled their tents. On their return, the youthful warrior, who had in so signal a manner proved that the Lord saved not with sword and spear, bearing the head of his gigantic enemy in his hand, was conducted to Saul's tent by Abner, the king's uncle and captain of the host. Some 2 or 3 years had probably elapsed since the days when David soothed Saul's melancholy with the strings of his harp, and in his altered visage the king did not recognize his former minstrel. But he now took him permanently into his service, and would let him no more return to his father's house. 1 Samuel 18, verse 2. End of Book 8, Chapter 5 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia.
Book 8, Chapter 6 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Todd Manning, Raleigh, North Carolina. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 8, Chapter 6, David's Life as an Outlaw. 1 Samuel 18 through 23, BC 1063 through 1061. The victory over Goliath was the turning point in David's life. He was now no longer the obscure shepherd of Bethlehem, but the recognized deliverer of Israel and the chief of Saul's men of war. 1 Samuel 18, verse 5. Moreover, he now became the devoted friend of Jonathan, the king's son. The hero of Michmash would naturally sympathize with the daring shepherd of Bethlehem, and his soul was knit with the soul of David. 1 Samuel 18, verse 1 compares 2 Samuel 1, verse 26. The two ratified a solemn vow of undying friendship, and Jonathan bestowed on his newfound friend almost every article of his attire, not only his costly robe that he wore, but even his sword, his bow, and his girdle. 1 Samuel 18, verse 4. But the hour of David's triumph was the signal for the commencement of those embittered relations which subsisted between him and Saul till the day of the latter's death. As the royal party returned from the valley of Elah, they were met by companies of Hebrew maidens, who in their songs expressed the discerning feelings of the nation, singing, "Saul hath slain thousands, and David his 10,000s." To the king, this was gall and wormwood. In the youthful warrior, he saw that other more worthy than himself, for whom the kingdom was designed, and he eyed him from that day forward. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 9. As the king's armor-bearer, David did not neglect his musical talents, and when Saul's fits of madness were upon him, he soothed him with the strains of his harp. But more than once he did so at the peril of his life, for in a sudden paroxysm of rage, the king flung at him the long spear he held in his hand, and would have pinned him to the wall had he not escaped out of his presence. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 11. Perceiving that the divine favor was withdrawn from himself, Saul now became afraid of David, and in hope of getting rid of him, gave him the command of 1,000 men. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 13, and sent him on several expeditions. But David's uniform success and the prudence he displayed only won for him still more the favor of the people. The king then tried other expedients. He promised him his eldest daughter Merom in marriage, on condition that he fought against the Philistines. David went, and instead of falling in battle, only covered himself with fresh glory. But when the time for marriage came, Merom was given to another. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 19. Meanwhile, Michal, the king's second daughter, had fallen in love with her father's armor-bearer. As if to bring his previous designs to positive fulfillment, Saul named as her dowry proof that David had slain 100 of the Philistines. At the head of his men, David went, and slew twice that number, and brought the required proofs of their death. The marriage was celebrated, and David became captain of the royal bodyguard, second only, if not equal, to Abner. But the king's jealousy of his successful rival was only the more increased, and he went so far as to propose to Jonathan and his servants that David should be put out of the way, and was only dissuaded by the moving intercession of Jonathan himself. A partial reconciliation with the king ensued, and David returned to court. But his life was not more secure. On one occasion, his own vigilance in eluding the royal javelin. On another, the devotion of his wife Michal alone saved his life. On the last occasion, the officers charged to put him to death had actually penetrated into his chamber, but only to find in the bed, in place of the object of their search, an image, or household god, with the head enveloped in a net of goat's hair. During the night his wife had let him down from the window. Compare Psalms 59. David now fled away to Naioth, the huts or habitations near Ramah, where he enjoyed a brief respite from danger and anxiety in the congenial society of the aged Samuel, whom he had not seen since the occurrence at Bethlehem, and of the company of prophets there gathered together under his superintendence. News of his hiding place reached the ears of Saul, who forthwith sent messengers to take him. But the sight of the prophets performing their sacred functions under the eye of the venerable Samuel, and their strains of sacred melody, so wrought upon the messengers, that they could not refrain from joining their religious exercises. A similar issue attended a second and even a third deputation. At length Saul went in person to the great well or cistern of Shishu, not far from Ramah, and inquired for the prophet and the fugitive. But as he drew near the place, he himself could not resist the prophetic impulse, and for the second time justified the inquiry, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" 1 Samuel, verse 19, number 24. Thus the danger was for the time averted, but this state of suspense was intolerable, and David felt there was but a step between him and death. Probably by Samuel's advice, he now obtained a secret interview with Jonathan at Ezel, a well-known stone near Gibeah. In pathetic language, he poured out his whole soul to his friend, and besought him to make an effort to ascertain once and for all the real feelings of his father, which he might think had undergone a change after the incidents at Naioth. The morrow was a festival of the new moon. Saul would hold a solemn feast, and at his table would sit Abner and Jonathan. But David's place would be vacant. The demeanor of the king on observing his absence was to be taken as an omen. If he acquiesced in Jonathan's explanation that David was absent at a similar festival under the family roof at Bethlehem, all would be well. If he was wroth, then it would be certain that the old grudge was not healed, and that evil was determined against him. A solemn compact was then ratified between the two. Jonathan undertook to ascertain his father's mind. David promised to shew kindness not only to Jonathan himself, but to all his posterity. 1 Samuel, verse 20, Numbers 5 through 10. When this compact had been duly ratified, Jonathan suggested an expedient whereby the news was made known to David. Within 3 days he would again repair to the great stone, with his bow and arrows, and accompanied by a little lad. He would then shoot 3 arrows, as though he shot at a mark, and his words to the lad, which David would overhear, must decide the point. If he said to the lad, "Behold, arrows are on the side of thee, take them," then David might come forth and know that all was well. If he said, "The arrows are beyond thee," then he might go his way, certain that the wrath of the king could not be appeased. The day came, and David repaired to his hiding place. In due time, Jonathan and his little lad appeared, and the 3 arrows were shot as agreed upon. And as the lad ran to pick them up, he cried, "Is not the arrow beyond thee?" Then David knew that he must fly, and when the lad was gone to carry back the bow and arrows to Gibeah, rose from his hiding place, and with passionate embraces and many tears parted from his friend, who once more commended his posterity to his care. 1 Samuel, verse 20, Numbers 35 through 42. David now betook himself to Nob, a sacerdotal city in the tribe of Benjamin, and situated on an eminence near Jerusalem. Here the high priest Abimelech resided with the tabernacle, and trembled when he saw the captain general of the royal troops approaching alone, and unattended by his usual retinue. But David disarmed his suspicions by pretending a secret mission from the king, and in this character obtained, in the future of other bread, the sacred loaves of shewbread, which having served their turn in the weekly course, were about to be replaced by new loaves. With these and the sword of Goliath, which was brought forth from its receptacle behind the ephod, he fled away, resolved to seek refuge amongst his enemies, the Philistines. On his arrival at the court of Achish, king of Gath, he was recognized by the royal guards as the famous champion of Israel, and the sword he carried doubtless recalled bitter memories of the valley of Elah. He was accordingly thrown into prison, but in this dilemma he changed his behavior, scrabbled on the doors of the gates, let his spittle fall upon his beard, and gave every sign of being insane. The Oriental respect for madness procured him his release, and he was suffered to depart. From the lowlands of the Philistines, he now betook himself to the town of Adullam, Joshua verse 15, number 35, at the foot of the mountain range of Judea, and found a secure retreat in one of the extensive caves, with which the limestone cliffs of the neighborhood are pierced. News of his coming reached Bethlehem, 1 Samuel verse 22, number 1. And straightway his brethren and all his father's house, feeling perhaps insecure from Saul's vengeance, came down to his stronghold from the Judean hills. These probably included his nephews, the sons of Zeruiah, Job, and Abishai, but besides these were 400 men who joined him from various motives, some from distress, others to avoid exacting creditors, others from some private sorrow. Not considering, however, his aged father and mother secure even in this secluded spot, David hastily crossed the Jordan and conveyed them into the friendly territory of Moab, and there consigned them to the king, who agreed to protect them. 1 Samuel, verse 32, Numbers 3 and 4. By the advice of his friend, the prophet Gad, he now retired to the forests of Hereth, not far from Adullam. It was probably while he was here in hold that the sons of Zeruiah performed the memorable exploit recorded in 2 Samuel, verse 23, Numbers 14 through 17, 1 Chronicles, verse 21, Numbers 16 through 19. A garrison of the Philistines had established themselves even in David's native town of Bethlehem. One day, sorely tried by thirst, he expressed a longing for the delicious water of its well near the gate. Upon the word, the 3 heroes burst through the Philistine forces and returned with the much coveted draught. But their leader would not drink of the blood of the men, that had gone in jeopardy of their lives, and poured it forth as a libation before the Lord. Other bands now joined him. Amongst these were 11 mighty men, their faces like the faces of lions, their feet as swift as the roes upon the mountains. 1 Chronicles verse 12, number 8. From the uplands of Gad beyond Jordan, who swam that river when it had overflowed all its banks. 1 Chronicles verse 12, number 15. And found their way to his hold. They were followed by men, not only from the tribe of Judah, but from that of Benjamin, with their chief Amasai. This defection of members of Saul's own tribe at first excited David's suspicion, but the straightforward, honest words of their leader convinced him of their sincerity, and he associated them in the command of his band of 600 faithful followers. 1 Chronicles verse 12, number 16 through 18. Meanwhile, the Philistines attacked Keilah, a town of uncertain situation in the lowland district of Judah, and robbed the threshing floors. At first David's men, in spite of a divine assurance of success, feared to relieve the place, and so incur the hostility of their powerful foe. A second assurance restored their courage. Keilah was rescued, and the Philistines defeated with great slaughter. Whilst here David was joined by another and an important ally in the person of Abiathar, the son of the high priest Amalek, bearing sad intelligence. On the day of David's visit to Nob, there was a stranger watching intently all that took place between him and the high priest. This was Doeg, an Edomite, and the chief of Saul's herdmen. 1 Samuel verse 21, number 7. When the king was deploring at Gibeah the defection even of his own tribe, Doeg poured into the royal ear his version of what had occurred at Nob. Transported with rage, the king sent for Amalek and all the priests of the line of Ithamar, and charged him with befriending his enemies. In vain, the high priest repelled the charge. Saul sentenced the entire body of the priests to instant death, and gave the signal to his guard to execute it, but they declined to imbrue their hands in such a bloody murder. Thereupon he called on Doeg, who straightway obeyed, and falling upon the unresisting priests, slew in one day 75 persons that did wear a linen ephod. Not content with this, the king put the entire population of the place to the sword, both men and women, children and sucklings. 1 Samuel verse 22, number 19. Such was the sad news which the solitary survivor of the house of Ithamar now announced to David. "I knew it," replied the latter. "I knew it. That day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul, 'I have occasioned the death of all the persons of thy father's house.'" From this day forward, Abiathar remained with David, and having brought with him the high priest's ephod, was enabled by his oracular answers materially to aid David's movements on occasions of difficulty or danger. Meanwhile, the entry of his rival into a town that had gates and bars, 1 Samuel verse 23, number 7, inspired Saul with the hope of at length capturing David. Summoning his forces, as if for a regular military expedition, he marched down to Keilah to besiege him and his followers. Aware of the king's secret designs, David consulted the divine will by means of the ephod, and thus ascertaining the intention of the townspeople to betray him, he and his men departed, and went whithersoever they could. 1 Samuel verse 23, number 13. End of Book 8, Chapter 6.
Book 8, Chapter 7 of a Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 8, Chapter 7. David at Ziklag. Battle of Mount Gilboa. 1 Samuel 24 through 31. BC 1061 through 1056. From Keilah, David now removed to a stronghold in the wilderness of Ziph, in the highlands of Judah, between Carmel and Judah, about 3 miles south of Hebron. Hither Saul pursued him with ceaseless zeal, but was utterly unable to discover his hiding place. Jonathan, however, sought him out and found him in a neighboring wood, and strengthened his hand in God, assuring him of his belief that his father would never find him, that he would live to come to the throne, and that he himself should be next unto him. The former covenant was now for the 3rd time ratified, and the two friends parted, never to meet again. 1 Samuel 23, 16 through 18. Meanwhile, Saul returned to Gibeah, whither messengers from the Ziphites followed him with news of David's hiding place, and offering to betray him into his hands. Thereupon the king set out, and so close were the pursuer and pursued on one another's track, that while David was climbing down one side of a cliff in the waste pasture ground of Maon, in the extreme south of Judah, Saul and his men were posted to intercept them on the other. But the arrival of a messenger, with news of a sudden inroad of the Philistines, obliged the king to discontinue the pursuit, and the name of the spot, Selah Hamaleketh, the Cliff of Divisions, long commemorated David's narrow escape. 1 Samuel 23:28. En-gedi, or the Spring of the Wild Goats, a town on the western shore of the Dead Sea, was his next hiding place, and the scene of an instance of magnanimity on his part, rare at all times, especially rare amongst Oriental nations. The panic of the Philistine invasion being over, Saul advanced to En-gedi at the head of 3,000 men, and on one occasion entered one of the numerous caves of the neighborhood. David and his men, seeing but not seen, were concealed in the dark recesses of the same retreat. Had he listened to the advice of his men, he might now have surprised and slain his unsuspecting foe, but he contented himself with cutting off the skirt of the royal robe. Even for this, however, his heart smote him, and bidding his men remember that the king was his master and the Lord's anointed, 1 Samuel 24:6, he refused to permit them to rise up against him. Presently Saul left the cave, and then David followed, and cried after him, "My lord the king." Saul looked behind him, and David, bowing before him with his face to the ground, expostulated with him in words of touching beauty, and in the skirt of his robe bade him behold a pledge of his unwillingness to do him any harm. Even Saul himself was deeply moved, and lifted up his voice and wept, frankly acknowledging the generosity of his rival. He then owned how well he knew David was to be the future king, and made him solemnly swear not to visit his own ill will on his posterity, or destroy his name out of his father's house. All this David faithfully undertook to perform, but knowing well the capriciousness of the king, did not quit his stronghold. About this time the aged prophet Samuel died, and all the Israelites were gathered together, and lamented him, and buried him within the walls of his own house at Ramah. 1 Samuel 25:1. The relations of David towards the neighboring landholders is strikingly illustrated by an incident which now took place. On the neighboring range of Carmel, dwelt a rich sheepmaster named Nabal. In these troublous times, his shepherds experienced more than usual difficulty in safely keeping his 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. The presence, therefore, of David's valiant men was a matter of no small importance, for instead of injuring or robbing them, they were a wall unto them, both by day and by night. 1 Samuel 25:15-17. Hearing that Nabal was about to shear his sheep, an occasion of much festivity, David sent 10 of his retinue to request a small reward for the kindness he had ever shown to his shepherds. This Nabal, who was notorious for his churlish temper, flatly and insultingly refused. Enraged at such selfish insolence, David resolved on vengeance. Leaving 200 men to guard the baggage, he marched with the remaining 400 towards Carmel, and would certainly have inflicted severe punishment on the churlish sheepmaster had he not on the way encountered his beautiful and prudent wife Abigail, who, informed of her husband's uncivil conduct, had come forth to meet him with a long train of asses laden with provisions. In language courteous and politic, she deprecated his vengeance, frankly allowing that, as for her husband, Nabal, fool was his name, and folly was with him. 1 Samuel 25:25. David consented to desist from his determined revenge, and Abigail returned to find her lord drinking to excess at the feast. The next morning she told him of the risk he had run, and his heart died within him, and he became as a stone. 1 Samuel 25:37. Smitten with a sudden stroke, he only lingered 10 days when he died. Thereupon David married Abigail, and besides her, his wife Michal having been bestowed by Saul upon another, he espoused Ahinoam of Jezreel, 1 Samuel 25:43-44, a town in the neighborhood of the southern Carmel. See Joshua 15:56. Returning once more to the old hiding place in the pasture country of Ziph and the neighboring hill of Hachilah, the secret of his retreat was again betrayed to Saul by the Ziphites, who at the head of 3,000 men went forth to capture David. 1 Samuel 26:3. Informed of his approach, David retired from the hill to the lower ground, the wood which then covered the country concealing him from view. Saul advanced to the hill, and there pitched his tent, with Abner his captain general and his forces round about him. Accompanied by his nephew Abishai, David, in the dead of the night, penetrated through the lines to the spot where the king slept within the baggage, his spear stuck in the ground at his bolster. Again Abishai bade him take advantage of the opportunity, and asked permission to smite but once the sleeping king, promising not to smite a second time. But again David refused, and contented himself with taking the royal spear and the cruse of water from his bolster, and passing through the lines of sleeping warriors, went over to the other side, and standing on the top of a hill afar off, called across the long intervening space to Abner, who was sunk in heavy sleep after the fatigues of the day. Roused by the strange voice disturbing the still midnight air, Abner awoke and asked who called. Then David reproached him for the little care he had taken of his master, and in the well-known royal spear and the cruse of water, bade him see a second proof of his generosity towards an unrelenting foe. Presently Saul himself awoke and recognized the voice of David. Again the fugitive pleaded in moving words with the pursuer, and again Saul, touched to the heart with admiration for his magnanimous rival, acknowledged his own guilt and bestowed a blessing upon him. 1 Samuel 26:13-25. This last occurrence seems to have convinced David that there was no hope of any permanent change in the king's feelings towards himself. 1 Samuel 27:1. And he therefore determined to seek refuge once more among the Philistines. No longer a solitary fugitive, but accompanied by his 2 wives and his 600 followers with their households, he again presented himself before the king of Gath. In answer to his petition for a place in some town in the country, Achish assigned to him and his retinue the town of Ziklag, situated at some distance from Gath, towards the south or southeast of the Philistine frontier. 1 Samuel 27:5. His stay here lasted over a year and 4 months, and during this period he and his men made an expedition against the Jeshurites, Gezrites, and Amalekites, who roamed over the desert plateau overhanging the Philistine plain, and having carried off enormous booty, lest the truth should reach the ears of Achish, saved neither man nor woman alive. The king, however, did hear of the expedition, but in reply to his inquiries, was assured that it had been directed against the country south of Judah and against the south of the Kenites. Satisfied with this proof of the fidelity of his vassal, he rejoiced that David had made his own people Israel utterly to abhor him, and deemed it an earnest of still greater services. 1 Samuel 27:8-12. Before long, the Philistines gathered their armies together for another and a decisive contest with the Israelites for the supremacy. Achish and his contingent prepared to take part in the expedition, and as his vassal, David consented to accompany him with his 600 men. Aphek, near Jezreel, was fixed upon as the place of rendezvous, and thither, probably along the sea-coast, the hundreds and thousands of the Philistines poured up from their fertile lowlands. As David passed on the way to Aphek, 7 valiant chiefs, captains of thousands of the powerful tribe of Manasseh, instead of joining Saul's army, preferred to throw in their lot with him and share his fortunes. 1 Chronicles 12:19-21. But the unsuspecting confidence of Achish in his newfound vassal was not shared by the other Philistine chiefs, and they protested against David's followers being allowed to accompany them. Achish was therefore constrained, much against his will, to dismiss him, and with the first dawn, David set out on his return to Ziklag. 1 Samuel 29:11. On arriving there, no town was to be found, nothing but a mass of burning ruins. During his absence, the Amalekites had burst upon the place, burnt it to the ground, and carried off David's wives and those of his retinue, whose faith in their leader, now for the first and only time, seems to have failed, and in the extremity of their grief, they even threatened to stone him to death. It was a critical moment, but David's old trust did not fail him, and he encouraged himself in the Lord his God. 1 Samuel 30:6. Abiathar was bidden to bring the ephod and ascertain the divine will. "Shall I pursue after this troop?" David inquired. The reply was favorable, and his 600 men, accompanied by the chiefs of Manasseh, set out in the direction of the brook Besser, a wadi somewhere in the extreme south of Judah. Here 200 of his forces were so spent that he was fain to leave them by the brook, while the remainder, pressing on, found in a field an Egyptian at the point of death, who had neither eaten bread nor drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights. But being supplied by David's men with food and drink, he revived, revealed that he was a slave of one of the Amalekite chiefs, and on promise of his life, consented to guide the avengers to their foes. On coming up with them, they were found spread abroad upon all the earth, eating, drinking, and dancing in honor of their late victory. 1 Samuel 30:16. The attack was instantly made, and David smote them from the twilight of the early dawn to the evening of the next day, till none remained, save only 400 young men, who effected their escape on camels. With all the captives recovered, and enormous spoil, the conqueror returned to Ziklag, and was now for the first time enabled to requite the kindness of many of his own tribe, who had protected him during the long period of his wanderings, and distributed of the spoil to the elders of many friendly towns. 1 Samuel 30:26-31. 2 days after his return, news arrived of the utmost importance respecting the Philistine invasion. With their chariots and horses, the Philistines had pressed forward towards the plain of Esdraelon, and pitched their camp by Shunem on the southern slope of the range now called Little Hermon, or Jebel Edduhi, while Saul encamped his forces on the opposite heights of Mount Gilboa, at the fountain that is in Jezreel on the eastern side of the plain. As he beheld the masses of his foes passing on by hundreds and thousands, the Israelite king was filled with the utmost alarm. 1 Samuel 28:5. In this dreadful crisis, he felt himself utterly alone. Samuel, his old adviser, had been some time dead. The cruel massacre at Nob had alienated from him the entire priestly body. He inquired of the Lord, but the Lord answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by Urim, nor by prophets. 1 Samuel 28:6. Alone and distrusted even by his own army, he bade inquiry be made for a woman that had a familiar spirit. After diligent search, it was ascertained that by going a distance of about 7 or 8 miles to Endor, he would find, in one of the dark and gloomy caverns with which the mountain here is hollowed, a woman who might serve his purpose. Disguising himself, therefore, and accompanied by 2 of his retinue, the unhappy king set out under cover of night. It was an undertaking perilous in the extreme, and nothing but the agony of despair would have induced him to venture upon it. Stealing down the mountain from the camp, the 3 crossed the shoulder of the very hill on which the Philistines were entrenched, and made for Endor, which lay behind Shunem. Reaching the cave, the king told the witch the object of his coming. He longed to have one more interview with his old adviser, the prophet Samuel, and desired her, by her arts, to bring him up. At first the woman demurred, and pleaded the danger of exciting the wrath of the king, who in better days had distinguished himself by his zeal against all magic and sorcery. But her visitor calmed her fears. She exercised her arts, and the awful form of Samuel, an old man, and covered with a mantle, appeared. Bowing himself with his face to the earth, Saul made known his deep distress. "The Philistines," said he, "make war against me. God is departed from me, and answereth me no more, neither by prophets nor by dreams. I have called thee, that thou mayest make known unto me what I shall do." 1 Samuel 28:15. In reply, the prophet could only inform the king that the day of doom was near. "Tomorrow," said he, "the Lord will deliver Israel with thee into the hand of the Philistines, and tomorrow shalt thou and thy sons be with me." This awful sentence utterly prostrated the unhappy king. He fell with the fullness of his stature all along upon the earth. 1 Samuel 28:20, marginal. For a day and a night he had eaten nothing, and now there was no more strength in him. With the utmost difficulty, the woman and his 2 attendants succeeded in compelling him to partake of food, and then he rose up, once more crossed the shoulder of the hill, and reached the heights of Gilboa. 1 Samuel 28:21-25. The next morning broke, and the Philistines made their onset. The Israelite leader, with his doom upon him, could do little in such a crisis. His army was driven up the sides of Gilboa, and as it fled from the victorious Philistines, numbers were slain on the heights. Resolved on striking a decisive blow, the Philistine archers and charioteers followed hard after Saul and his sons. 3 of the latter, including the valiant Jonathan, were slain outright, and Saul himself was sore wounded. In this extremity, he implored of his armor-bearer to thrust him through with his sword, and put an end to his sufferings. But his armor-bearer refused, and Saul, taking his own sword, fell upon it and died, and the other then followed his example. The rout of the Israelites was now complete, and extended even to the tribes beyond the Jordan. Even here the Israelites fled from their cities, and the Philistines dwelt in them. 1 Samuel 31:7. On the morrow, after this disastrous battle, the bodies of Saul and his 3 sons were found by the Philistines when they came to strip the slain. With savage glee, they cut off his head, stripped him of his armor, and sent it into their own land to be placed as a trophy in the temple of Ashtaroth, probably at Ashdod, and fastened his body and those of his 3 sons to the wall overhanging the open space in front of the gate of the Canaanite city of Beth-shan. On the mountain range beyond Jordan, in full view of Beth-shan, was the town of Jabesh-Gilead, by his heroic relief of which Saul had inaugurated his reign. Hearing from the fugitives what had occurred to their king, the grateful inhabitants, mindful of past services, determined that his remains should not continue thus dishonored. Their valiant men arose, crossed the Jordan, and under cover of night took down his body and those of his sons, buried them under the terebinth of their native town, and fasted 7 days. 1 Samuel 31:13. Such was the news David now received at Ziklag from a young Amalekite who had been present at the battle. Deeming himself sure of the reward that greeted the bearer of glad tidings, he had brought with him Saul's crown and the bracelet that was on his arm, and pretended to have slain him at his own request. 2 Samuel 1:1-12. But David's wrath was kindled, and having sternly rebuked him for touching the Lord's anointed, he bade one of his young men put him to death, and then burst into a strain of passionate lamentation over Saul and Jonathan. Forgetting all that had passed between him and the fallen king, he remembered only the better features of his character, while towards Jonathan his whole soul gushed forth in expressions of the tenderest affection. 2 Samuel 1:17-27. End of Book 8, Chapter 7.
Book 9, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. Book 9, The Reigns of David and Solomon. Chapter 1, David's Reign at Hebron. 2 Samuel, chapters 2-4. 1055 to 1048 BC. The hour which the prophet of Ramah had long ago foretold was now come. The long period of trial and discipline was over. The brave shepherd, the conqueror of Goliath, the daring but prudent leader of attached followers, was the only one left to whom the Israelites could look for guidance in this great crisis of their national history. But though the way was open, David did not enter upon it without seeking divine direction. "Shall I go up into any of the cities of Judah?" he inquired of the Lord, and the Lord bade him go up to Hebron, the ancient sacred city of the tribe of Judah, the burial place of the patriarch, and the inheritance of Caleb. Accordingly, leaving Ziklag, he repaired thither with his 2 wives, Ahinoam and Abigail, and his faithful band of 600, and there the chiefs of Judah, now after a long period of obscurity to become the ruling tribe, anointed him as their king. His first act after his accession was to thank the men of Jabesh-Gilead for their bravery in removing the corpses of Saul and his sons from the walls of Bethshan. 2 Samuel chapter 2, verses 1-7. Of the family of the late king, there now remained only Ishbosheth, his youngest son, and Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, a child but 5 years old. Ishbosheth, according to the law of Oriental succession, ascended the throne, and under the protection of his kinsman, the powerful Abner, established his kingdom at the ancient sanctuary of Mahanaim on the east of the Jordan, ruling over not only the eastern tribes, but the territory of Asher, the plain of Esdraelon, central Ephraim, his own tribe of Benjamin, and eventually over all Israel. 2 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9, excepting only Judah, which remained faithful to David. The first of many skirmishes between the rival kings took place at Gibeon, to the heights of which, in their native Benjamin, Abner and his forces went out from Mahanaim. 2 Samuel chapter 2, verse 12. Thither also, as if to watch their movements, repaired the 3 nephews of David, Joab, Abishai, and Asahel. On the east side of the hill of Gibeon, at the foot of a low cliff, was a large pool or tank, on either side of which the rival forces encamped, and, as if to try their respective strength, Abner proposed that a select body from both sides should engage in combat. Joab accepted the challenge, and 12 picked champions of the party of Ishbosheth met an equal number of the warriors of David. The struggle was desperate. Each combatant caught his fellow by the head and thrust his sword into his side, and thus all fell dead together on a spot henceforth called Helkath Hazarim, the Field of Heroes. This brought on a general engagement, in which the forces of Ishbosheth were defeated, and Abner himself was fain to fly, hotly pursued by Asahel, the youngest of David's nephews, and as light of foot as a wild roe. 2 Samuel chapter 2, verse 18. Abner recognized his fleet pursuer, and advised him to desist from the chase. But the youth, heeding not, pressed on, and Abner, turning back upon him, thrust him through with a spear. The bleeding corpse lay in the middle of the road and was quickly surrounded by the men of Judah, who, as they came up, stood still in mournful astonishment. 2 Samuel chapter 2, verse 23. But the sight of their brother's body only roused Joab and Abishai to greater fury, and they pursued after Abner as far as the hill of Ammah, by the way of the wilderness of Gibeon, which they reached at sunset. There the men of his own tribe of Benjamin rallied round the general of Ishbosheth and stood on the top of the hill, while he cried to the pursuing Joab and implored him not to push matters further. On this, Joab gave the signal for a cessation of the pursuit and drew off his men, and conveying his brother's corpse to Bethlehem, laid it in the ancestral tomb. Then at daybreak he rejoined David at Hebron, to whom he announced the loss of only 19 men in the late encounter. Meanwhile, Abner returned to Mahanaim, whence he carried a series of petty wars with the adherents of David, in which David waxed stronger and stronger, and the house of Saul waxed weaker and weaker. 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. In the course of time, a quarrel with his kinsman and general precipitated the fall of Ishbosheth. Abner had married Rizpah, the daughter of Ajai, and a concubine of Saul. According to the notions of Orientals, this very nearly amounted to treason. Compare 2 Samuel chapter 16, verse 21, chapter 22, verse 3, 1 Kings chapter 2, verses 13 through 25. And as such, Ishbosheth flung it in the teeth of his general. Abner replied in words of utmost anger, and reproaching Ishbosheth with the basest ingratitude, straightway began to open communications with David, who agreed to receive him at Hebron, on the condition that Michal, his former wife, was restored to him. This condition was complied with, and after sounding the chiefs of Israel and of his own tribe, Abner, with 20 men, came to David at Hebron. A feast greeted his arrival, and he departed with the avowed intention of gathering all Israel unto his lord the king. 2 Samuel chapter 3, verses 17 through 21. He had hardly departed from the royal presence when Joab returned from a foray, and was informed of this unexpected visit. Jealous, probably, of a possible rival, and burning with rage against his brother's murder, he remonstrated in no measured terms with David for his imprudence, as he termed it, in admitting the general of Ishbosheth to an audience and sending him away in peace. Then, unknown to the king, he sent messengers after Abner to call him back. Not suspecting treachery, the latter returned to Hebron, and, as he entered the gate, Joab took him aside and stabbed him to death, as he had stabbed his brother Asahel. News of this cruel and treacherous deed roused David's unbounded indignation. Unable to punish the assassin, he imprecated on the house of Joab the most fearful curses, and compelled him to attend the funeral of his murdered victim, robed in sackcloth and wearing all the signs of mourning. He himself fasted till sunset, and as he followed the bier to the burial place of Hebron, poured forth a solemn dirge. This incident gave David an insight into Joab's unscrupulous character, which he never forgot. "These men," he said, "the sons of Zeruiah, be too hard for me, and I am this day weak, though anointed king." 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 39. The death of Abner was the signal for the dissolution of the tottering kingdom he had supported. On receiving the tidings of his kinsman's murder, Ishbosheth's hands were feeble, and all the Israelites were troubled. 2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1, verse 50. His bodyguard was composed of men from his own tribe of Benjamin, but 2 divisions of it were commanded by 2 men, Banah and Rechab, who, though descendants of the Canaanitish natives of Beeroth, were reckoned among the Benjaminites. In revenge, it has been suggested for some injury they received from Saul, possibly the slaughter of their Gibeonite kinsmen, compare 2 Samuel chapter 21, verses 1 and 2, and certainly with the hope of conciliating the new king at Hebron, these 2 resolved to take the life of Ishbosheth about the heat of the day. 2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 5. Therefore, they entered the palace under pretense of fetching some wheat piled up near the entrance. 2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 6. And finding Ishbosheth lying on his bed, they stabbed him to the heart and cut off his head. Then, hurrying all that afternoon and all night, 2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 7, down the valley of the Jordan, they presented themselves before David at Hebron with the bloody head in their hands. But they met with no better reception than the pretended slayer of Saul. David sternly rebuked them for their cold-blooded murder of a righteous person in his own house upon his bed, and ordered their instant execution. Their hands and feet were cut off, and their bodies were suspended over the pool at Hebron, while the head of Ishbosheth was buried with all honors in the sepulchre of Abner. 2 Samuel verse 4, chapters 8 through 12. End of Book 9, Chapter 1. Book 9, Chapter 2 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 2, David's Reign at Jerusalem. 2 Samuel, chapters 5 through 7, 1048 through 1042 BC. Every obstacle was thus removed that had hitherto prevented David's assuming the royal power over all the tribes. Ishbosheth was dead. Abner was dead. Mephibosheth was dead. Mephibosheth, Jonathan's only surviving son, was barely 12 years of age. The son of Jesse had long waited for his hour, and at length it was come. A deputation from all the tribes of Israel, 2 Samuel 5, verse 1, repaired to Hebron and formally offered him the crown. A solemn league was then entered into, and for the third time David was anointed amidst great rejoicings. At Hebron he had reigned for 7.5 years over Judah. He was now king of all Israel. His band of 600 faithful followers had rapidly swelled into a great host, like the host of God. 1 Chronicles 12, verse 22. And now not only Dan and Judah and Simeon, not only Benjamin and Ephraim, not only the tribes beyond the Jordan, Reuben, Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh, flocked around his standard, but Issachar sent men that had understanding of the times to know what Israel ought to do. 1 Chronicles 12, verse 32. And Zebulun and Naphtali sent not only men, but the peculiar products of their rich territory. 1 Chronicles 12, verse 40. While a still more important accession consisted of 4,600 warriors of the Levitical tribe and 3,700 of the house of Aaron, headed by Jehoiada, and the youthful but valiant Zadok. 1 Chronicles 12, verses 25 through 28. Upwards of 300,000 choice warriors of the flower of Israel were thus gathered together to turn the kingdom of Saul to David, and join in celebrating the 3 days festival which greeted his accession to the throne. 1 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 39. His first act after his coronation was significant. Saul had always been content with the obscurity of his native Gibeah, and had cared little for any central point of union for the tribes. As sovereign over all Israel, both north and south, David resolved to move the seat of government from Hebron nearer to the center of the country. No spot seemed to present so many advantages as the rocky mass on which rose the city of the Jebusites. It was neutral ground on the very meeting point of his own tribe and that of Benjamin. The lower city had once been taken by the warriors of Judah, Judges chapter 1, verse 8. But the fortress of the Jebusites, strong in its seemingly impregnable position, had never been reduced. The presence of so many warriors from all the tribes was favorable for making an attempt on so renowned a citadel, and at the head of all his forces, David advanced against it, probably from the south. As before, the lower city appears to have been easily captured, but again, the fortress held out against every attack. Moreover, so convinced were the Jebusites of the strength of their castle and of the ancient everlasting gates of its rocky ravines, that they merely manned its walls with the lame and the blind. 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 6, deeming them amply sufficient for the defense. Their taunts roused the wrath of David, and he promised that whoso first scaled the rocky sides of the citadel and smote the Jebusite garrison should have the post of captain general of all the forces. Thereupon the agile Joab climbed up first, and, as the conqueror of the fastness of Jebus, was rewarded with the post of commander-in-chief. The same office that Abner had held under Saul. Then, without loss of time, David took measures for securing his new possession. He enclosed the whole city with a wall, and connected it with the newly captured fortress, and there took up his abode. And thus the Jebusite stronghold became the city of David. The effect of the conquest of this celebrated fortress was very great. The news no sooner reached the court of Hiram, king of Phoenicia, than he dispatched messengers to David with offers of artificers and materials for constructing a palace, which was accordingly built, and hither David removed his wives from Hebron and increased his already numerous household. 2 Samuel chapter 5, verses 13 through 16. In other quarters the news was very differently received. The Philistines made 2 distinct attempts to crush the new king, of whose powers they were well aware. On the first occasion, they came and encamped their numerous forces in the valley of Rephaim, or the Valley of Giants, southwest of Jerusalem, and stretching thence halfway to Bethlehem. After duly inquiring of the Lord, David marched out against them, and swept them away as though with a burst of waters, whence he named the spot Baal Perazim, the plain of bursts, or destruction. 2 Samuel chapter 5, verses 17 through 20. A second attempt of the same pertinacious foe met with no better success. They were entirely routed, and the fame of David went out into all the lands, and the Lord brought the fear of him upon all the nations. 1 Chronicles chapter 14, verse 17. His next care was to consecrate his new capital with religious associations. After consultation with the chiefs of the nation, he assembled 30,000 from all Israel. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 1, 1 Chronicles 13, verse 1, and went to Kirjath Jearim, the village of the forests, where the ark seems to have remained all through the reign of Saul, in the custody of the Levite Abinadab. 1 Samuel chapter 7, verses 1 and 2. The sacred coffer was placed in a new cart drawn by oxen, and with Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, preceding it, was escorted towards Jerusalem amid great rejoicings, and the sound of psalteries, cornets, timbrels, and cymbals. On reaching the threshing floor of Chidon or Nachon, 1 Chronicles 13, verse 9, the oxen stumbled, and Uzzah put forth his hand to hold the ark. In a moment he fell dead. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 7. This untoward event filled David with alarm. The spot itself was henceforth known as Perez Uzzah, the breaking or disaster of Uzzah. 1 Chronicles chapter 13, verse 11. And it was resolved to desist from any further attempt at present to remove the sacred coffer. Accordingly, it was carried aside to the house of Obed-Edom, the Gittite, that is, probably a native of Gath-Rimmon, a town of Dan, allotted to the Kohathite Levites, of whom Obed-Edom was one, where it remained 3 months. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verses 10 and 11, 1 Chronicles 13, verse 13. Meanwhile, David prepared a new tabernacle at Jerusalem, and hearing that the presence of the ark had brought a blessing to the house of Obed-Edom, he assembled the Levites, and Zadok and Abiathar, the 2 representatives of the Aaronic family, and bade them prepare for the duty of removing the sacred symbol. Solemn purifications, neglected on the previous occasion, 1 Chronicles 15, verses 12 through 14, were now performed, and the Levites, arranged in orderly divisions with singers and musicians, the elders of Israel, and captains of the host, set out for the house of Obed-Edom. On this occasion the Levites, as enjoined in the law, lifted it with the long staves passing through the rings of the ark, and raising it upon their shoulders, commenced the joyous procession. 1 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 15. When they had advanced 6 paces, 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 13, it was clear that the Lord was this time helping them, and the procession paused to offer a sacrifice of 7 bullocks and 7 rams in token of thankfulness for this proof of the divine favor. Then the march was resumed amidst shouting and the joyful sounds of all kinds of music, headed by David himself in an ephod of linen, and by the singers and Levites arrayed in white vestments. As they ascended the path leading upwards toward the ancient fortress of the Jebusites, the king, carried away by the associations of this great day, not only played on a stringed instrument, but accompanied the music with leaping and dancing. At length the city was reached, and the gates of the ancient fortress lifted up their heads, as the symbol of the presence of Jehovah, the King of glory, the Lord strong and mighty, entered in, Psalm 24, verses 8 and 9, and was placed within the awnings of the new pavilion tent that had been prepared for it. A series of burnt offerings and peace offerings were then celebrated, and the king blessed the people and dismissed them to their homes with ample presents. A single untoward incident marred this, the greatest day in David's life. As the procession passed under the windows of her apartments, Michal, the daughter of Saul, deeming David's dance undignified, despised him in her heart. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 16. And when, at the conclusion of all the gorgeous ceremonial, he entered his house to bless his family, 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 20, she came out to meet him, but in place of congratulations, taunted him with his indecorous appearance that day. David replied with great bitterness to this untimely scoffing, and Michal had no child unto the day of her death. 1 Samuel chapter 6, verse 23. The construction of his own palace and the reception of the ark within the folds of a new tabernacle in Zion, the desire to build a more ample and permanent temple for Jehovah. The design received the divine approval, but it was intimated to him by Nathan the prophet that, as he was a man of war and blood, 1 Chronicles 28, verse 3, so peaceful a work would be better reserved for another. The refusal, however, was accompanied by a promise of the permanence of his dynasty. The mercy of Jehovah should not be taken from him, as it had been taken from Saul. A son of his own should carry on the work, and his throne should be established forever. 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 through 17, 1 Chronicles 17, verses 3 through 15. End of Book 9, Chapter 2. Recording by Owlivia. Book 9, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 3. David's Army, His Conquests, His Sin. 2 Samuel, chapters 8 through 12, 1 Chronicles, chapters 18 through 20, 1040 to 1033 BC. Thus assured of the continuance of his kingdom, David began by a series of conquests to extend his power beyond the immediate boundaries of his own people and to found an imperial dominion, which, for the first time, realized the prophetic description contained in the promise made to his forefather Abraham. Genesis 15, verses 18 through 21. As instrumental to these conquests, the military organizations of the Israelites was now materially developed, and David was enabled within 10 years after the reduction of the fortress of Jebus to push his conquests far and wide, and to get him a name like unto the name of the great men that are in the earth. 2 Samuel 7, verse 9. 1. On the southwest he turned his arms against his old enemies the Philistines, and subdued them, capturing Gath with its daughter towns. 1 Chronicles 18, verse 1. 2. On the southeast, the Edomites felt the weight of his arms. Together with Joab, he carried on a campaign of 6 months against them. Compare 2 Samuel 8:14 with 1 Kings 11, verse 15, during which period he put vast numbers to the sword, established garrisons in the country, and thus became master of the eastern arm of the Red Sea, and the caravan routes to the marts and harbors of Arabia. Compare Genesis 27, verses 29, 37, and 40, and Psalm 60, verses 6 through 12. 3. On the northeast, the kingdom of Zobah had acquired considerable influence under Hadadezer, son of Rehob. David attacked him as he went to recover his border at the river Euphrates, 2 Samuel 8, verse 3, and defeated him with a loss of 1,000 chariots, 700 cavalry, and 200 infantry. Hadadezer's allies, the Syrians of Damascus, then marched to his assistance, but they were routed with a loss of 22,000 men and became David's vassals. The wealth of Zobah was considerable. Several of Hadadezer's officers carried shields of gold, 2 Samuel 8, verse 7. That is, probably, iron or wooden frames overlaid with plates of the precious metal. These David brought to Jerusalem, as also large stores of brass from other Syrian cities. 1 Chronicles 18, verses 7 and 8. 4. On the east of Jordan he had hitherto maintained the most amicable relations with the king of Moab. 1 Samuel 22, verses 3 and 4. But now, from some unexplained cause, he not only attacked and defeated, but well-nigh extirpated the nation. 2/3 of the people were put to death. The rest were reduced to bondage and paid regular tribute, while the spoils were treasured up in Jerusalem. 2 Samuel 8, verse 2, 1 Chronicles 11, verse 22. This campaign, in which the valiant Benaiah greatly distinguished himself, 2 Samuel 23, verse 20, fulfilled the prophecy of Balaam. A scepter had risen out of Israel, and smitten through the princes of Moab, and destroyed the city of Ar, that is, Rabath Moab, the capital of the children of Lot. Numbers 24, verse 17. 5th, it was, however, from the kindred people of Ammon that the royal conquests experienced the greatest resistance. During the period of his wanderings, David had received much kindness from Nahash, the king of Ammon, and on his death he sent a royal embassy to offer his condolences to the new king, Hanun. But Hanun's courtiers persuaded him that this embassy was really dictated by a wish to spy out his land, and probably add it to the many others that David had conquered. Accordingly, on the arrival of the ambassadors, Hanun treated them with the utmost indignity. He shaved off 1/2 of their beards, cut off their garments in the middle, and so sent them away. 2 Samuel 10, verses 1 through 3, 1 Chronicles 19, verses 1 through 4. As soon as David was informed of this aggravated insult, he bade his ambassadors remain at Jericho till the traces of the indignities they had suffered were removed, and then made preparations for sending Joab with the mighty men and the host to take summary vengeance on the Ammonites. Truly divining the consequences of their folly, the latter prepared for the impending war by raising a mercenary force of 32,000 men from the Syrians of Beth-rehob and Zobah, from those owning fealty to the king of Maacah, a region in the valley of the Jordan south of Zobah, and from the land of Tob. Aided by these allies, the Syrians awaited the onset of the Hebrews. On his arrival, Joab, perceiving that he was confronted by two very considerable armies, divided his forces and assigned to his brother Abishai the task of assaulting the Ammonites, while he himself with a picked body of troops attacked the Syrians, situated a little to the south of Heshbon. At Medeba the latter were quickly routed, and the Ammonites, in alarm at their speedy defeat, fled to their capital, Rabbah, now called Ammon, situated on a very advantageous position and well supplied with water. Meanwhile, the Syrians beyond the Euphrates, under the command of Shophek, or Shobach, a general of Hadadezer, assembled their forces with the intention of avenging the repulse sustained by their kindred, the allies of the Ammonites. Crossing the Euphrates, they joined the Syrians at Halam, the site of which is unknown. The occasion was deemed of sufficient importance to justify the personal interference of David. Gathering all Israel and passing over Jordan, he attacked the Syrians and defeated them with great slaughter. Shobach himself was slain, and the allied princes quitted the Syrian confederacy and became tributary vassals of the Hebrew monarch. 2 Samuel 11, verses 15 through 19, 1 Chronicles 19, verses 10 through 19. Early in the following year, the campaign against the Ammonites was resumed, and the command of the forces, including the royal bodyguard, 2 Samuel 11, verse 1, and the troops of Ephraim and Benjamin, as well as Judah, 2 Samuel 11, verse 11, was again entrusted to Joab, and the army was, for the first time since the disastrous battle of Aphek, accompanied by the ark and its Levitical guard, 2 Samuel 11, verse 11. On this occasion, Rabbah was the main object of the attack, and after ravaging the country, Joab drove the Ammonites into their citadel and commenced a regular siege, which lasted very nearly 2 years, 2 Samuel 11, verse 1. Meanwhile, critical as was the nature of the campaign, instead of accompanying the ark, David lingered behind at Jerusalem, and there wrought that deed of shame, which has left so dark a blot upon his character, and which threw a gloom over all the rest of his life. One day, on arising from his afternoon repose, he saw from the roof of his palace a woman of extraordinary beauty, for whom he instantly conceived a most violent passion. On making inquiry, he discovered that her name was Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, or Amiel, and the wife of Uriah the Hittite, who was at that time serving in the army against Rabbah as one of the famous 30, 2 Samuel 23, verse 39, 1 Chronicles 11, verse 41. The fact that she was the wife of one of his most distinguished officers did not make David hesitate. He sent for her and committed adultery with her. As the time went on, he found it would no longer be possible to screen her from the death punishment of an adulteress. Accordingly, after vainly trying other and most unworthy expedients to cover his own guilt, he sent a letter to Joab, bidding him expose this chivalrous and high-minded officer where the conquest was hottest, so as to ensure his death. The unscrupulous Joab did as he was told, and Uriah fell, happily unconscious of his wife's dishonor. Joab then sent a trusty messenger to David to inform him that Uriah was dead. And the days of mourning for her husband were no sooner over than the king sent for Bathsheba, and she became his wife. 2 Samuel 11, verses 14 through 27. But though David had done all this secretly, an all-seeing eye had watched each step in this dreadful crime, and punishment quickly appeared at the door. The prophet Nathan was sent to him, and with wonderful tact roused the royal attention by the well-known parable of the rich man and the poor man's ewe lamb. Unsuspecting its purport, David's wrath was kindled, and he denounced death as the penalty of the rich man, and the restoration of the property fourfold. Then, turning to the king, the prophet sped his winged arrow, saying, "Thou art the man," and announcing the awful penalty. As David had measured unto others, so should it be measured to him. Evil was to rise up against him out of the bosom of his own family, and the sword should never depart from his house. 2 Samuel 12, verse 10. Unlike other kings of Israel and Judah, unlike any common eastern despot, David did not slay or ill-treat the messenger of judgment. He acknowledged his sin and the justice of the sentence. On this, Nathan went on to tell him that the Lord had put away his sin, and he himself was not to die. But an earnest of future judgments soon appeared. The Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife bare unto him, and it died. But in the midst of judgment, God remembered mercy, and in the course of time, a second son was born to Bathsheba, whom Nathan named Jedediah, beloved of the Lord. But David himself called him Solomon, the peaceful one, 2 Samuel 12, verses 15 through 25. Meanwhile, Joab had been pushing toward the siege of Rabbah, and eventually succeeded in capturing the city of waters, that is, the lower town, which contained the perennial stream, which rises in and still flows through it. But the citadel, a place of great strength, still held out. The possession of the perennial stream was, however, the next step to the capture of the stronghold, and Joab sent messengers to David, bidding him gather the rest of the people and come himself, unless he wished him to have the honor of capturing the place and calling it after his own name. Accordingly, the king set out, and the fortress was speedily taken. Enraged, it is not improbable, at the obstinacy of the siege, he wreaked a terrible vengeance on the inhabitants. Some were decapitated, others sawn asunder or crushed beneath iron instruments, others were passed through the fire in brick kilns. 2 Samuel 12, verse 31. The royal crown, the crown of Milcom, weighing a talent of gold, with the precious stones, was then placed on David's head, and he and his army returned in triumph to Jerusalem with abundant spoils. End of Book 9, Chapter 3.
Book 9, Chapter 4 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 4. The Rebellion of Absalom. 2 Samuel 13 through 20. BC 1032 to 1022. The reduction of Rabbah was the last of David's conquests. His kingdom had reached the limits foretold to the patriarch Abraham, and vied in extent with some of the great empires of that age. But from this point dark clouds began to gather round his own personal history, and the doom denounced by the prophet found its fulfillment. The terrible secret of his adultery and murder may at first have been known only to a few, but its results were soon proclaimed upon the housetops. Out of the numerous harem which, in defiance of the law of the kingdom, he had multiplied to himself, out of his own household, came the instruments of his punishment. First, his daughter Tamar was outraged by her half-brother and his eldest son Amnon. 2 years afterwards, Amnon fell a victim to the wrath of Tamar's own brother, Absalom, father of peace, who caused him to be murdered at a sheep-shearing festival, and then, apprehensive of the resentment of David, fled to the court of Talmai, his grandfather, the king of Geshur, a district on the east of the Jordan, south of Mount Hermon. 2 Samuel 13:36. Here he remained secure in its rocky fastness for 3 years, during which time the soul of David was consumed, 2 Samuel 13:39, margin, with longing for his favorite son. Perceiving this, Joab availed himself of the services of a wise woman of Tekoa, who sought an interview with the king, and addressing him in an apologue similar to that which Nathan had employed, succeeded in obtaining permission for the exile's return. Joab therefore went to the court of the king of Geshur, and thence brought back the young prince, who took up his abode at Jerusalem, but was not suffered to see his father's face. Twice he sent a message to David's general, begging him to intercede in his behalf with the king, but Joab deemed he had done enough, and would take no further steps in the matter. Thereupon Absalom caused a barley field belonging to Joab, which was near his own estate, to be set on fire, and the latter, probably fearing further outrage, informed the king, who consented to see his son, and gave him the kiss of peace. 2 Samuel 14:23-33. But the ungrateful son was no sooner thus restored than he began to form plots against his father. First he surrounded himself with a small bodyguard, with chariots and horses and 50 men to run before him. Then, to ingratiate himself with the people, he took his stand by the way of the gate, a duty which David appears to have neglected, and conversed with suitors coming up to the city for judgment, lamented the delays they would encounter in obtaining a hearing of their causes, 2 Samuel 15:3, and insinuated how different would be the aspects of affairs if he was made judge in the land. Young, handsome beyond compare in Israel, 2 Samuel 14:25, sprung from a royal house both on his father's and his mother's side, 2 Samuel 3:3, he made a deep impression on the people, and his insinuating manners and unusual condescension stole away their hearts, 2 Samuel 15:6. Since the dark sin of which he had been guilty, the hold of the king upon the nation appears to have been weakened, and he had become less fitted for the more personal and more energetic duties of his position. And now the powerful tribe of Judah, fretting, it has been suggested, under their absorption into one great kingdom, or looking for some greater degree of power under the supremacy of a prince like Absalom, showed signs of a want of confidence in their sovereign, and in the course of 2 years Absalom perceived that matters were ripe for a revolt. Under pretense, therefore, of a vow which he had vowed to the Lord, 2 Samuel 15:7-9, he succeeded in obtaining from David permission to go to Hebron, the old capital of the tribe of Judah, and repaired thither accompanied by 200 men from Jerusalem, probably of the chief families, who were, however, entirely ignorant of his designs. To the same place also he summoned Ahithophel the Gilionite, the familiar friend and counselor of his father, whose advice was deemed to have the value of a divine oracle. While Absalom was taking these measures, news of the conspiracy and of the popular feeling reached the royal palace. Instantly, without offering any resistance, or striking a single blow in defense of his crown, David resolved on flight. Accompanied by the royal bodyguard and the 600 Gittites, and a vast concourse of people, he left Jerusalem, and early in the morning crossed the brook Kidron. As far as the city boundaries, he was also followed by the Levites, and the high priests Zadok and Abiathar with the ark. But David had no wish to expose the sacred symbol to any risk, and the 2 chiefs in the Levitical tribe might do him better service at Jerusalem. Accordingly, they were bidden to turn back. Then, crossing the ravine of the Kidron, with head covered and unsandaled feet, his retinue manifesting every sign of profound sorrow, the king ascended the slopes of Olivet, and as he went received intelligence that his privy counsellor, Ahithophel, had gone over to the ranks of his rebellious son. In the defection of this man, his equal, his guide, his own familiar friend, he instantly saw his danger, and prayed that the counsel of Ahithophel might be turned into foolishness. 2 Samuel 15:31. Reaching the summit of the hill, he encountered Hushai the Archite, the king's friend, with torn robe and dust upon his head. In him David saw a fitting instrument for counteracting the influence of Ahithophel, and persuaded him to return to Jerusalem and undertake the dangerous task of pretending a devotion to the cause of Absalom, while really, in conjunction with Zadok and Abiathar and their 2 sons, he kept a strict watch over all that occurred. Hushai accordingly turned back, and David descended the further slopes of Olivet. Here he met Ziba, the wily servant of Mephibosheth, the son of his old friend Jonathan, with welcome supplies of wine, bread, and fruit. Ziba represented that his master was staying behind at Jerusalem, awaiting any change in his fortunes which the rebellion might bring, and as a reward for his services obtained a steady grant of his estates. At Bahurim, a little further down the hill, David encountered Shimei, a Benjamite of the house of Saul, who flung stones at the royal retinue and imprecated them on the most furious curses, in which he perhaps expressed the long pent-up hatred of the family of Saul, as well as the popular feeling against the author of Uriah's death. The impetuous Abishai would have instantly cut off his head, but David stayed his hand. "Let him curse," said he, "for the Lord hath bidden him." 2 Samuel 16:10-12. The way now led into the Jordan Valley, and for the first time a weary retinue halted, and refreshed themselves with Ziba's welcome supplies. Meanwhile Absalom, with Ahithophel and a numerous retinue, had reached Jerusalem. There he met Hushai, who saluted him with the words, "Long live the king." Even Absalom was startled, and reproached him for his apparent treachery, but kept him by him. The first step of the usurper, suggested by Ahithophel, was to take possession of his father's harem, and so render all reconciliation impossible. The course to be next taken was anxiously debated. Ahithophel was for instant measures, and offered with 12,000 men to head a pursuit after David that very night, while he was weary and weak-handed. If he smote the king, he felt sure the whole people would side with Absalom, and his triumph would be complete. The advice found favor with the usurper, and the elders about him, but first he resolved to call in Hushai, and ascertain his opinion. Hushai pronounced the plan imprudent in the extreme. To attack the king while surrounded by his mighty men, all chafing in their minds as a she-bear robbed of her whelps, was very dangerous. From a partial defeat the prince had everything to fear, and the king everything to gain. He counseled, therefore, delay, and the mustering of the entire national forces from Dan to Beersheba. Absalom approved of this plan, and Ahithophel, probably seeing the certain effects of such delay, and chagrined at the adoption of another's counsel in preference to his own, retired to Gilo, put his household in order, and hanged himself. 2 Samuel 27:23. Without a moment's delay, Hushai now sought out Zadok and Abiathar, related all that had occurred in the council, and urged that a messenger should be instantly sent to David, to bid him not linger in the Jordan Valley, but cross the river with all speed. The two sons of the high priests were in concealment at the fountain of En-Rogel, ready for such an errand. A female slave was sent thither to bid them instantly carry the message to David. They forthwith started, but narrowly escaped detection. At Bahurim a lad saw them and conveyed the news to Absalom, and it was only by hiding in a well that they escaped the vigilance of their pursuers, and announced their errand to David. Though it must have been midnight, the king instantly crossed the river, and before the dawn of the following day not one of his retinue remained on the western side of the Jordan. Mahanaim, the former capital of Ishbosheth, now became his headquarters, and here he mustered his forces, and placed them under the command of Joab, Abishai, and Ittai, and received a welcome supply of provisions from the Shobai, the son of his old friend Nahash of Rabbah, from Mashir of Lodabar, and Barzillai, a wealthy Gileadite. Meanwhile Absalom also had mustered his forces, and having entrusted the command to Amasa, the son of Ithra or Jether, by Abigail, David's sister, 2 Samuel 17:25, he too crossed the Jordan. The decisive engagement, which was not long delayed, took place not far from Mahanaim, in the dense forest of Ephraim, a region still covered with thick oaks and tangled bushes and thorny creepers growing over rugged rocks and ruinous precipices. Here the army of Absalom was utterly routed, entangled in the thick undergrowth, crushing each other in remediless ruin. Upwards of 20,000 perished in that fatal wood, which devoured more people that day than the sword devoured. 2 Samuel 18:8. Amidst the crowd of fugitives, Absalom also fled, and as he rode on his mule, where the strong arms of the trees spread out so near the ground that one cannot walk erect beneath them, his long hair caught in an oak, and he hung suspended from the tree. A man chanced to see him, and forthwith told Joab. He himself had forborne to touch the prince, having heard the strict injunctions of the loving David to his 3 captains before the battle, to deal tenderly with the young man. But Joab had no such scruples. With 3 darts in his hand, he went to the spot and transfixed him while yet alive. A great pit was then dug, and into it the corpse was flung, and covered with a great heap of stones. With the death of the usurper, Joab knew the rebellion was at an end. He therefore sounded the signal of recall, and the battle closed. Meanwhile, David, who had been sitting at the gate of Mahanaim anxiously awaiting tidings of the battle, no sooner heard that his son was dead than he gave way to the most violent grief. Joab alone dared to confront him, bidding him bestir himself if he would not see another popular revolt. Roused at last, the king consented to present himself at the gate, but he could not forget who had given the death-blow to his favorite son, and even vowed to transfer the chieftaincy of the troops to Amasa, though he had led the forces on the other side, and in this was laid the lasting breach between himself and his powerful nephew, which neither the one nor the other ever forgave. The rebellion ended, the rightful monarch could return to his kingdom. With a self-control rare in Western, no less than Eastern history, every step in his progress was marked by forgiveness. Shimei was forgiven. Mephibosheth, proved to have been faithful, was partially reinstated, and Barzillai rewarded with ample gifts. 2 Samuel 14:16-43. But the danger was not yet over. In bringing about the king's return, his own tribe of Judah had the largest share. This provoked the old jealousy of the other tribes. While the Benjamites even took up arms and placed themselves under the leadership of Sheba, son of Bishri, a man of Mount Ephraim. Many others also rallied round him, and when Amasa, the new general-in-chief, failed within 3 days to muster the forces of Judah, David was afraid lest more harm should come of this fresh rising than had come from that of Absalom. Accordingly, Abishai, with the mighty men, was dispatched to quell the insurrection, and to pursue after Sheba before he reached any fortified towns. Taking with him the royal bodyguard, Abishai, accompanied by Joab, set out, and at the great stone of Gibeon encountered Amasa. Joab's robe was girded round his waist, and in the folds was a sword, which by accident or design protruded from the sheath. "Art thou in health, my brother?" He saluted Amasa, and took him by the beard as if to kiss him. The other rushed into his embrace, and was instantly stabbed to the heart, his blood spurting out upon his cousin's girdle and sandals. Leaving the body in the road, Joab hurried on after Sheba, who, rousing the tribes as he passed, had made for Abel Beth-Maachah, a town of some importance, far up in the north by the waters of Merom. Thither Joab rushed in pursuit, threw up an embankment, and battered the walls. A wise woman saved the town from destruction. Approaching the wall, she gained a parley with the angry general, who promised to leave the place if Sheba was put to death. Thereupon she returned to her people, and the head of the rebel was soon flung into Joab's camp, who straightway sounded a trumpet, and with his troops returned to Jerusalem. 2 Samuel 20:22. End of Book 9, Chapter 4. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Book 9, Chapter 5 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 5. Close of David's Reign. 2 Samuel 21 through 24, 1 Kings 1 and 2, BC 1022 to 1015. Shortly after David's restoration, his kingdom was visited for 3 years with a grievous famine. Enquiry was made of the divine oracle, and it was discovered to be a punishment for an act of faithlessness on the part of Saul, who had broken the solemn covenant made by Joshua with the Gibeonites. Joshua 9, 3-27. In a fit of sudden zeal for the children of Israel and Judah, he had killed some of them, and devised a general massacre of the rest. 2 Samuel 21, 2-5. The Gibeonites were now asked what atonement they were willing to receive for the wrongs they had suffered. In reply, they demanded neither silver nor gold. Blood had been spilt, and blood they would have, and nothing would satisfy them but permission to take 7 of Saul's sons, and hang, or rather crucify them, at Gibeah. Accordingly, the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, and the 5 sons of Michal, whom they had borne to Saul, were delivered up, and the Gibeonites crucified them on the hill of Gibeah. This was done in April, at the beginning of the barley harvest, 2 Samuel 22:9. And there the bodies remained till the periodical rains in October dropped upon them out of heaven, 2 Samuel 22:10. All this while, spreading on the rock a coarse sackcloth robe, Rizpah watched over the blackening corpses, and suffered neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the fields by night. The tale of her devoted love at length was conveyed to David, who had the remains removed, and at the same time directed that the bones of Saul also and of Jonathan should be taken from Jabesh Gilead, and buried in the ancestral sepulchre of Kish, after which God was entreated for the land. 2 Samuel 21:14. Meanwhile, in consequence, probably, of the intestine feuds of the Israelites, the Philistines had recovered sufficient strength to venture on once more attacking them. David himself went with the host to battle, and in mortal combat with another descendant of the giant race, was near falling a victim to his rashness, when he was succored by the valiant Abishai, and the people, fearful lest the light of Israel should be quenched, 2 Samuel 21:17, prevailed upon him to desist from accompanying them to battle in future. Other attempts were afterwards made by the Philistines, but the valor of David's captains served to keep them in check. 2 Samuel 21:18-22. The Hebrew kingdom had now attained its farthest limits, even those which God had revealed many centuries before in vision to Abraham. Genesis 15:18. Not only had David given a capital to his people, but he had conquered all the nations on the immediate frontier of his realm. His kingdom had become like one of the kingdoms of the world. It had its court, its palace, its splendor, its tributaries. In this hour of his prosperity the monarch was tempted, 1 Chronicles 21:1, to yield to pride and self-exaltation, and gave directions to Joab to carry out a general census of the people from Dan even to Beersheba. His object, it has been supposed, was either the levying of a poll tax or the formation of a standing army, with a view to foreign conquests. Whatever was his precise motive, it excited the repugnance of the captains of the host, and even of Joab himself, who not only warned the king against being the cause of a trespass in Israel, but regarded the royal proposition as actually abominable. 1 Chronicles 21:6. When, however, he found that nothing would turn the king from his fixed purpose, He set out, and after the lapse of 9 months and 20 days, reported 800,000 in Israel as fit for military service, and 500,000 in Judah. But before he had numbered Benjamin or Levi, 2 Samuel 24:10, David's heart smote him, and Gad the seer was commissioned to offer him the choice of 7 years' famine, or 3 months' defeat before his enemies, or a 3 days' pestilence. David chose to fall into the hands of God rather than into the hands of man. Therefore the plague began, and during 3 days swept off upwards of 70,000. But when the hand of the destroying angel was uplifted over Jerusalem, the Lord, whose mercies are great, 2 Samuel 24:14, repented of the evil, and on the intercession of the king the angel desisted, when he was by the threshing floor of Ornan or Araunah, a wealthy Jebusite. By the advice of Gad, David now bought the site of the threshing floor and a yoke of oxen, erected there an altar, and offered thereon burnt offerings and peace offerings. Fire descended in testimony of the acceptance of the sacrifice, and with the cessation of the plague consecrated the rocky site of the future altar of Solomon's temple on Mount Moriah. 2 Chronicles 3:1. The remaining years of David's life were spent in amassing treasures and materials, and making preparations for the erection of the temple. 1 Chronicles 22:5 and 14. But even now the truth of the prophet's words was forced upon him, that his foes should be those of his own household. The 3 eldest of his sons, Amnon, Chileab, and Absalom, being dead, the 4th, Adonijah, resolved to put forth his pretensions to the kingdom. Like Absalom, whom he resembled in personal beauty, he began by surrounding himself with chariots and horsemen, and succeeded in drawing over to his side not only the high priest Abiathar, but even Joab, the commander-in-chief, whose loyalty at last wavered. Confident in the support of such old servants of the king, the pretender proclaimed a great sacrificial festival at the stone of Zoheleth, south of Jerusalem, near the fountain of En-Rogel, and invited to it all the royal princes, except Solomon, and not a few of the captains of the royal army. 1 Kings 5-9. While they assembled at Zoheleth, Nathan the prophet persuaded Bathsheba to seek an interview with the king, and inform him of what was going on. Bathsheba did so, and had hardly concluded her tale, when Nathan himself entered, confirmed her account, and demanded to know whether Adonijah's actions had the royal approval. Though old and feeble, David had sufficient energy to rise to the present emergency, and solemnly assured Bathsheba of his unalterable determination that Solomon should succeed to the throne. Then, summoning Zadok and Benaiah, he bade them, together with Nathan, convey Solomon in state down to Gihon, and there formally anoint and proclaim him king. Accordingly, these officers, accompanied by the royal guards, escorted Solomon thither, mounted on the royal mule, 1 Kings 38, and there Zadok anointed him with oil from the sacred horn of the tabernacle, amidst the sound of trumpets and loud shouts of God save the king. Thence the new monarch was escorted in triumph back through the city, and sat on the royal throne amidst general applause, in the sight of his aged father, who blessed God that during his own lifetime he had been permitted to behold his successor. 1 Kings 45-48. Intelligence of these transactions was conveyed to the conspirators, in the midst of their festivities at En-Rogel, by Jonathan the son of Abiathar. They had already heard the noise of the people shouting as Solomon passed in procession through the city, and no sooner learnt the cause than, seized with alarm, they instantly dispersed, and every man went his way. 1 Kings 49. Dreading the vengeance of the new king, Adonijah now fled to the tabernacle, put himself in the sanctuary by grasping the horns of the altar, and refused to quit the spot till Solomon had promised with an oath to spare his life. The young and politic monarch, on being informed of this, abstained from binding himself by any oath, and simply assured Adonijah of safety, so long as he showed himself a worthy man, but threatened him with death if wickedness should be found in him. 1 Kings 49-52. On these conditions he quitted his place of refuge, and having made obeisance to the new king, returned to the privacy of his own house. 1 Kings 53. The days of David were now rapidly drawing to a close. He therefore convened a solemn assembly of all the chiefs and elders of his people, the royal princes, the captains of his army, and his public officers, and standing up, aged as he was, gave them his last charge, and exhorted his son to constancy in the service of Jehovah. He then solemnly delegated him to the accomplishment of the desire of his life, the erection of the temple, and committed to him in trust the abundant materials he had amassed for this purpose, as well as a pattern of the building and of everything belonging to it. This address, confirmed as it was by the sight of the gold and silver, the brass and iron, and precious stones, which the royal prudence had collected, had a great effect upon the people, and they also joyfully contributed to the execution of their sovereign's design. Then, in language of unequal pathos and beauty, the aged monarch solemnly thanked God for all his goodness, and prayed that he would bestow upon his son a perfect heart, enabling him to keep his testimonies and statutes, and build the temple for which he had made provision. Amidst sacrifices of unusual abundance, and great feastings and rejoicings, Solomon was then for the second time anointed king, and received the formal submission of all the royal princes and the chiefs of the nation. In another and more secret interview, David gave his son his last counsels, not only concerning his own deportment as ruler, but also respecting Joab and Shimei, who were committed to his vigilance, and Barzillai the Gileadite, who was entrusted to his regard. Then, after a reign of 7.5 years at Hebron, and of 33 years at Jerusalem, in a good old age, full of years, riches, and honor, the son of Jesse, the shepherd, the warrior, the king, the psalmist, was gathered to his fathers, and buried in the city which had been once the fortress of the heathen Jebusites, but was now the capital of an empire that realized the loftiest ideal of prophecy, stretching from the river of Egypt to the Euphrates, and from the range of Lebanon to the Gulf of Aqaba. End of Book 9, Chapter 5. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Book 53 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 53. David's Work and Character. The life of David admits of a fivefold division. 1. His shepherd life at Bethlehem. 2. His courtier life with Saul at Gibeah. 3. His life as an outlaw. 4. His kingly life at Hebron during 7.5 years. And 5. At Jerusalem during 33 years, in all 40. His history will be ever memorable, whether we regard the work he achieved or his own personal character. 1. His work. He had succeeded to a kingdom distracted with civil dissension, environed on every side or occupied by powerful and victorious enemies, without a capital, almost without an army, without any bond of union between the tribes. He left a compact and united state, stretching from the frontier of Egypt to the foot of Lebanon, from the Euphrates to the sea. He had crushed the power of the Philistines, subdued or curbed all the adjacent kingdoms. He had formed a lasting and important alliance with the great city of Tyre. He had organized an immense disposable force, Every month 24,000 men, furnished in rotation by the tribes, appeared in arms and were trained as the standing militia of the country. At the head of his army were officers of consummate experience, and what was more highly esteemed in the warfare of the time, of extraordinary personal activity, strength, and valor. He had also given especial attention to the management of public worship as the most efficacious means of promoting religion and morality, and consequently obedience to the invisible supreme monarch. The solemn transfer of the Ark of the Covenant, at which almost all the people were present, had made a deep impression on their minds, and had awakened them to a sincere adoration of Jehovah. These favorable dispositions he had upheld and strengthened by suitable regulations in the service of the priests and the Levites, and especially by the instructive and animating psalms, which were composed partly by himself and partly by other poets and prophets. In comparison with the hymns of David, the sacred poetry of all other nations sinks into mediocrity. They have embodied so exquisitely the universal language of religious emotion that they have entered, with unquestioned propriety, into the ritual of the holier and more perfect religion of Christ. The songs which cheered the solitudes of the desert caves of En-Gedi, or resounded from the voice of the Hebrew people as they wound along the glens or the hillsides of Judea, have been repeated for ages in almost every part of the habitable world, in the remotest islands of the ocean, among the forests of America, or the sands of Africa. 2. His character. Obedience to the divine commands was ever with David the axiom of his life, and in every step he took he showed the greatest anxiety to act as God's servant. 2 Samuel 2:1, 1 Samuel 23:2 and 4. All deliverance from danger, and all victories, from first to last, he ascribed to the divine aid, and neither in the hour of danger nor the more trying hour of prosperity did he go after strange gods, or introduce any idolatrous rites. It was probably to this feature of his administration that God referred when he described him as a man after his own heart, 1 Samuel 13:14, Comp. Acts 13:22, rather than to his private virtues. And yet these were of no mean order. Shepherd, soldier, poet, king, the romantic friend, the chivalrous leader, the devoted father. He was eminent alike for his exalted piety and his noble patriotism. During a war of 7 years he never lifted his sword against a subject, and at the end of it he punished no rebels, and remembered no offense but the murder of his rival. 2 Samuel 4:10-12. The adultery with Bathsheba, the murder of Uriah, the numbering of the people, with a view probably to foreign conquests, are the deep blots on his fame, and the chief instances in which he forgot alike himself and his God. And yet when we look at the piety of his youth, the depth of his contrition, the strength of his faith, the fervor of his devotion, the loftiness and variety of his genius, the largesse and warmth of his heart, his eminent valor in any age of warriors, his justice and wisdom as a ruler, and above all his adherence to the worship and will of God, we may well regard him as a model of kingly authority and spiritual obedience. Moreover, not only was he the ancestor of Christ after the flesh, not only was the blessing of the promise expressly transferred to his family, but in his humiliation and exaltation, as the king of the people of God, and as the vanquisher of heathen nations, he was a type of him whose coming he foretold in many of the Psalms, and who is not called the son of Abraham, or of Jacob, or of Moses, but the son of David. Kurtz's Sacred History, page 189, article David, in Smith's Biblical Dictionary. End of Book 53. Recording by Lawrence Trask. Mount Vernon, Ohio. Book 54, Chapter 6 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 54, Chapter 6. The Accession of Solomon. The new king was hardly seated on the throne before he was called to repress with a high hand a second and dangerous attempt of Adonijah to obtain the kingdom. As is usual in Oriental countries, the influence of Bathsheba, the queen mother, was very great. To her, Adonijah preferred a request that she would intercede with the king in obtaining for him the hand of Abishag the Shunammite, his father's latest wife, 1 Kings 2:17. Bathsheba sought an interview with Solomon, who instantly saw in this petition a design upon the throne, and declaring that Adonijah had forfeited his claim to the indulgence, extended to him after the late rebellion, directed that he should be put to death by the hand of Benaiah. But he divined that others were concerned in the insinuating request, and notably the high priest Abiathar, and Joab the commander-in-chief. The former, in consideration of his past services, was not put to death, but simply degraded from his high office, and ordered to live in retirement at Anathoth, a Levitical city, about 3 miles north of Jerusalem, whereby the word of the Lord concerning the house of Eli was fulfilled. 1 Samuel 2:31-33. News of these events no sooner reached the ears of Joab than he fled for refuge within the curtains of the tabernacle at Gibeon, and caught hold of the horns of the altar. Thither, however, Solomon sent Benaiah with orders to put him to death. Benaiah went and told his old companion in arms the king's command, but Joab refused to stir from sanctuary, and the other returned to the king for fresh instructions. Solomon bade him not spare, but fall upon him even at the altar, urging his execution as a just recompense for the murder of Abna and Amasa. Thereupon he returned once more, and fell upon him at the altar, and obtained the important post of commander-in-chief, while Zadok succeeded to the high priesthood. 1 Kings 2:28-34. Though David had spared the life of Shimei, he had on his deathbed cautioned Solomon against him, and now, possibly owing to some unrecorded symptoms of disaffection, the young king renewed the concession, but on condition that Shimei confined himself to the city of Jerusalem, and did not stray behind the brook Kidron, which separated him from the road to his old home at Bahurim. For 3 years Shimei carefully complied with this condition, but 2 of his slaves fleeing to Achish, king of Gath, he went thither and brought them back. This sealed his fate. Intelligence of what he had done was conveyed to Solomon, who sent for him, and ordered his executions by the hands of Benaiah. 1 Kings 2:36-46. Shortly before this last event, the king convened a general assembly of all the notables of the realm at Gibeon, where was not only the venerable tabernacle of the wanderings, but the brazen altar of burnt sacrifice. 2 Chronicles 1:3-5. There accordingly were gathered together all the great officers of state, the judges, the governors, and the chief of the fathers, and 1,000 burnt offerings were consumed on the altar. On the night following this solemn ceremonial, the Lord appeared in vision to Solomon as he slept, and bade him prefer any petition he desired. Impressed with the magnitude of the office to which he had been called, as yet humble in his own sight, and mindful of the mercy bestowed upon his father, the young king prayed not for riches or honor or long life or the life of his enemies, but for a wise and understanding heart, that he might know how to rule his people. His prayer pleased the Lord, and because he had requested nothing for himself, he who is wont to give to the sons of men more than they ask or think, not only promised him wisdom and knowledge, but assured him that all the blessings he had not asked should be added unto him, including length of days, if he, for his part, took heed to observe the statutes and commandments of Jehovah, as his father had done before him. 1 Kings 3, 6-14. Returning to Jerusalem, the king offered burnt offerings and thank offerings to the Lord before the Ark of the Covenant, and celebrated a sacrificial feast with his whole court. 1 Kings 3:15. Very shortly he was called upon to give proof of that sagacity and clearness of judgment, especially in judicial cases, so much prized by Orientals. Of 2 women inhabiting one house together, each had an infant child. The mother of one overlaid hers while she was asleep, and rising at midnight laid it in the bosom of the other woman, taking her live child in its place. In the morning the latter discovered the deception that had been practiced upon her, and demanded the living infant. This the other woman refused, claiming it for her own, and both of them appealed to Solomon, who commanded the living child to be divided into 2 halves, one of which should be given to each. The anguish of the real and the cruel acquiescence of the pretended mother in this sentence decided the point in a moment, and proved the sagacity of the king. And besides judicial sagacity, Solomon was eminent for his attainments. He was deeply versed in all the knowledge of his age. His wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the east country, and all the wisdom of Egypt. 1 Kings 4:30. In the course of his life he spake 3,000 proverbs, of which a considerable portion remain in the book of Proverbs, and his songs, of which the Song of Songs alone survives, were 1,005. He spoke or wrote also of trees, from the lofty cedar of Lebanon to the humble hyssop that springeth out of the wall, of beasts, of fowl, of creeping things, and of fishes. His fame spread abroad among surrounding nations, and there came of all people to hear his wisdom. 1 Kings 4:34. End of Book 54, Chapter 6. Recording by Lawrence Trask. Book 9, Chapter 7 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 7. The Building of the Temple. 1 Kings 5-8, 2 Chronicles 2-7, B.C. 1012 to 1005. Mindful of the repeated instructions of his father, Solomon no sooner received the congratulations of Hiram, king of Tyre, upon his coming to the throne, than he sent to that monarch requesting that he would let him have Sidonian artisans and a supply of cedar wood from the forests of Lebanon for the construction of the temple. Hiram responded with alacrity to the request, and a regular treaty was entered into between the 2 kings. Solomon bound himself to send yearly 20,000 cors of wheat and 20 cors of oil to the Phoenicians, while Hiram undertook to float cedar trees and fir trees to Joppa, and to send a number of skilled artificers to Jerusalem. For the purpose of felling the timber, a levy of 30,000 Israelites was made, who were placed under Adoniram. 10,000 were employed at a time, and relieved each other every month, spending a month in the mountains of Lebanon, and the other 2 months at their own homes. 1 Kings verses 13 and 14. Besides these, 70,000 were employed as porters, and 80,000 as hewers in the various quarries. These latter were bond slaves, remnants of the Canaanites, who had not been expelled from the land. Under the eye of the Tyrian master builders, they hewed and squared and beveled the stupendous blocks, some measuring even 17 and 18 feet, for the foundation of the sacred edifice. The site, which had been already selected by David, was the eminence of Moriah, on the east of the city, rendered sacred at once as the spot where Abraham had offered up Isaac, and where the plague had been stayed during the last reign. Its rugged top was leveled with immense labor. Its sides, which to the east and south were precipitous, were faced with a wall of stone, built up perpendicular from the bottom of the valley, so as to appear to those who looked down of most terrific height, a work of prodigious skill and labor, as the immense stones were strongly mortised together and wedged into the rock. On this site, after 3 years of preparation, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, and the 480th after the departure from Egypt, the foundations were laid. No sound of hammer or axe or any tool of iron was heard as the structure rose. 1 Kings, verse 7. Every beam already cut and squared, every stone already hewn and beveled, was laid silently in its appointed site. Like some tall palm, the noiseless fabric sprung. Within a quadrangle formed by a solid wall was an open court, afterwards known as the Court of the Gentiles. Within this, surrounded by another wall and on a higher level, was the Court of the Israelites, and within this, and on a still higher level, the Court of the Priests. The temple itself was built on the model of the ancient tabernacle, but of more costly and durable materials, and, like it, consisted of the porch, the holy place, and the Holy of Holies. 1. The porch or hall, which faced the east, was 10 cubits deep from east to west, by 20 inches width from north to south, and 30 cubits high. Either within, or as some think, on either side of it, rose 2 brazen pillars, the one called Jachin, durability, and the other Boaz, strength. Their capital is ornamented with network, chainwork, and pomegranates. 2. The holy place, the dimensions of which were exactly double those in the tabernacle, was 40 cubits long by 20 wide and 30 high. Its walls were of hewn stone, wainscoted with cedar, and overlaid with gold, and adorned with beautiful carvings representing cherubim, fruit, and flowers. It was entered by folding doors, similarly overlaid with gold and richly embossed. The floor was of cedar, bordered over with planks of fir or cypress. The ceiling was of fir, but both, as indeed every part, overlaid with gold in the richest profusion. In the holy place, as in the tabernacle, stood the golden altar of incense, the table of showbread, and the candlesticks of pure gold, 5 on the right and 5 on the left. 3. A rich veil of the brightest colors separated the holy place from the Holy of Holies, which was a perfect cube of 20 cubits. Here was the original ark, overshadowed by 2 colossal cherubim of olive wood overlaid with gold, 10 cubits in height. There stood at each end, north and south, and faced each other, each having 2 wings expanded, so that one wing of each touched over the ark, and the other touched the wall. Outside the holy place stood a great tank or sea of molten brass, 10 cubits in diameter, 30 round, 5 high, and capable of holding 2,000 baths. It was supported on 12 oxen, 3 turned each way, and its rim was ornamented with blossoms. Besides this, there were 10 lavers, for the purpose of ablutions, which stood on movable bases of brass. Each side of these was formed in 3 panels, and adorned with figures of oxen, lions, and cherubim. The great brazen altar of burnt sacrifice, 20 cubits long and 10 high, stood on the exact site of the threshing floor of Araunah. At length, by the 7th month in the 11th year of Solomon's reign, the work was completed, and the king invited the chiefs of different tribes, all the notables of the realm, as also the entire priestly and Levitical body, to the solemn dedication. He himself took his seat on a raised throne of brass. The sacrificers stood before the altar of burnt offering, surrounded by the choir arrayed in white robes, and playing on cymbals, psalteries, and harps, while the assembled nation crowded the courts without. Countless sheep and oxen were the first laid on the brazen altar. Then from under the covering, where David had placed it, the priests solemnly brought the Ark of the Covenant to the folding floors of the temple. These were open, and then past the table of showbread and the golden candlesticks, and the altar of incense, it was conveyed through the veil to its appointed place, and the cherubim spread over it their wings, and received it, as it were, under their protection. At this moment the choir lifted up their voices with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, and made one sound to be heard in praising and thanking the Lord, whose mercy endureth forever. And simultaneously the temple was filled with a cloud. 1 Kings 8, 10, and 11. The glory of the Lord descended, and Jehovah took possession of his new abode. Thereupon the king, rising on his brazen throne, and kneeling down upon his knees, spread forth his hands toward heaven, and offered up a solemn and sublime prayer. As he concluded with the petition, Arise, O Lord God, into thy resting place, thou and the ark of thy strength, fire flashed forth from the glory already filling the temple, and consumed the burnt offerings and sacrifices. 2 Chronicles 7:3. While the priests stood without, blinded with the excess of splendor, and the people, bowing with their faces to the ground, worshipped and praised the Lord. The ceremony of the dedication lasted 7 days, and was succeeded by the Feast of Tabernacles, which was continued for 2 weeks, or twice the usual time. During it, upward of 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep were partly offered in sacrifice, and partly made the materials of a great sacrificial feast, from which, on the 23rd day of the 7th month, the king sent the people away, glad and merry in heart, for the goodness that the Lord had showed unto David, and to Solomon, and to Israel his people. 2 Chronicles 7:10. End of Book 9, Chapter 7. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Book 9, Chapter 8, of a Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 9, Chapter 8, Solomon's Reign Continued. 2 Kings 9-11, 2 Chronicles 8-9, BC 1005 to 975. Before the temple was thus completed, Solomon had proceeded to construct other magnificent buildings. Amongst these was a sumptuous palace for himself, surrounded with beautiful pleasure grounds, which stood within the city opposite to the temple, and occupied 13 years in building. 1 Kings 7:1. Another palace he built for Pharaoh's daughter, who he had espoused, and beside it the house of the forest of Lebanon. 175 feet long, half that measurement in width, and 50 feet high. The roof, which was made of cedar, was supported by 4 rows of cedar columns, and the whole received light from 3 rows of windows on each side. Adjoining it were the women's apartments, a banqueting hall, and spacious and luxuriant gardens. Other works were designed for use in security. Among these were artificial reservoirs for supplying the city with water, and the strengthening or repairing of a fortress called Milo, 1 Kings 9:15, already begun by David, 2 Samuel verse 9. Solomon also fortified Baalath, Gezer, and the two Beth-horons on the great road toward the sea coast, the strong and important host of Hazor, to defend the entrance from Syria and Assyria. Megiddo to guard the Esdraelon plain, while for the protection of his eastern caravans he built Tadmor, afterwards called Palmyra, in the Syrian wilderness, and Tipshah, or Thapsacus, on the Euphrates, 2 Chronicles 8:3-6. His reign was a period of great commercial activity. On the northwest, the important kingdom of Phoenicia was united with him by the bonds of a strict alliance. Once only did Hiram, king of Tyre, express any dissatisfaction with the dealings of his powerful friend. Solomon had bestowed upon him 20 cities, which he had conquered in the land of Galilee, on the borders of Asher. But when the Tyrian king came forth to see them, he was much dissatisfied. One of them, named Kabul, now Kabul, about 8 or 9 miles east of Akkah, in his own Phoenician tongue denoted displeasure, and this name he gave to them all. 1 Kings 9:10-13. 1. But Phoenician enterprise was turned to account in other directions. Having possession of the eastern shore of the Red Sea, Solomon strengthened the ports of Elath and Ezion-Geber, the giant's backbone, and with the assistance of Tyrian shipwrights constructed a fleet, which sailed to Ophir, and returned with gold, silver, ivory, and other products. 1 Kings 9:26-28. 2. The Tyrian alliance opened up also the traffic of the Mediterranean. On every shore washed by this sea, Phoenician energy had founded colonies and opened trading ports, of which the chief was Tarshish, or Tartessus, the Peru of Tyrian adventure, on the southern coast of Spain, at this time abounding in gold and silver mines. Hither Solomon's fleet sailed in company with that of Hiram, and brought back every 3 years of its precious products. 1 Kings 10:22. 3. Another important outlet for trade was supplied by Egypt. Not only had Solomon espoused a daughter of Pharaoh, but in defiance of the Mosaic law, Deuteronomy 17:16, he exchanged the produce of his own country for the horses and chariots of Egypt, as also for the linen yarn spun from the flax, which the Nile Valley yielded in abundance. 1 Kings 10:28-29. 4. Last but not least important was the inland trade of the Arabian Peninsula. Caravans of the native tribes transported on camels the spices, incense, gold, precious stones, and valuable woods of the country, especially the almug or sandal, and brought them into the dominions of Solomon, or, if they were intended for his Tyrian allies, to Gezer and Beth-horon, whence they were transported to the port of Joppa. But though these several branches of commerce opened up to the Hebrew kingdom many and various sources of national prosperity, and tended to multiply the luxuries and magnificence of the court, this prosperity was on the surface only. Hidden beneath its external splendor were several cankers, which surely, though secretly, undermined the true life of the nation. First of all, this massing of gold and silver, as doubtless the Jewish lawgiver had foreseen, could only be brought about by a process of severe taxation, and while forced to bear burdens heavy and grievous, the nation saw the tide of commercial profits, instead of being fairly distributed among the people, flowing only into the royal exchequer. Secondly, these commercial alliances seriously affected the nation's allegiance to Jehovah. In imitation of other Oriental empires, Solomon surrounded himself with a numerous harem, having 700 wives and 300 concubines. 1 Kings 11:1-3. Besides the daughter of Pharaoh, he espoused women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites. And as he grew old, they turned away his heart from the worship of the true God. 3 times indeed during the year he celebrated the festivals of Jehovah, 1 Kings 9:25. But the licentious worship of Baal and Ashtaroth, of Moloch and Chemosh, found its way even into the holy city, and their hideous orgies were enacted hard by the oracles of God. 1 Kings 11:5-8. At first, perhaps, there may have been few signs of weakness in a fabric so vast and so magnificent. In the figurative language of the sacred record, silver was in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar trees as sycamores. Judah and Israel were many, as the sand which is by the sea in multitude, eating and drinking and making merry. In the enjoyment of profound peace, every man dwelt safely under his vine and under his fig tree. Princes administered the government of various portions of the empire. 1 Kings 4:1-6. Officers deputed for the purpose provided victual for the royal table, and barley and straw for Solomon's 40,000 chariot horses, his 12,000 war horses, 1 Kings 4:26, and his swift mules. Kings and princes of subject provinces brought in their tribute at a fixed rate year by year, 1 Kings 10:25. And when the queen of Sheba came with her great train from distant Yemen in Arabia to prove the king with hard questions, and beheld his palace, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, and his cup-bearers, and the ascent from his own palace to the temple, there was no spirit left in her, and she confessed that half of his fame and magnificence had not been told her. 1 Kings 10:1-9. Before long, however, clouds began to gather, portending the coming storm. Once at Gibeon, on the occasion of his accession, again after the dedication of the temple, 1 Kings 3:5-4-2. The Lord had appeared to Solomon, and on condition that he continued to walk in the ways of his father, had promised to crown him with prosperity and establish his dynasty, but at the same time had warned him that any apostasy would bring down severe punishment. But promise and warning had been alike forgotten, and when the Lord appeared for the 3rd time, it was to announce that the kingdom should be rent from him. 1 Kings 11:9-13. 1. The quarter whence danger first threatened was on the south in the land of Edom. When Joab invaded that country during the late reign, and for 6 months directed an indiscriminate massacre of the male population, Hadad, who was of the blood royal, and at that time a little child, was carried off into Egypt, where he was hospitably received by the reigning Pharaoh, and rapidly rising in the royal esteem, obtained the hand of Taphanes, the sister of the Egyptian queen. On the death of David and of Joab, he returned from Egypt, and thirsting to break off the hard yoke of Jacob from the neck of Esau, organized a revolt in his native land, and began to threaten Solomon's communication with the Atlantic Gulf. 1 Kings 11:15-22. 2. A second adversary appeared in the northeastern provinces of the empire. Rezin the Syrian, the son of Eliada, flying from the defeat which his feudal lord Hadadezer, king of Zobah, had sustained at the hands of David, put himself at the head of a band of adventurers and seized Damascus. Here he set up a petty kingdom and became an adversary to all Israel all the days of Solomon, and an impediment to the king's commerce with Tadmor and the Euphrates. 1 Kings 11:23-25. 3. But a far more formidable adversary appeared nearer home. When Solomon was constructing the fortifications of Milo under the citadel of Zion, he observed the industry and activity of Jeroboam, already known as a man of valor, the son of an Ephraimite named Nebat. Perceiving his worth, the king not only employed him on the works, but elevated him to the rank of collector of the taxes from his native tribe. On one occasion, as he was going out of Jerusalem, Jeroboam encountered the prophet Ahijah of the ancient sanctuary of Shiloh, and accompanied him to a neighboring field. When they were alone, the prophet rent the new outer robe in which he was attired into 12 pieces, and gave 10 of them to Jeroboam, assuring him at the same time that he should reign over 10 of the tribes, and that if he proved faithful to his laws, God would establish his dynasty as he had done that of David. 1 Kings 11:26-39. News of this mysterious intimation in some way reached the ears of Solomon, and he sought to put Jeroboam to death, but the latter fled for refuge to the court of Shishak, a powerful monarch who was bent on restoring Egypt to its former greatness. Here he remained during the rest of Solomon's reign. Departing from his earlier policy, the king had laid the burden of compulsory labor not only on the remnant of the Canaanites, but on the Israelites themselves. 1 Kings 5:13-14. This increased the old jealousy of the great house of Joseph, and a man like Jeroboam was certain at any time to rally round him all the national discontent and ill-feeling during the once prosperous monarch. Well, the signs of coming danger were thus becoming more and more evident. Solomon's reign of 40 years came to a close, B.C. 975. The hopes he might have inspired when first elevated to the throne had not been fulfilled. He had indeed built the promised temple. He had adorned Jerusalem with sumptuous palaces. His wisdom and learning had attracted the notice and roused the envy of distant monarchs. But he had not been mindful, save for a short time, while the example of David and the instructions of his preceptor Nathan were fresh in his memory, of the vocation to which he had been called. His kingdom exhibited some of the worst faults of other Oriental monarchies. He had violated each and all of the fundamental principles of the kingdom as laid down by the great lawgiver of his nation. He had encouraged the worst forms of idolatry, had multiplied wives, had amassed enormous wealth, had laid heavy burdens on the people, and sated with pomp and splendor and selfish luxuries, he had confessed the vanity of his life. Ecclesiastes 1:12-18. The kingdom which Abraham had seen in vision, stretching from the river of Egypt to the gates of Damascus, had indeed been realized, but its unity was not destined to survive the reign of the son of David. End of Book 9, Chapter 8. Recording by Lawrence Trask.
Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Kingdoms of Judah and Israel. Part 1, Period of Mutual Hostility. Chapter 1, The Revolt of the 10 Tribes. 1 Kings chapter 12, 2 Chronicles chapter 10, BC 975. Rehoboam, the successor of Solomon, was 41 years of age when he came to the throne. Though his title does not seem to have been disputed at Jerusalem, he deemed it right to obtain a more general and public recognition, and probably as a concession to the powerful house of Joseph, convened a solemn assembly of the tribes at Shechem, its ancient but ruined capital. On his arrival there, he encountered Jeroboam, who had been summoned from his retreat in Egypt, and now boldly appeared at the head of a deputation from all the tribes, requesting a remission of the taxes and other heavy burdens which had been laid upon the nation during the late reign. Thus directly appealed to, Rehoboam requested a space of 3 days for deliberation, and during this period first consulted the old advisers of his father. They unanimously suggested that he should accede to the nation's request and lighten its burden. But besides these experienced counsellors, there were young men of rank who had been the king's companions and were now about his court. They could ill brook any line of policy that seemed likely to lower the power of their patron, and advised him to take up the matter with a high hand, and by a firm denial of the nation's request, put down once and for all any similar demand. In an evil hour, Rehoboam listened to their counsel, and at the end of the 3 days, when the envoys again headed by Jeroboam were summoned into his presence, announced to them his final resolve. "My father made your yoke heavy," said he in the true spirit of an oriental despot, "and I will add to your yoke. My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions." 1 Kings chapter 12, verses 1 to 15. This senseless reply was no sooner made known to the tribes than it roused a general spirit of rebellion. "What portion have we in David?" exclaimed the great tribe of Ephraim, "and what inheritance in the son of Jesse? To your tents, O Israel. Now see to thine own house, David." Compare 2 Samuel 20, verse 1. The assembly broke up in confusion, and each man returned to his home. But Rehoboam did not yet discern the full force of the rising storm. He was unwise enough to send Adoram, who had been chief receiver of the tribute during the reigns of his father and grandfather, 2 Samuel 20, verse 24, 1 Kings 5, verse 14, to levy the usual dues. But the fate of his envoy proved the strength of the popular feeling. All Israel stoned him with stones that he died, and the king himself was obliged to fly in haste to Jerusalem. His first impulse on his return was to punish the rebellious tribes, and for this purpose he gathered together an army of 180,000 men. But his preparations for a civil war were forbidden by Shemaiah, a man of God, who declared it to be the will of Jehovah that all hostility should be laid aside, for the rending of the kingdom was from him. 1 Kings 12, verses 18 to 24. Thereupon the projected war was given up, and the rebellion was complete. According to the new division of the land, 1. The kingdom of Judah included that tribe itself together with Benjamin, which transferred to it its allegiance, probably because Jerusalem was within its borders, and at least eventually a part, if not all, of the territory of Simeon and of Dan. For the present, Edom appears to have remained its faithful vassal, and guarded the caravan trade with Ophir, while Philistia continued for the most part quiet. 2. The kingdom of Israel, on the other hand, included that of the remaining 8 tribes, Ephraim and half Manasseh, Issachar, Zebulun, Asher, and Naphtali, as well as the coastline between Akko and Joppa, on the west of the Jordan, Reuben, Gad, and the remaining half-tribe of Manasseh on the east of that river. His vassal states were Moab, 2 Kings 3 and verse 4, and so much of Syria as had remained subject to Solomon, 1 Kings 11 verse 24. The first act of Jeroboam, on being declared ruler of the 10 tribes, was to give a capital to his kingdom. For this purpose he rebuilt and fortified Shechem. His next step was to secure his dominions against his powerful northern neighbour Syria. He therefore fortified Penuel beyond the Jordan, which commanded the fords of Succoth, and was on the great caravan road leading over Gilead to Damascus. But it required little reflection to convince him that so long as the yearly pilgrimage summoned their thousands and tens of thousands to Jerusalem, his authority was but nominal. The Levitical class would constantly require to go up to the city of David in order of their courses, and the majority of them began to leave his kingdom for that of Judah. Without a temple, without the ark, without a priesthood, he felt he could not maintain his power. Within the boundaries, however, of his realm were 2 sanctuaries, Bethel in the south and Dan in the north. These, after some deliberation, 1 Kings 12 verse 28, he resolved to elevate into seats for national worship, which he hoped might rival the temple at Jerusalem. Instead, however, of erecting altars there in honour of Jehovah, he made 2 calves of gold, figures probably of Apis or Nevis, whose worship he had often witnessed during his residence in Egypt, and set them up in either sanctuary with the address, "Behold thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt." 1 Kings 12, verse 28. Moreover, at both places he established a new order of priests, not taken from the sons of Levi, but from the lowest of the people, and therefore absolutely dependent on himself. And into this order anyone could obtain admission on sacrificing a young bullock and 7 rams. 2 Chronicles 13 verse 9. Having taken these measures, on the 15th day of the 8th month he proclaimed a solemn festival of dedication, and went up to Bethel to offer incense in person on the altar. But at this critical moment, as he was standing there, a man of God from Judah appeared, who boldly confronted the king, denounced the idolatrous service, and foretold the desecration of the altar by a future king of the house of Judah, Josiah by name, who would offer upon it the priests of the high places and burn men's bones upon it. See 2 Kings 23 verse 15. Enraged at this outspoken defiance, Jeroboam stretched forth his hand and bade the bystanders seize the bold stranger. But at the moment his hand became suddenly paralyzed, and at the same time the altar was rent asunder, and the ashes of the victims were poured out. Now thoroughly alarmed, the king implored the prophet to intercede with the Lord for him, that the heavy judgment he had incurred might be removed. The other complied, and the king's hand was restored. Grateful for this signal favour, Jeroboam would now have hospitably entertained the man of God, but the latter had been sent on a special errand, and his commands had been precise and peremptory, neither to eat bread nor drink water in a place so openly profaned with idolatry, nor even to return thence by the same road that he had come. Accordingly he declined the royal invitation and went his way. 1 Kings 13 and verse 10. On the road, however, as he lingered under an oak, he was overtaken by an old prophet of Bethel, who had heard from his sons of the day's occurrences at the festival. His own guilty silence had well nigh made him a partaker in the sins of the king, and the bold bearing of the stranger reminded him of what he himself should have done. Either, therefore, from a wish to win respect for himself once more by intercourse with such an accredited messenger of the Most High, or with the full intention of deceiving him, and so bringing discredit on his words, he hurried after him, and now announced himself as the bearer of a distinct divine command that he should return to Bethel. Overcome by this solemn declaration, the other accompanied him to the town. But as they were seated at the meal, the Spirit of the Lord came upon the guilty host, and the deceiver was constrained to pronounce the doom of the deceived. The man of God had been faithless to the terms of his commission, and a certain death awaited him, nor should his body ever come into the sepulchre of his fathers. With his doom upon him, he went his way, and a lion met and slew him. 1 Kings 8, verse 24. But though dead, he was yet to speak, and testified to the solemnity of the mission on which he had been sent. When he was found lying dead on the road, the lion also standing there, as well as the ass on which he had ridden, the beasts of prey had not eaten the corpse nor torn the ass. Thus the mysterious circumstances of the prophet's death confirmed that sign of his authority, which he had weakened during his life. And the old prophet of Bethel, by laying him in his own sepulchre with all honour, and charging his sons after his death to bury him beside the victim of his own deceit, preserved in Jeroboam's new religious capital a silent witness against the idolatries there practised. 1 Kings 8, verses 30 to 32. End of Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 2 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear, Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 2. Rehoboam and Abijah, Jeroboam and Nadab. 1 Kings 13 to 15, 2 Chronicles 11 to 13, BC 975 to 955. This warning, however, though confirmed by signs and wonders, had little or no effect on Jeroboam himself. He persisted in his evil courses, and his dynasty was destined to pass away, a fact before long revealed to him under very mournful circumstances. His son Abijah fell sick. In his anxiety to know the fate of the hope of his kingdom, Jeroboam bade his wife disguise herself and repair to Shiloh, and there consult the now blind and aged prophet who had foretold his own elevation to the throne. Though she was effectually disguised, and presented only the gift of an ordinary person, a few loaves, some cakes, and a cruse of honey, the prophet detected his visitor as soon as he heard the sound of her feet at the door, and confirmed her worst fears. In words of utmost sternness, he denounced her husband's idolatries, and distinctly told her that her son would die. He indeed, as one in whom was found some good things toward the Lord God of Israel, would descend into the grave mourned and lamented by the whole people. But no other of his family would thus receive an honourable funeral, and his death would be but the prelude of the destruction of his father's dynasty. With a heavy heart the mother returned, and as she entered the town of Tirzah, Abijah sickened, and the blind prophet's words came true. 1 Kings 14, verses 1 to 18. Meanwhile, the relations between the rival kingdoms had been marked by continued hostility. 1 Kings 14, verse 30, 2 Chronicles 12, verse 15. The first step taken by Rehoboam, when the disruption of the kingdom was complete, was to fortify 15 cities in the neighbourhood of his capital and in the southern and southwestern portions of Judah. 2 Chronicles 11, 5 through 12. All these he stored with provisions and arms, and placed over them commandants. During the first 3 years of his reign he walked in the ways of the Lord, and was strengthened in upholding the principles of true religion by numerous bodies of priests and Levites, who flocked into the territory of Judah from that of Jeroboam, as also by many of the tribes of Israel, who still remained faithful to the Lord God of their fathers. 2 Chronicles 11, 13 to 17. But soon, like Solomon before him, he too was found wanting. Surrounding himself with a numerous harem, he took 18 wives and 60 concubines, by whom he became the father of numerous sons and daughters. Reserving the throne for Abijah, the son of Maacah, daughter of Absalom, he dispersed the rest of the royal princes among his fortified cities, and in the splendour of his court and the security of his now established throne, forgat the law of the Lord, 2 Chronicles 12 and verse 1, and set an evil example to his subjects, who speedily began to build high places and set up images and groves on every high hill and under every green tree. 1 Kings 14, verses 22 to 24. 5 years, however, after his accession, his peace was rudely disturbed. Shishak, the Egyptian king, instigated probably by Jeroboam, whom, as we have already seen, he had befriended in exile, advanced against Judah with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 cavalry and an enormous host of Libyans, Nubians, and Ethiopians. Having made himself master of Rehoboam's fenced cities, he penetrated as far as his capital and forced him to purchase an ignominious peace by delivering up the treasure of the royal palace and the temple, even to the shields of gold which Solomon had made for the purpose of being borne before him whenever he visited the temple in state. 1 Kings 10, verses 16 and 17. More than this, the Egyptian monarch did not attempt, as Shemaiah the prophet had promised would be the case if the king and his people displayed signs of real contrition for their idolatries. After this deep humiliation, the moral condition of Judah seems to have improved, and the rest of Rehoboam's reign is not marked by any remarkable event. He died BC 957 at the age of 58, after a reign of 17 years, and was succeeded by his son Abijah. The new king continued the war with Jeroboam and made a determined effort to recover the 10 tribes. At Mount Zemaraim in the range of Ephraim, he confronted with 400,000 troops twice that number of the enemy, and previously to the battle endeavoured by a solemn address to win over the subjects of his rival to their former allegiance. He reminded them of the divine election of David to the throne of the entire nation, and the emphatic manner in which the monarchy had been covenanted to him. He recounted the circumstances under which Jeroboam had usurped the regal power, and contrasted the idolatrous worship he had established with the time-honoured ritual of the temple and its divinely ordained priests. While he thus sought to awaken the loyalty of the tribes, his rival had posted an ambuscade behind the men of Judah, who found themselves entrapped. But, nothing daunted, they cried unto the Lord, and while the priests sounded with the silver trumpets, raised a shout and fell upon the foe. The forces of Jeroboam were utterly routed, and Abijah succeeded in capturing the towns of Bethel, Jeshanah, and Ephraim with the surrounding villages. From this signal defeat, the king of Israel never recovered strength again, 2 Chronicles 13 verse 20, and soon after died, bequeathing his throne to his son Nadab, while his rival Abijah, after a brief reign of 3 years, also died, and was succeeded by his son Asa, BC 954. End of Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 2, recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 3, Asa and Baasha, Elah, Zimri, and Omri. 1 Kings, chapters 15 and 16, 2 Chronicles, chapters 14 to 16, BC 955 to 918. The reign of Nadab was very brief, lasting only 2 years. As he was besieging Gibbethon, a town allotted to Dan, Joshua 19 verse 44, and afterwards given to the Kohathite Levites, Joshua 21 verse 23, but which was now in the hands of the Philistines, Baasha, the son of Abijah, of the house of Issachar, conspired against him, and, usurping the throne, smote all the house of Jeroboam till he left none that breathed, thus fulfilling the words of Ahijah and destroying the first Israelitish dynasty, BC 953. Between the new king and Asa, constant hostilities were maintained. The latter, mindful of the conditions on which he held the kingdom, no sooner ascended the throne than he commenced a general religious reform throughout his dominions. He removed the idols his father had set up, the high places, the images, and the groves, nor did he spare the idolatrous ritual even of his grandmother, Maacah, who held the special dignity of Queen Mother. He removed the symbol of her religion and flung the ashes into the brook Kidron. Having thus restored the worship of Jehovah to something of its former purity, he strengthened his kingdom by fortifying the frontier towns and raised and equipped a large army. He was thus in a condition to confront the enormous host with which his realm was invaded by Zerah the Ethiopian, probably Osorkon II, the successor of Shishak and the inheritor of his quarrel with Rehoboam. The Egyptian host penetrated as far as Mareshah in the low country of Judah, where they were confronted by Asa, whose confidence in his God was rewarded by a complete victory, and the Egyptian host fell back routed as far as Gerar, leaving immense spoils in the hands of the men of Judah. 2 Chronicles 14, verses 9 to 15. After this signal success, encouraged by the assurances of the prophet Azariah, Asa resolved to continue his religious reforms, and on his arrival at Jerusalem convoked an assembly of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, as well as of the strangers sojourning amongst them from Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon, and in the 3rd month of the 15th year of his reign renewed with solemn sacrifices a national covenant. With a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets, The assembly swore fealty to their God and king, and vowed to put to death all who proved unfaithful to Jehovah. 2 Chronicles 15 verses 1 to 15. The peace which his kingdom now enjoyed was soon disturbed by the hostility of Baasha, who marched against Asa, and having recovered the territory which he had lost, fortified Ramah, about 6 miles north of Jerusalem, not only to annoy his enemy and stop the tide of immigration from his own kingdom into that of Judah, but also to cut off Asa's communications with the central portion of Israel. On this, that monarch resolved to purchase the aid of the king of Syria, Ben-Hadad I, and persuade him to break off his alliance with his rival. Sending therefore all the silver and gold left in the treasuries of the temple to the Syrian monarch, he succeeded in inducing him to fling an army into northern Palestine, which smote Ijon, Dan, Abel Beth Maacah, Cinneroth, and all the land of Naphtali. This forced Baasha to withdraw his forces and retire to Tirzah, whereupon Asa summoned all Judah, and having destroyed the works of Ramah, used the stones and timber to fortify 2 towers, Geba and Mizpah, as checks to any similar attempts in future. This is the first instance of a Hebrew king courting an alliance with a heathen power in a great crisis of the national fortunes, and it did not pass unnoticed by the prophetical order. Hanani the seer denounced such faithless leaning on an arm of flesh, and foretold that from henceforth he should have wars. The outspoken rebuke roused the anger of Asa. He flung the bold prophet into prison and oppressed some of the people who probably sympathized in his denunciations. In other respects he had ruled his kingdom with energy, loyalty, and piety, and after a severe attack of gout died in the 41st year of his reign, and was committed to the tomb amidst general sorrow, bequeathing his throne to his son Jehoshaphat. 2 Chronicles 16 verses 7 to 14, BC 914. Meanwhile there had been great vicissitudes in the kingdom of Israel. After destroying the whole house of Jeroboam, Baasha made the beautiful city of Tirzah his capital, and in spite of the warnings of the prophet Jehu, the son of Hanani, 1 Kings 16 verses 1 through 7, persisted in walking in the ways of Jeroboam, wherewith he made Israel to sin. His reign of 24 years was chiefly distinguished by his persistent hostility to his rival Asa, which cost him, as we have seen, several cities in the northern part of his dominions, in consequence of Asa's alliance with Ben-Hadad. He was succeeded in the year BC 930 by his son Eli, who had barely reigned for the brief space of a year, when on the occasion of a riotous feast in the house of his steward at Tirzah, he was assassinated by Zimri, the captain of half his chariots, BC 929. The usurper signalized his accession by ruthlessly murdering every member of the family of Baasha, but had barely occupied the throne for 7 days when Omri, captain of the army then besieging Gibbethon, attacked him at Tirzah. Despairing of aid, Zimri anticipated the wishes of his rival by firing the place over his head, and perished in the flames. But the claims of the usurper to his blood-stained throne were not universally acknowledged. Half the people sided with him, and half with another aspirant, Tibni, the son of Ginath, 1 Kings 16 verse 21. For 5 years the latter reigned as rival king, and the land was desolated with civil discord. At length the faction of Omri prevailed, and Tibni, dying, he became sole king of Israel, and founder of its 3rd dynasty. For 6 years he made Tirzah, though now in ruins, his capital, and then in spite of its proverbial beauty, Song of Solomon 6 and verse 4, determined to remove his residence elsewhere. About 6 miles northwest of Shechem was an oval-shaped, isolated hill, rising by successive terraces 600 feet above the surrounding plateau, and combining in union not elsewhere found in Palestine strength, beauty, and fertility. This hill Omri purchased of Shema, its owner, for 2 talents of silver, and on its long flat top built a city, which instead of naming after himself, he called after the name of its owner, Shomron, the city of Shema. afterwards corrupted into the Chaldee Shemrin, and thence into the Greek Samaria. In his new capital, Omri reigned 6 years more. A vigorous and unscrupulous ruler, he did evil in the eyes of the Lord more than all his predecessors on the throne. He not only courted an alliance with Ben-Hadad the first and surrendered to him some border towns, 1 Kings 20 verse 34, and admitted a resident Syrian embassy into Samaria, but gave his son and successor Ahab in marriage to Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of Zidon, 1 Kings 16 verse 31, thus introducing the worship of Baal as the recognized religion of his kingdom. End of Book 10, Part 1, Chapter 3. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia.
Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 1 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mason Lewis. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 10, Part 2. Period of Mutual Alliance and Hostility to Syria. Chapter 1. Reign of Ahab, Era of Elijah. 1 Kings 17 through 19, 2 Chronicles 17. BC 918 to 915. The first act of Jehoshaphat, who succeeded Asa on the throne of Judah, was to fortify and garrison the fenced cities in his dominions, as well as the towns in Ephraim, which his father had captured. 2 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 2. With much zeal for the national faith, he next endeavored to put down the high places and groves, and sent a commission of princes, priests, and Levites to traverse the various towns and instruct the people out of the book of the law. 2 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 6 through 9. His pious zeal did not go unrewarded. The Lord established the kingdom in his hand and gave him peace round about. Not only his own subjects, but even the Philistines and Arabians brought him tribute. 2 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 5 and 11, which enabled him to build castles and store cities in Judah and maintain a large standing army. 2 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 12 through 19. Meanwhile, very different scenes were enacted in the rival kingdom of Israel. Ithobalus, or Ethbal, the father of Ahab's queen, had once been a priest of the Phoenician goddess Astarte, and had usurped the throne of his brother Phalles. Jezebel inherited the spirit of her father, and quickly acquired the most unbounded influence over her weak-minded husband, so that he became a mere puppet in her hands. The first effect of her influence was the establishment of the worship of Baal on the most extensive scale. Near the palace at Samaria rose a temple in honor of this Phoenician deity, and an oracular grove, while 450 of the prophets of Baal and 400 of Astarte were supported at the queen's table. 1 Kings chapter 16, verse 31 and 32, chapter 18, verse 19. She also resolved that a worship, now formally legalized, should be forcibly imposed on her husband's subject, and so great was her severity towards the prophets of Jehovah that they were constrained to conceal themselves in caves and there eke out a precarious existence. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 13. While she thus persecuted the servants of Jehovah, her yielding husband occupied himself chiefly with indulging a taste for splendid architecture. He erected several cities and built an ivory palace, and while Samaria remained his capital, sought another Tirzah in the beautiful city of Jezreel, the very name of which, the seed plot of God, indicates the fertility of the neighborhood. In this crisis of the Israelitish kingdom came forth, sudden as the lightning, alarming as the thunder, one of the most remarkable men that Israel ever produced. From the wooded uplands across the Jordan, from the country of the rude soldier judge Jephthah, clad in the austere garb of the prophets, consisting of a girdle of skin hanging round his loins, and a sheepskin mantle, his hair long and thick, and hanging down his back. 2 Kings chapter 1, verse 18, appeared in the palace of Ahab. Elijah the Tishbite, of the inhabitants of Gilead. Without a word of comment or introduction, he announced in the name of that God, whom the monarch had insulted, a speedy and awful judgment. As the Lord God of Israel liveth, said he, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, but according to my word. Having thus boldly delivered his message, he fled for his life to the brook or torrent bed of the Cherith, either amongst his own native hills, or on the west of Jordan and nearer to Samaria. Here he was for some time miraculously supported by ravens, which brought him bread and flesh in the morning and bread and flesh in the evening, while he drank of the water of the brook. 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 1 through 7. After a while, the slender streamlet was dried up. Guided by the divine direction, the prophet now repaired to Zarephath, or Sarepta, Luke chapter 4, verse 25 through 29, a Phoenician village on the seashore between Tyre and Sidon, and in the very midst of Phoenician heathenism. As he drew nigh the place, he met the widow, with whom he was to lodge, gathering sticks. Though she was so poverty-stricken that she had but a handful of meal in a barrel, and a little oil in a cruse, and the sticks she was gathering were to make a last meal for her child and herself before they died, he yet bade her to make a little cake for him first, and assured her that the barrel of meal should not waste, nor the cruse of oil fail, till the rain returned. Strong in faith, the woman did as he bade her, and found his words true. For a full year, 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 15, margin, she and her house did eat, nor did their supplies fail. But before long a sore trouble visited her home. Her son sickened and seemed at the point of death. In the agony of her grief, she imputed this trial to the presence of the mysterious prophet. But Elijah took the boy up to his chamber and laid him on his own bed. Then he stretched himself 3 times upon him, and cried mightily to the Lord, that his life might be restored to him. His prayer was heard. The soul of the child came into him again, and he revived. And the prophet restored him to his mother, who was now convinced that her guest was a man of God, and that the word of the Lord in his mouth was true. 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 8 through 24. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Israel was suffering the most grievous extremities from the prolonged drought. The earth lay cracked and parched and barren. Sheep, cattle, horses perished from want of water and from the failure of the crops. So great was the destitution that Ahab left his luxurious palace at Samaria and divided with Obadiah, his chief domestic officer, and who, at the peril of his life, remained faithful in his allegiance to Jehovah, the duty of examining every spring and nook of the most shaded torrent bed to discover any sign of herbage, wherewith to save the horses and mules alive, that they might not lose all the beast. While then Ahab went one way by himself, and Obadiah went another way by himself, suddenly the latter discerned the prophet standing in the midst of the path. At the divine command, Elijah had left his retreat at Zarephath, and now bade the minister of Ahab to announce his master his own return. At first Obadiah demurred. He feared lest while he had gone on this mission, the Spirit of the Lord might summon the prophet in some other direction, and the king would slay him in his disappointment. But Elijah reassured him, and he went and told Ahab, and Ahab went to meet the servant of Jehovah. Few but pointed were the prophet's words, when he was confronted with the weak, woman-governed king. After sternly denouncing his idolatries, he commanded him to summon instantly to the top of Carmel the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Ashtaroth. Awed by the bearing of the seer, the monarch dared not disobey, and the prophets, followed by a large concourse of people, repaired to the appointed spot at the extreme eastern point of the long Carmel range, commanding the last view of the sea behind and the first view of the great plain in front. It was the crisis in the history of the 10 tribes. On that day it was to be proved, once for all, who was supreme, Baal or Jehovah. With his one attendant, Elijah proceeded to the place of controversy, and proposed to the assembled multitudes a decisive test. Let 2 bullocks be chosen. Let one of them be slain by the priests of Baal and cut in pieces. Let these be laid upon an altar, with no fire under. Let them then call upon the name of their gods, and the God that answered by fire, let him be God. The challenge was accepted. The altar was built, the victims slain, the pieces laid in order, and the priests of Baal commenced their incantations. But there was no voice, neither any that answered. Morning passed, and noon came, and still there was no reply. Meanwhile Elijah suggested to them that they should cry aloud, for, said he, with cutting irony, he is a god. Either he meditateth, or he is pursuing, or peradventure he sleepeth, and must be awaked. Stung to the quick, the priests redoubled their invocations. They cried aloud, they cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets, till the blood gushed out upon them. But prayers, cries, lacerations were each and all in vain. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 1 through 30. The hour for the evening sacrifice now drew near, and Elijah bade the people approach, and with 12 stones, according to the number of tribes of Jacob, repaired an ancient altar on the mountain top, which Jezebel probably had caused to be thrown down. Round about it he next caused a trench to be dug, and having slain his victim, laid it upon the altar. Then once, twice, and yet again he caused victim and altar to be drenched with water, till it filled even the trench. This done, the solitary prophet poured forth his whole soul to the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, praying him that he would that day prove that he was indeed the Lord, and that he himself had done all these things at his word. His prayer was answered. The fire of the Lord descended and consumed the burnt sacrifice and the wood, and the stones and the dust, and licked up even the water that was in the trench. The effect on the people was profound. Falling upon their faces, they with one accord confessed Jehovah, he is the God. Jehovah, he is the God. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 30 through 39. It was the moment for still more decisive measures. Elijah had bowed the hearts of the people as one man. "Take the prophets of Baal," he cried. "Let not one of them escape." And down the steep sides of the mountain they were brought to the level plain below, where flowed the Kishon. There these troublers of the nation's peace were slain, and the stern act of duty done, the prophet bade the king accompany him up the mountain to join in a sacrificial feast. Then, while Ahab ate and drank, he himself ascended to a higher level, and on the bare ground, with his face between his knees, remained wrapped in prayer, having bidden his servant ascend yet higher, and look towards the blue waters of the Mediterranean Sea. 6 times he came back to his master with the announcement that he could see nothing. But the 7th time he returned, saying, "Behold, there ariseth a little cloud out of the sea, like a man's hand." It was the long-desired sign, the first that had for days and months passed across the heavens, telling of the coming rain. Instantly the prophet bade the king descend the mountain, prepare his chariot, and make for his palace. The king obeyed, and meantime the little cloud had grown and overcast the whole evening sky. Soon a wind arose and shook the forest of Carmel, and the welcome rain poured down in torrents. Across the bed of Kishon, Ahab urged his chariot along the road to Jezreel, while Elijah, girding up his loins and tightening his hairy mantle about him, ran before the chariot of his sovereign at least 16 miles to the entrance of the city. Thus far the triumph of the prophet was complete, but now when victory seemed to be in the hollow of his hand, at the most critical moment of his life, his courage failed him. Jezebel, informed of what had taken place on Carmel, sent a messenger threatening him with certain death, and Elijah, who had boldly defied multitudes on Carmel, fled before the face of a woman, in a southerly direction towards Beersheba. There he left his attendant and went alone a day's journey into the waste, uninhabited country, which borders on the south of Palestine. Wearied, disappointed, he requested that he might die, and flinging himself under a juniper tree, fell asleep. Presently an angel awoke him, and pointing to a cake baked on the coals and a cruse of water, bade him refresh himself, and in the strength of that meat go still further southward, to Horeb, the mountain of God. Arrived there, he remained at least one night in one of the caverns of the awful mountain range, and in the morning heard the word of the Lord, inquiring, "What doest thou here, Elijah?" In reply, the prophet urged his eminent services for the cause of Jehovah. The children of Israel had forsaken the covenant, thrown down the Lord's altars, and slain the prophets with the sword. He alone was left, and they sought his life to take it away. In this dejected, murmuring mood, he was not fit to discharge the duties of his office. The Lord therefore bade him to leave his cave and stand before him face to face upon the mountains, while he passed by in all the terror of his most appalling manifestations. First, a mighty rushing wind rent the solid mountain and brake in pieces the cliffs of Sinai, but the Lord was not in the wind. Then an earthquake shook the rocks, and the mountain trembled with the crash, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. Then a fire blazed forth, and burnt with a consuming heat, but the Lord was not in the fire. Then all was quiet, the convulsion of nature was hushed, and presently there came a still small voice. And as Elijah listened, his face wrapped in his mantle, he learnt that there was yet something left for him to do, that he was not the only instrument the Lord could employ. He was to return and anoint Hazael king over Syria, Jehu son of Nimshi king of Israel, and Elisha of Abel-Meholah as his successor in the prophetical office. And whereas he had complained that he was the only faithful servant of Jehovah, he now learnt that the Lord had left him 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which had not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which had not kissed him. 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 1 through 18. End of Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 1. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Class Book of Old Testament History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mason Lewis. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 2. Wars of Ahab and Benhadad. 1 Kings 20, BC 901. Of the 3 commands thus laid upon him, Elijah straightway proceeded to execute the last. From Horeb he journeyed to Abel-meholah, the meadow of the dance, in the northern part of the Jordan Valley. Here he met Elisha, the son of Shaphat, apparently a man of substance, plowing with 12 yoke of oxen before him, and he with the 12th. Casting his well-known mantle upon him, the prophet, by this symbolic action, claimed him as his son, and called him to follow him. Lingering only to bid farewell to his father and mother, and to celebrate a parting feast with his people, Elisha arose and hurried after the great prophet, and became henceforth his constant attendant. Meanwhile, Ahab, while he retained Samaria as the capital of his kingdom, adorned with a palace and park the beautiful city of Jezreel, in the Esdraelon plain. But ere long this and other instances of his passion for splendid architecture received a rude check. At the head of a large army and aided by 32 vassal kings, Benhadad II, king of Syria, laid siege to Samaria. While this was in progress, with true oriental haughtiness, he made a formal demand of all the silver and gold, the wives and children belonging to his enemy. Hoping to disarm hostility, the servile Ahab replied by a promise of faithful vassalage to the lord of Syria. But Benhadad, emboldened by this weak compliance, sent ambassadors with the announcement that on the following day he should enforce his demand by an actual search of Ahab's palace. Even the king of Israel was stung to the quick by this insulting message, and summoning all the elders of his kingdom, he laid the matter before them. It was resolved to defend Samaria at all risks, and Benhadad was informed that his demand could not be entertained. On receiving this reply, the king of Syria sent another message to declare his intention of laying Samaria level with the ground. "Tell him," rejoined Ahab, "let not him that girdeth on his armor boast himself as he that putteth it off." A spirited reply, which filled Benhadad with rage, and he ordered preparations to be made for an instant assault. At this juncture a prophet stood forth and assured Ahab of a complete victory over the vast host of his enemy, which should be achieved by a mere handful of men. In accordance with his suggestion, the king thereupon numbered the 232 attendants on the princes of the provinces, and prepared to send them against the Syrian camp, while 7,000 of the regular troops followed behind. The little band left the gates of Samaria and proceeded towards the pavilions, or rather the tents and booths of branches, boughs, and brushwood, which were erected for the Syrian chiefs in the camp, as they are still erected for the Turkish pashas and agas in their expeditions. Though it was only high noon, Benhadad, with his vassal chiefs, was carousing over his wine cups. But he no sooner heard of the approach of the little band from the city, than with drunken insolence he ordered that they should be taken alive, whether they came for peace or war. The force, however, sent to execute this order found it no easy one, for the 232 princes of the provinces offered a strenuous resistance, and struck down all who opposed them. This, and the sight of the 7,000 following behind, filled the Syrian host with a sudden panic, and they fled precipitately, headed by Benhadad himself on a fleet horse, and pursued by the victorious Israelites, who inflicted upon them a great slaughter. 1 Kings chapter 20, verses 1 through 22. Thus Samaria was delivered. But the same prophet who had predicted the victory now warned Ahab to be on his guard. For with the return of spring the enemy would renew the invasion, which duly came to pass. Annoyed at their late humbling defeat, the Syrians had concluded that it was owing to the fact that they had attacked in a hilly region a people whose gods were gods of the hills. They now resolved to fight in a more level region, and in place of the vassal kings, who probably had been the first to fly in the late battle, they had substituted captains and mustered an army as large as the last. Accordingly, at the season named by the prophet, they advanced with a vast host to Aphek, a town in the level country east of the Jordan, on the military road from Syria to Israel. Hither the army of Ahab went forth to meet them, and encamped, appearing like 2 little flocks of kids in comparison of their formidable foes, who filled the country round. But again a prophet appeared to encourage Ahab and assure him of a second victory. The Syrians had imagined Jehovah to be merely a god of the hills. They should know that he was a god also of the valleys. 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 28. For 7 days the two armies confronted one another, and then the battle was joined. The Syrians were utterly routed and fled in confusion to Aphek, resolved there to make a stand. But the wall of the town, in consequence probably of a sudden earthquake, fell with a terrible crash and buried upwards of 27,000 in the ruins. Benhadad himself with his immediate attendants escaped, and was advised by them to throw himself on the mercy of the conqueror. They proposed to go forth with sackcloth on their loins and ropes on their heads and plead for their lives. Mounted in his chariot, Ahab received the envoys, inquired after the welfare of his late dreaded enemy, and called him his brother. The word brother revived the courage of the Syrian ambassadors, and they were presently bidden to return and usher their master into Ahab's presence. Benhadad came and was invited to take his place in the chariot by the side of his conqueror. Grateful for this unexpected clemency, he promised to restore to the king of Israel all the towns his father had taken from the Israelites, and to permit his subjects to have a quarter in the Syrian capital, similar to that which Benhadad's father had obtained in Samaria. 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 34. This impolitic clemency to an unrelenting national foe was sternly rebuked by one of the sons of the prophets. Having caused himself to be wounded and disguised with a headband, he awaited Ahab's coming along the road, and said, Thy servant went out into the midst of the late battle, and behold, a man turned aside, and brought a man unto me, and said, Keep this man, if by any means he be missing, then shall thy life be for his life, or else thou shalt pay a talent of silver. And as thy servant was busy here and there, he was gone. Instantly Ahab decided the matter, and pronounced that he must bear the penalty. On this the headband was removed, and the king perceived not only that the speaker was a scholar of the prophets, but understood also the true meaning of his parable. Because he had spared a man, whom Jehovah had devoted to utter destruction, the punishment should fall upon him and his people, which he had failed to execute on Benhadad. 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 35 through 43. End of Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 2.
Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 3 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 3. Murder of Naboth, Battle of Ramoth-Gilead. 1 Kings chapters 21 and 22, 2 Chronicles chapter 18, BC 898. Shortly after these events, an incident occurred which brought down upon Ahab and his house an awful doom. Adjoining his palace at Jezreel was a vineyard belonging to a native of the place named Naboth. Eagerly desirous to add the vineyard to his palace grounds and convert it into a garden of herbs, Ahab proposed to its owner to purchase it, or give him in exchange another and even better piece of ground. This Naboth stoutly refused to do, alleging his unwillingness to part with the inheritance of his fathers. Leviticus 25 verse 23, Numbers 36 verse 8. Annoyed at this rebuff, the king returned to his palace, and in his vexation flung himself on his bed, turned away his face, and would eat no bread. While in this mood he was visited by Jezebel, to whom he explained the cause of his vexation. She instantly resolved to take the matter into her own hands, and bade her lord trouble himself no more. She would give him the vineyard. Thereupon she wrote a warrant in Ahab's name, sealed it with his seal, and sent it to the elders of the city, directing that, as if on the occasion of some great calamity, a solemn fast should be proclaimed, that 2 men should be set up to charge Naboth with blasphemy against God and the king, and that then he should be stoned to death. Exodus 22 verse 28, Leviticus 24 verses 15 and 16. It is a striking proof of the degeneracy of the nation at this period that the elders of Jezreel never for one moment scrupled about carrying out this inhuman order. Naboth was dragged forth, arraigned, condemned, and stoned together with his sons. See 2 Kings 9 verse 26. And the elders reported to the queen that the guilt of blasphemy against Jehovah and his anointed had been avenged. The vineyard had now lapsed to the crown, and Jezebel bade her lord to go down and take possession of it. But on proceeding thither, the king found himself confronted by no other than the great Elijah, who in words of utmost sternness denounced the late cruel murder and declared the sentence of the Lord. The king and all his house should share the fate of Jeroboam and of Baasha. His queen should be eaten by the dogs at the wall of Jezreel, and dogs should lick up his own blood on the very spot where they had licked up that of Naboth. Appalled at this awful sentence, Ahab rent his clothes, put on sackcloth, fasted, and displayed all the signs of a sincere repentance. Such as it was accepted, and Elijah was bidden to announce to him that the punishment should not be inflicted during his own lifetime, but in his son's days it would surely descend upon his house. 1 Kings 21 verse 29. Meanwhile, the relations between the rival kingdoms of Israel and Judah had been more peaceful than at any other period, since they had parted 60 years before at Shechem. Not only were hostilities laid aside, but an alliance between the sovereigns was cemented by the marriage of Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, with Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel. Moreover, about the 16th year of his reign, BC 898, the king of Judah went on a visit to the court of Israel. He was received with every mark of distinction, and Ahab slew sheep and oxen in abundance for him and his retinue. 2 Chronicles 18 verse 2. During this visit, the king of Israel took occasion to propose to his ally that they should undertake an expedition for the purpose of recovering Ramoth Gilead, a strong fastness, and the key to an important district east of Jordan, which Ben-Hadad I had wrested from Omri. Jehoshaphat expressed his willingness to take part in the expedition, but proposed that the will of Jehovah should first be ascertained. For this purpose, Ahab summoned about 400 of the prophets of his kingdom, who all advised him to go up and assured him that the Lord would deliver the place into his hands. 1 Kings 22 verse 6. But this did not satisfy the king of Judah. He inquired if there was not a true prophet of Jehovah, at whose mouth they might seek counsel. Ahab confessed that there was one, Micaiah, the son of Imlah, but openly avowed that he hated him, because he never predicted good to him, but only evil. Jehoshaphat, however, overruled the objection, and Micaiah was summoned from his prison, where he had been confined by Ahab, probably for some disagreeable prediction. Meanwhile, the two kings, arrayed in their royal robes, sat at the entrance of Samaria, and the 400 prophets standing before them persisted in their predictions of success. One of them, Zedekiah, the son of Kenaanah, even made him horns of iron, and by this symbolic action assured the kings that they would push the Syrians till they had destroyed them. But Micaiah had the courage to differ from all. At first, indeed, he ironically assured the king of success. But when Ahab adjured him to speak the truth, he boldly affirmed that the prophets in whom he trusted were all filled with lying spirits, and that he was destined to fall in the campaign. This outspoken declaration brought down upon the faithful seer the mockery and scorn of the other prophets, and still greater severity from Ahab, who ordered him to be sent back to the city jail and there fed on the scantiest fare. 1 Kings 22 verse 27. Then the two kings set out on the expedition, and on crossing the Jordan found that Ben-Hadad and his vassal princes were prepared to contest the possession of Ramoth. On this, Ahab, the more surely to ward off a fate he too clearly divined, disguised himself while the king of Judah went into battle in his royal robes. The contest began, and the 32 captains of Ben-Hadad, acting on instructions they had received, bent all their efforts to slay Jehoshaphat, whom they mistook for the king of Israel. But his voice convinced them that he was not the man they sought, and they desisted from the pursuit. In spite, however, of his disguise, Ahab could not escape his doom. A certain man drew a bow at a venture, and the arrow pierced the joints of his breastplate. That the troops might not be discouraged, he was kept upstanding in his chariot till the evening, when he died. From the battlefield the corpse was then borne to Samaria, and there interred, while the bloody chariot was washed in the pool of the city, beside which Naboth and his sons had been murdered. Without a shepherd and without a master, the people were scattered abroad, and returned home defeated before their enemies, and the words of Elijah, 1 Kings 21 verse 19, and of Micah, 22 verse 17, were fulfilled. End of Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 3. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 4 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 4, Wars of Jehoshaphat, Translation of Elijah. 2 Kings, Chapters 1 and 2, 2 Chronicles, Chapters 19 and 20, BC 896. On his return from a campaign in which he had so nearly lost his life, Jehoshaphat was sternly rebuked by one of the prophets, 2 Chronicles 19 verse 2, for the guilty alliance he had formed with the court of Israel, and he resolved henceforth to devote himself to the spiritual and temporal welfare of his own subjects. Accordingly, he went on a second personal tour through his dominions from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and strove to reclaim his people to the worship of Jehovah. He also provided for the better administration of justice, placed judges in all the fenced cities, and remodelled the tribunals in his capital. He next turned his attention to foreign commerce, and at Ezion-Geber constructed a fleet for the purpose of trading in gold with Ophir. In this project he was aided by Ahaziah, who had succeeded Ahab on the throne of Israel. But the unfortunate issue of the enterprise determined him to decline the proposal of his ally that the attempt should be renewed. 2 Chronicles 20 verse 37, 1 Kings 22 verses 49 and 50. The remainder of his reign was not, however, destined to be peaceful. A vast host of the people of Moab, Ammon, and Edom invaded his territory and encamped at Hazazon-Tamar or En-Gedi. In his alarm, Jehoshaphat proclaimed a solemn fast throughout his kingdom, assembled all Judah together with their wives and their children, and offered up a pathetic petition for the divine aid. He had hardly concluded when the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jahaziel, a Levite, and one of the sons of Asaph, then in attendance at the temple, commissioning him to assure the pious king of a victory on the morrow, which he would only need to stand still and see. A psalm of thanksgiving was straightway sung, and on the morrow the army, preceded by choirs of Levites, left the holy city, and at about 12 hours' distance from Jerusalem came to the uneven tableland of Tekoa, abounding in hidden caverns, clefts, and excavations, where David and his men had often hidden during the period of his wanderings. It was not a locality adapted to the sons of the desert, and the ambushments for which it afforded so much opportunity sadly galled their wild hordes, and the children of Ammon and Moab turned their swords against their allies from Mount Seir, and then fell upon one another. On reaching the watchtower of Tekoa, the warriors of Judah beheld only a mass of dead bodies, and busied themselves for 3 days in stripping them of their rich ornaments, and gathering up the riches and jewels they had flung away in their hasty flight. 4 days afterwards, a psalm of thanksgiving once more ascended to Jehovah from the valley of Barak, blessing, and the army of Jehoshaphat returned in triumph to Jerusalem. 2 Chronicles 20, verses 26 to 28. Meanwhile, Ahaziah, during his short and troubled reign over Israel, began to feel the effects of the late disastrous campaign against Ramoth-Gilead. The Syrians, now masters of the country east of the Jordan, cut off all communication between his realm and his vassal, the king of Moab. The latter therefore rebelled against Israel and refused to send his yearly tribute of 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams, 2 Kings 3 and verse 4. Before he could take measures for punishing this revolt, Ahaziah fell through a lattice in his palace at Samaria and sustained much injury. A devotee to the Phoenician idolatries of his mother, he sent messengers to the Philistine city of Ekron to inquire of the oracle of Beelzebub, the lord of flies, whether he should recover. On their road thither, the messengers encountered Elijah, who, after reproaching them for consulting a heathen deity instead of Jehovah, announced that their master would never leave his bed alive. Returning, they informed Ahaziah of this occurrence, who inquired what kind of man they had met. Their answer was decisive. In the hairy man, girt with a girdle of leather about his loins, the king recognized all too clearly his father's enemy, and, ill as he was, this only served to kindle his wrath. Dispatching a captain with 50 men to the recesses of Carmel, where the prophet seems to have taken up his abode, he demanded his instant surrender. The soldier went and found Elijah seated on the mountain. "Man of God," said he, "the king hath said, Come down." "If I be a man of God," replied the other, "let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50 men." With the word, the fire descended and consumed the captain and his 50. A similar force was then a second time dispatched by the king, and they too met the same fate. A third captain, in an altered tone, implored the prophet to come down, and Elijah, assured by God of safety, descended and followed him into the presence of the king and announced in person his approaching end, shortly after which Ahaziah died and was succeeded by his brother Jehoram. 2 Kings 1, verses 2 to 17. This was the last time Elijah confronted any of the family of Ahab. Once only is he recorded to have expostulated with any of the house of Judah. Hearing that the son of Jehoshaphat, who seems to have been entrusted with a portion of the regal power during his father's lifetime, was not walking in his father's ways, but in those of Ahab and the kings of Israel, he sent a letter to him, denounced his idolatries, and threatened him with sore judgments. 2 Chronicles 21, verses 12 to 15. Shortly afterwards, though how soon is not certain, he received intimation of his approaching removal from the earth. From Gilgal, probably somewhere on the western edge of the hills of Ephraim, accompanied by Elisha, whom he had vainly tried to persuade to remain behind, he proceeded to Bethel. There the two were met by certain of the sons of the prophets, who also had been warned of what was at hand, and now inquired of Elisha if he knew of the loss he was about to sustain. Elisha replied that he did, but bade them hold their peace. Having again vainly tried to induce his faithful attendant to remain at Bethel, the prophet repaired to Jericho, where another company from the prophetic school warned his companion and were similarly enjoined to keep silence. From Jericho the two then held on their way towards the Jordan, while 50 of the sons of the prophets ascended the abrupt heights behind the city, which commanded a view of the plain below, to watch what would occur. Arrived at the river's brink, Elijah took off his prophetic mantle, and, wrapping it together, smote the waters which divided hither and thither, and the two went over on dry ground. Once on the other side, the prophet was within the borders of his native land, and he now inquired of his companion what he should do for him before he was taken away. The other asked for a double portion of his spirit. He had asked a hard thing, but still, if he looked steadfastly on his master while he was taken from him, he was told that his request should be granted, but not otherwise. Still conversing, the two then walked on, till suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire parted them asunder, and Elijah was carried by a whirlwind into heaven. With a great and bitter cry, Elisha called after him as he ascended, my father, the chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. But he was gone, and he saw him no more. In token of grief he thereupon rent his clothes, and taking up the mantle of his master, went back and once more stood by the banks of the Jordan. Then, wrapping the mantle, even as he had seen the other do, he smote, saying, Where is the Lord God of Elijah? And the waters again parted hither and thither, and he went over. Meanwhile, the sons of the prophets who had stood watching saw him coming towards Jericho. Going down to meet him, bowed themselves to the ground before him. Contrary to his advice, they then insisted on sending 50 strong men to search for Elijah, lest peradventure the Spirit of the Lord had taken him up and cast him upon some mountain or into some valley. For 3 days the search was continued, but they found him not. The work of the most wonderful character Israel ever produced was over, and he had been summoned to another world. 2 Kings 2 verses 11 to 18. End of Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 4. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia.
Book 8, Chapter 6 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Todd Manning, Raleigh, North Carolina. A Class Book of Old Testament History by George Frederick Maclear. Book 8, Chapter 6, David's Life as an Outlaw. 1 Samuel 18 through 23, BC 1063 through 1061. The victory over Goliath was the turning point in David's life. He was now no longer the obscure shepherd of Bethlehem, but the recognized deliverer of Israel and the chief of Saul's men of war. 1 Samuel 18, verse 5. Moreover, he now became the devoted friend of Jonathan, the king's son. The hero of Michmash would naturally sympathize with the daring shepherd of Bethlehem, and his soul was knit with the soul of David. 1 Samuel 18, verse 1 compares 2 Samuel number 1, verse 26. The two ratified a solemn vow of undying friendship, and Jonathan bestowed on his newfound friend almost every article of his attire, not only his costly robe that he wore, but even his sword, his bow, and his girdle. 1 Samuel 18, verse 4. But the hour of David's triumph was the signal for the commencement of those embittered relations which subsisted between him and Saul till the day of the latter's death. As the royal party returned from the valley of Elah, they were met by companies of Hebrew maidens, who in their songs expressed the discerning feelings of the nation, singing, Saul hath slain thousands, and David his 10,000s. To the king this was gall and wormwood. In the youthful warrior, he saw that other more worthy than himself, for whom the kingdom was designed, and he eyed him from that day forward. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 9. As the king's armor-bearer, David did not neglect his musical talents, and when Saul's fits of madness were upon him, he soothed him with the strains of his harp. But more than once he did so at the peril of his life, for in a sudden paroxysm of rage, the king flung at him the long spear he held in his hand, and would have pinned him to the wall had he not escaped out of his presence. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 11. Perceiving that the divine favor was withdrawn from himself, Saul now became afraid of David, and in hope of getting rid of him, gave him the command of 1,000 men. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 13, and sent him on several expeditions. But David's uniform success and the prudence he displayed only won for him still more the favor of the people. The king then tried other expedients. He promised him his eldest daughter Merom in marriage, on condition that he fought against the Philistines. David went, and instead of falling in battle, only covered himself with fresh glory. But when the time for marriage came, Merom was given to another. 1 Samuel, verse 18, number 19. Meanwhile, Michal, the king's second daughter, had fallen in love with her father's armor-bearer. As if to bring his previous designs to positive fulfillment, Saul named as her dowry proof that David had slain 100 of the Philistines. At the head of his men, David went, and slew twice that number, and brought the required proofs of their death. The marriage was celebrated, and David became captain of the royal bodyguard, second only, if not equal, to Abner. But the king's jealousy of his successful rival was only the more increased, and he went so far as to propose to Jonathan and his servants that David should be put out of the way, and was only dissuaded by the moving intercession of Jonathan himself. A partial reconciliation with the king ensued, and David returned to court. But his life was not more secure. On one occasion, his own vigilance in eluding the royal javelin. On another, the devotion of his wife Michal alone saved his life. On the last occasion, the officers charged to put him to death had actually penetrated into his chamber, but only to find in the bed, in place of the object of their search, an image, or household god, with the head enveloped in a net of goat's hair. During the night his wife had let him down from the window. Compare Psalms 59. David now fled away to Naioth, the huts or habitations near Ramah, where he enjoyed a brief respite from danger and anxiety in the congenial society of the aged Samuel, whom he had not seen since the occurrence at Bethlehem, and of the company of prophets there gathered together under his superintendence. News of his hiding place reached the ears of Saul, who forthwith sent messengers to take him. But the sight of the prophets performing their sacred functions under the eye of the venerable Samuel, and their strains of sacred melody, so wrought upon the messengers, that they could not refrain from joining their religious exercises. A similar issue attended a second and even a third deputation. At length Saul went in person to the great well or cistern of Shishu, not far from Ramah, and inquired for the prophet and the fugitive. But as he drew near the place, he himself could not resist the prophetic impulse, and for the second time justified the inquiry, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" 1 Samuel, verse 19, number 24. Thus the danger was for the time averted, but this state of suspense was intolerable, and David felt there was but a step between him and death. Probably by Samuel's advice, he now obtained a secret interview with Jonathan at Ezel, a well-known stone near Gibeah. In pathetic language, he poured out his whole soul to his friend, and besought him to make an effort to ascertain once and for all the real feelings of his father, which he might think had undergone a change after the incidents at Naioth. The morrow was a festival of the new moon. Saul would hold a solemn feast, and at his table would sit Abner and Jonathan. But David's place would be vacant. The demeanor of the king on observing his absence was to be taken as an omen. If he acquiesced in Jonathan's explanation that David was absent at a similar festival under the family roof at Bethlehem, all would be well. If he was wroth, then it would be certain that the old grudge was not healed, and that evil was determined against him. A solemn compact was then ratified between the two. Jonathan undertook to ascertain his father's mind. David promised to shew kindness not only to Jonathan himself, but to all his posterity. 1 Samuel, verse 20, numbers 5 through 10. When this compact had been duly ratified, Jonathan suggested an expedient whereby the news was made known to David. Within 3 days he would again repair to the great stone, with his bow and arrows, and accompanied by a little lad. He would then shoot 3 arrows, as though he shot at a mark, and his words to the lad, which David would overhear, must decide the point. If he said to the lad, "Behold, arrows are on the side of thee, take them," then David might come forth and know that all was well. If he said, "The arrows are beyond thee," then he might go his way, certain that the wrath of the king could not be appeased. The day came, and David repaired to his hiding place. In due time, Jonathan and his little lad appeared, and the 3 arrows were shot as agreed upon. And as the lad ran to pick them up, he cried, "Is not the arrow beyond thee?" Then David knew that he must fly, and when the lad was gone to carry back the bow and arrows to Gibeah, rose from his hiding place, and with passionate embraces and many tears parted from his friend, who once more commended his posterity to his care. 1 Samuel, verse 20, numbers 35 through 42. David now betook himself to Nob, a sacerdotal city in the tribe of Benjamin, and situated on an eminence near Jerusalem. Here the high priest Abimelech resided with the tabernacle, and trembled when he saw the captain general of the royal troops approaching alone, and unattended by his usual retinue. But David disarmed his suspicions by pretending a secret mission from the king, and in this character obtained, in the future of other bread, the sacred loaves of shewbread, which having served their turn in the weekly course, were about to be replaced by new loaves. With these and the sword of Goliath, which was brought forth from its receptacle behind the ephod, he fled away, resolved to seek refuge amongst his enemies, the Philistines. On his arrival at the court of Achish, king of Gath, he was recognized by the royal guards as the famous champion of Israel, and the sword he carried doubtless recalled bitter memories of the valley of Elah. He was accordingly thrown into prison, but in this dilemma he changed his behavior, scrabbled on the doors of the gates, let his spittle fall upon his beard, and gave every sign of being insane. The Oriental respect for madness procured him his release, and he was suffered to depart. From the lowlands of the Philistines, he now betook himself to the town of Adullam, Joshua verse 15, number 35, at the foot of the mountain range of Judea, and found a secure retreat in one of the extensive caves, with which the limestone cliffs of the neighborhood are pierced. News of his coming reached Bethlehem, 1 Samuel verse 22, number 1. And straightway his brethren and all his father's house, feeling perhaps insecure from Saul's vengeance, came down to his stronghold from the Judean hills. These probably included his nephews, the sons of Zeruiah, Job, and Abishai, but besides these were 400 men who joined him from various motives, some from distress, others to avoid exacting creditors, others from some private sorrow. Not considering, however, his aged father and mother secure even in this secluded spot, David hastily crossed the Jordan and conveyed them into the friendly territory of Moab, and there consigned them to the king, who agreed to protect them. 1 Samuel, verse 32, numbers 3 and 4. By the advice of his friend, the prophet Gad, he now retired to the forests of Hereth, not far from Adullam. It was probably while he was here in hold that the sons of Zeruiah performed the memorable exploit recorded in 2 Samuel, verse 23, numbers 14 through 17, 1 Chronicles, verse 21, numbers 16 through 19. A garrison of the Philistines had established themselves even in David's native town of Bethlehem. One day, sorely tried by thirst, he expressed a longing for the delicious water of its well near the gate. Upon the word, the three heroes burst through the Philistine forces and returned with the much coveted draught. But their leader would not drink of the blood of the men that had gone in jeopardy of their lives, and poured it forth as a libation before the Lord. Other bands now joined him. Amongst these were 11 mighty men, their faces like the faces of lions, their feet as swift as the roes upon the mountains. 1 Chronicles, verse 12, number 8. From the uplands of Gad beyond Jordan, who swam that river when it had overflowed all its banks. 1 Chronicles, verse 12, number 15. And found their way to his hold. They were followed by men, not only from the tribe of Judah, but from that of Benjamin, with their chief Amasai. This defection of members of Saul's own tribe at first excited David's suspicion, but the straightforward, honest words of their leader convinced him of their sincerity, and he associated them in the command of his band of 600 faithful followers. 1 Chronicles, verse 12, number 16 through 18. Meanwhile, the Philistines attacked Keilah, a town of uncertain situation in the lowland district of Judah, and robbed the threshing floors. At first David's men, in spite of a divine assurance of success, feared to relieve the place, and so incur the hostility of their powerful foe. A second assurance restored their courage. Keilah was rescued, and the Philistines defeated with great slaughter. Whilst here David was joined by another and an important ally in the person of Abiathar, the son of the high priest Amalek, bearing sad intelligence. On the day of David's visit to Nob, there was a stranger watching intently all that took place between him and the high priest. This was Doeg, an Edomite, and the chief of Saul's herdmen. 1 Samuel, verse 21, number 7. When the king was deploring at Gibeah the defection even of his own tribe, Doeg poured into the royal ear his version of what had occurred at Nob. Transported with rage, the king sent for Amalek and all the priests of the line of Ithamar, and charged him with befriending his enemies. In vain the high priest repelled the charge. Saul sentenced the entire body of the priests to instant death, and gave the signal to his guard to execute it, but they declined to imbrue their hands in such a bloody murder. Thereupon he called on Doeg, who straightway obeyed, and falling upon the unresisting priests, slew in one day 75 persons that did wear a linen ephod. Not content with this, the king put the entire population of the place to the sword, both men and women, children and sucklings. 1 Samuel, verse 22, number 19. Such was the sad news which the solitary survivor of the house of Ithamar now announced to David. "I knew it," replied the latter. "I knew it, that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul, 'I have occasioned the death of all the persons of thy father's house.'" From this day forward, Abiathar remained with David, and having brought with him the high priest's ephod, was enabled by his oracular answers materially to aid David's movements on occasions of difficulty or danger. Meanwhile, the entry of his rival into a town that had gates and bars, 1 Samuel, verse 23, number 7, inspired Saul with the hope of at length capturing David. Summoning his forces, as if for a regular military expedition, he marched down to Keilah to besiege him and his followers. Aware of the king's secret designs, David consulted the divine will by means of the ephod, and thus ascertaining the intention of the townspeople to betray him, he and his men departed, and went whithersoever they could. 1 Samuel, verse 23, number 13. End of Book 8, Chapter 6.
Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 6 of A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Class Book of Old Testament History by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 6. Elisha and Naaman, Siege of Samaria. 2 Kings, chapters 5 and 6, BC 894 to 892. But Elisha's fame was soon to overstep the limits of his own country. The captain of the army of Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, at this time was named Naaman. See Luke 4 verse 27. He had achieved many victories for his master, and for personal prowess was held in high honour, being in close attendance on his sovereign, but he was a leper. This frightful malady, which, had he been an Israelite, would have cut him off from all intercourse with his fellows, does not appear to have laid him under the same disadvantages in Syria, and he still retained his post as commander-in-chief. In his harem, waiting on his wife, was a little Israelitish maid, who had been taken prisoner in one of the forays of the Syrians over the border. She knew what Elisha could do, and assured her mistress that if only Naaman was with the prophet that was in Samaria, he would certainly be cured of his malady. Her words were told to Naaman, who communicated them to Ben-Hadad. The Syrian king thereupon wrote a letter to Jehoram, king of Israel, and sent his general with it, accompanied by a large retinue bearing 10 talents of silver, 6,000 pieces of gold, and 6 of the rich fabrics for which Damascus had always been famous. On reaching Samaria, Naaman presented the letter to Jehoram, who had no sooner read the curt words of the Syrian king than he rent his clothes and exclaimed, Am I God, to kill and to make alive, that this man doth said unto me to recover a man of his leprosy? He could only think of one motive for the letter. Consider, said he, how this man seeketh a quarrel against me. 2 Kings 5 verse 7. News of Naaman's arrival, of the purport of his coming, and of the dismay of the king was conveyed to Elisha, who straightway sent to Jehoram and bade him send his visitor to him, that he might know that there was a prophet in Israel. With his horses, his chariots, and entire cavalcade, Naaman thereupon came and stood before the door of the prophet's dwelling. But instead of coming forth himself, Elisha simply sent his servant to tell him to go down to the rapid waters of the Jordan and wash 7 times, promising him a certain cure. The prophet's independent tone, the neglect to come out to him, above all his command that he, the native of a city watered by such famous streams as the Abana and Pharpar, should go and wash in Jordan, was unbearable. Naaman turned and went away in a rage. But his retinue, unwilling to throw up the hopes of their long journey, succeeded in persuading him to make trial of the prescribed cure. Naaman accordingly went down and dipped himself 7 times in the rushing stream, and his flesh came again like the flesh of a little child, and he was clean. Full of gratitude for so priceless a boon, he then returned with his whole retinue to Samaria, and once more stood before the prophet's door. This time, however, he not only stood there, but went in and gratefully acknowledged the power of Israel's God, and urged the prophet to receive the present he had brought. This the latter absolutely declined, and in spite of Naaman's urgency persisted in his refusal. But one thing the grateful soldier was resolved to have. If Elisha would not accept his presents, he could not depart from a land where he had received so great a benefit without 2 mules' burden of its hallowed earth, for the construction, probably, of an altar to Jehovah. But here a difficulty occurred to him. If he became a servant of Jehovah, how could he go to the house of Rimmon and bow before the Syrian god? Elisha's simple reply was, Go in peace, and he went his way. 2 Kings 5 verses 1 to 20. The generous conduct, however, of his master had not escaped the notice of Gehazi, the attendant of Elisha, and the Syrian had not gone any great distance when he ran after his chariot. Naaman discerned him hurrying along the road, and, alighting, inquired if all was well. All was well, the other replied, but already there had come to his master from Mount Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets, for whom he solicited a talent of silver and 2 changes of raiment. The generous Syrian pressed upon him 2 talents and 2 changes of raiment, and sent 2 of his retinue to bear them to a secret place, whence Gehazi removed them into the house, and then presented himself before his master, denying, when questioned, that he had gone anywhere. But the prophet had marked his wickedness. His heart had gone after him the whole while, and with righteous sternness he now pronounced upon him the awful punishment from which Naaman had just been delivered, and he went out of his presence a leper as white as snow. 2 Kings 5 verse 27. Elisha is next found at Jericho. Here the habitation of the sons of the prophets had become so small that they desired to construct a new dwelling near the Jordan. Accompanied by Elisha, they proceeded towards the river and began to fell trees in the wood which lined its banks. As they felled, the head of an axe, which one of them had borrowed, flew off and sank in the water. He appealed to Elisha, who bade a piece of wood be flung into the stream, when the iron reappeared and was restored to the borrower. 2 Kings 6 verses 1 through 7. Shortly after this, in spite of the cure wrought upon their general, the Syrians renewed their marauding incursions, and even encamped in spots which the king of Israel was wont to frequent. Warned by Elisha, Jehoram was on more than one occasion able to escape the ambuscades laid for him, which so annoyed Ben-Hadad that he even suspected treachery among his own retinue. But one of his servants pointed to the true cause. The informer was no other than the healer of his general Naaman, and his power was such that he could tell Jehoram the very words Ben-Hadad uttered in his chamber. Thereupon the king of Syria sent horses and chariots and a considerable force to Dothan, 6 miles north of Samaria, to capture Elisha. The Syrian forces completely surrounded the village, and the prophet's servant came running out, crying, "Alas, my master, how shall we do?" Elisha calmed his fears with the assurance that they which were with them were more than they which were with the foe, and the eyes of the young man being opened, he was enabled to discern the hill on which the village was built, filled with horses and chariots of fire, ready to protect his master. At the same moment the Syrian forces were smitten with blindness, and were easily led away to Samaria, nor were their eyes opened till they found themselves in the presence of Jehoram. The first impulse of the king of Israel was to put them to death. But Elisha dissuaded him from such unworthy conduct, and the men were sent back to Ben-Hadad, who drew off his army, and for a while desisted from the invasion. 2 Kings 6 verses 8 to 24. But the Syrian king could not long brook such a humiliating repulse. Mustering therefore all his troops, he went up and besieged Samaria, BC 892, for a space of 3 years, during which period the inhabitants were reduced to the direst extremities. 2 mothers even agreed to boil their children for food. Compare Deuteronomy 28 verses 53 and 57. One actually did so, but the other hid her child lest it should suffer such an awful fate. This story was told Jehoram as he one day passed by on the city wall, and in token of sorrow he put on sackcloth beneath his armour. But, deeming Elisha in some way culpable for the nation's disasters, he threatened to take away his life, and sent a messenger to the prophet's house, where he sat surrounded by the elders of the city, to carry it into execution. Before, however, the messenger's feet had touched the threshold, Elisha, warned of his danger, had commanded that he should be held fast. At this moment Jehoram himself also entered, leaning on the hand of one of his officers. "This evil," he burst forth, "is from Jehovah. Why should I wait on Jehovah any more?" Compare Job 21 verse 15, Malachi 3 verse 14. To which the prophet replied, "Hear the word of Jehovah. Tomorrow about this time shall a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria." "Nay," interposed the royal officer, "if Jehovah would make windows in heaven, this could not be." "It will," replied Elisha. "Thou thyself shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat a morsel thereof." 2 Kings 7 verse 2. These marvellous and prophetic words were fully verified. In the twilight of the self-same evening, 4 lepers who were wont to take their place at the gate of the city, despairing of life, resolved to enter the Syrian camp and brave their fate. Reaching the edge of the encampment, to their great surprise, they found no man there. Alarmed by a mysterious noise of chariots, horses, and a great host, the Syrians had concluded that the kings of the Hittites and Egyptians had come to the aid of the beleaguered city, and had hastily fled, leaving their camp and everything in it just as it was. Amidst the deepening gloom, the lepers entered a tent, satiated the pangs of hunger, and then secretly hid a quantity of silver, gold, and raiment. Entering a second, they did the same, and then fearing harm if they concealed such joyous news, they hastily returned to Samaria, and announced to the warder at the barred gate, 2 Kings 7 verse 10, that they had visited the Syrian camp, and found nothing but horses tied, and asses tied, and the tents as they were. The warder carried the news to his chief, and he communicated it to the king's household. Though it was midnight, Jehoram was roused and informed of the strange news. Fearful of a plot to draw the Israelites away from the city, he ordered 2 horsemen to reconnoitre and discover whether it was really true. They made their way towards the Jordan, and found the road filled with garments and vessels, which the Syrians had flung away in their precipitate flight. Their return with this welcome news roused the whole city. Starving and emaciated, the entire population rushed forth to the gate, and thence made their way to the Syrian camp. To preserve some degree of order, the king entrusted the command of the gate to the officer who had scoffed at the prophecy of Elisha, but so great was the press and confusion that he was trodden to death by the excited crowd, and before evening the words of the prophet had been fulfilled to the letter. 2 measures of barley were sold for a shekel, and a measure of fine flour for a shekel, and Samaria was delivered. 2 Kings 7, verses 17 to 20. End of Book 10, Part 2, Chapter 6. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Book 10, Part 3, Chapter 1 of a class book of Old Testament history by G.F. Maclear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A class book of Old Testament history by G.F. Maclear. Book 10, Part 3, Chapter 1, Accession of Jehu. 2 Kings chapters 8 through 10, BC 884. After this signal discomfiture, Ben-Hadad returned to Damascus, and before long lay prostrate with his last illness. At this time Elisha was present in the city, and the king, being informed of it, sent Hazael, an officer in high position at his court, to inquire whether he should recover of his disease. With 40 camels' burden of the choicest products of the Syrian capital, Hazael presented himself before the prophet, and preferred his request in the most humble tones. Elisha replied that his master might indeed recover, but yet that he would not. Wondering at these ambiguous words, Hazael fixed upon him a long and searching glance, and the prophet burst into tears. "Why weepeth my lord?" inquired the other. And Elisha, who saw in him the destined successor of Ben-Hadad, replied, "Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child." But such a future had no sorrow for his listener. It was only too good to expect. "What is thy servant," he replied, "dog that he is, that he should do this great thing?" The prophet, without making any remark, simply announced the message Elijah had long ago been bidden to deliver. "Jehovah hath showed me," said he, "that thou shalt be king over Syria." 2 Kings 8, verses 7 to 13. With these mysterious words sounding in his ears, Hazael returned to his master, and told him but the half of the prophet's answer. That day was the last of Ben-Hadad's life. On the morrow he was found suffocated, with a thick cloth dipped in water spread upon his face. Whether or no Hazael's hand had done the deed, his path was now clear, and he mounted the Syrian throne. Meanwhile there had been changes in the kingdom of Judah. After an unsuccessful attempt to quell a rebellion of his vassal, king of Edom, 2 Kings 8 verse 20, 2 Chronicles 21 verses 8 through 10, see Genesis 27 verse 40, Jehoram died and was succeeded by Ahaziah, BC 885, the issue of his father's ill-starred marriage with the daughter of Jezebel. True to the traditions of his mother, he signalized his accession by the grossest idolatries, 2 Chronicles 22 and verse 3. But soon, like his rival, the king of Israel, began to feel the hand of the new monarch of Syria, who had already made an attempt to recover the stronghold of Ramoth-Gilead. In intimate alliance, the two kings now crossed the Jordan to defend the place, and an engagement ensuing, Jehoram was severely wounded and forced to return to Jezreel, whither also Ahaziah followed him. 2 Kings 9 verses 28 and 29. During their absence, Elisha, knowing that the time was now come for the doomed destruction of Ahab's family, sent a young man, one of the sons of the prophets, to Ramoth-Gilead with a horn of oil and a commission to look out and anoint Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, king over Israel. As one of Ahab's guards, Jehu, in company with Bidkar, had ridden behind his master to the fatal plot of Naboth's vineyard and heard the terrible warning of Elijah against his murderer, 2 Kings 9 verse 25. Since then he had risen to a position of some importance and was now well known for his vehemence and activity as well as his rapid, furious driving. According to his instructions, the young disciple of the prophets went to Ramoth Gilead, and finding Jehu seated in the midst of his officers, intimated that he had an errand for his ear alone. Together the two retired to an inner chamber, and there the youth, having poured the oil on Jehu's head, and announced the divine will that he should be king over Israel, and utterly exterminate the whole family of Ahab, opened the door and fled. Shortly afterwards Jehu came forth and rejoined his comrades, who eagerly inquired the purport of the mad fellow's visit. At first he tried to evade the question, but soon revealed all that the other had said. Instantly the enthusiasm of his hearers was kindled. Recognizing the truth of the prophetic call, they threw off each man his garment, and placing Jehu on a rude throne or carpet of state, blew the trumpets and shouted, "Jehu is king." Then, for everything depended on the speed of his movements, without losing a moment, Jehu drove his chariot towards the fords of Jordan, and thence direct to Jezreel. From the tower of the latter city the watchman observed his hurrying chariot, and announced the fact to Jehoram, who straightway sent a horseman to inquire, "Is it peace?" The crafty conspirator detained the messenger. Then a second horseman was dispatched, and he too was detained. By this time the watchman was better able to distinguish the advancing charioteer, and pronounced him to be no other than Jehu, the son of Nimshi. Thereupon the chariot of the king of Israel was made ready, and with Ahaziah, king of Judah, he set out to meet him, probably expecting tidings of the Syrian war. But he was quickly and terribly undeceived. His question, "Is it peace, Jehu?" was met by a furious denunciation of the idolatries of his mother Jezebel, and in an instant, divining his danger, he turned his chariot towards Jezreel. But at that moment Jehu drew a bow with his full strength and shot him to the heart. While he paused to charge Bidkar to take up his corpse and fling it into the portion of Naboth, Ahaziah, pursued by his soldiers, fled down the westward plain towards Bethgan, or the village of Enganim, but was overtaken and wounded and died at Megiddo, whither he managed to escape. Jehu's next step was to make for Jezreel. Here Jezebel, the queen mother, still retained her influence, and hearing of the approach of the conspirator, she resolved to confront him in person. After the oriental fashion, she tired her head and painted her eyes with antimony, and, as Jehu passed beneath the palace, cried out from the lattice window, "Had Zimri peace, who slew his master?" On that, Jehu looked up and called aloud, "Who is on my side? Who?" And 2 or 3 eunuchs, looking out, he bade them throw her down. And they threw her down before his chariot, and her blood was sprinkled partly on the palace wall and partly on his horses, while with merciless severity he trode her under foot. Then he entered the palace and ate and drank. But remembering the fallen queen, he commanded that she should be buried. His messengers went forth to execute his commands, but when they reached the open space before the city walls, they found nothing but her skull and feet and the palm of her hands. The dogs which prowl about the streets of eastern cities had devoured all the rest, and thus fulfilled the words of Elijah, "In the portion of Jezreel shall dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel." 2 Kings 9 verse 36. The thoughts of the conqueror now turned towards Samaria. Here resided the sons and grandsons of Ahab, to the number of 70 persons. To the elders of the city, therefore, he wrote letters, bidding them select the best and meetest of their master's sons, set him on his father's throne, and fight for their master's house. This proposition terrified the servile elders, and they replied that they had no idea of setting up a rival king, and were perfectly ready to submit in all things to the usurper's will. On this Jehu wrote a second letter, proposing as a test of their fidelity that they should send to Jezreel on the next day the heads of the 70 descendants of Ahab and then repair thither themselves. His commands were duly executed. The 70 heads were sent to Jezreel, and by Jehu's command placed in 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate, where they remained all night. In the morning the usurper went forth and acknowledged to the awestruck crowd that he had conspired against his master, but threw the blame of the slaughter of Ahab's descendants on their guardians at Samaria, who had thus fulfilled the words of Elijah. He then proceeded to exterminate all the acquaintance of Ahab at Jezreel, the officers of his court, and the hierarchy of Ashtaroth, and finally set out in person for Samaria. 2 Kings 10 verse 12. On the road, he first met 42 sons or nephews of the late king of Judah, and discovering who they were, directed that they too should be put to death at the well of the shearing house between Jezreel and Samaria. A little further on, he encountered Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, of the race of the Kenites, who had bound his descendants to drink no wine, to build no houses, to sow no seed, neither to plant nor possess vineyards, but to adhere to the old nomadic life and dwell in tents. Jeremiah 35 verses 6 and 7. Is thine heart right as my heart is with thy heart? Exclaimed Jehu when he saw him. The other assured him that it was, and was bidden thereupon to ascend his chariot and come and see his zeal for Jehovah. Thus, side by side, the two drove into the city, where the butchery of Ahab's relatives was renewed, till none were left remaining. But this was only preparatory to another and still greater blow. Convening an assembly of the people, Jehu announced his intention of inaugurating the worship of Baal on a scale of the greatest magnificence. Ahab, said he, served Baal a little, but Jehu shall serve him much. Then, under pain of death, he commanded the entire hierarchy of Baal and all his worshippers throughout Israel to assemble in the great temple which Ahab had built in honour of this god. 1 Kings 15 verse 32. On the appointed day they came, and the building was filled from end to end. The sacred vestments, probably of white linen, were brought forth, the worshippers arrayed in them, the temple cleared of any chance worshippers of Jehovah. And then Jehu and Jehonadab entered, and the king himself offered the burnt offering. He had hardly ended when 80 trusty warriors, who had secretly received their orders, rushed in and commenced an indiscriminate slaughter of the unarmed and helpless assembly. The huge image of Baal was broken, the smaller images burnt, and the temple itself converted to the basest uses. 2 Kings 10 verses 26 and 27. End of Book 10, Part 3, Chapter 1. Recorded by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia.